to order right now. Madam City Clerk, would you please do us all the roll for us, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Jean Goss.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Edward Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Rachel Arizmendi.
Present.
Councilmember Kelly Krebs.
Here.
And Councilmember Robert Parkhurst.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum this evening.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ed Garcia will lead us with the inspiration and Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's start with the pledge. If you could rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So the last time I was giving the inspiration, it was just after the vernal equinox, and I gave quotes regarding spring, and we're just after the summer solstice, and I thought about quotes of summer, but then I thought, well, we have a pretty major holiday coming up within a week, so I'd like to read some quotes and regarding our nation, and really more about freedom, justice, and those types of things. And so I found some great quotes by some great Americans and some authors. And if you indulge me, if we can marinate on some of these, I think it would be nice. Liberty is the breath of life to nations. George Bernard Shaw. America was not built on fear. America was built on courage, on imagination, and an unbeatable determination to do the job at hand. Harry Truman. We must be free, not because we claim freedom, but because we practice it. William Faulkner. Where liberty dwells, there is my country. Benjamin Franklin. With freedom comes responsibility. Eleanor Roosevelt. From every mountainside, let freedom ring. Martin Luther King Jr. Government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Abraham Lincoln. And finally, this quote from Hillary Clinton. Freedom is never granted, it is earned by each generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's take a look at tonight's agenda. I'd like to get a motion for amendment or approval.
Mr. Mayor, before you accept a motion, I'd like to let the council know that it was brought to our attention that the recommendation for public hearing item number 3 does not match the request or the title of the item. So staff is asking that the recommendation match and be read in as recommended that the City Council read for first reading and by title only Ordinance 1459, amending Chapter 5.36 of Title 5 of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code.
Okay. Will someone make that amendment? Motion for amendment?
Mayor, before you make that amendment, there's one further amendment. There's no closed session disclosure item on the agenda, so if we could include that as well, please.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd actually like to pull one of the consent items off of the consent. It is item B.
Okay. Is there a motion to make the amendment to item on public hearing number 3, change that to 1459 to add a closed session report and to pull item B from the consent calendar?
If I may ask you, what's the rationale for pulling B, just so I know?
I actually wanted to have a discussion around it.
Fair enough, yeah. So I'll move to adopt the agenda with those 3 changes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. And I'd like to get a motion for approval for reading resolutions and ordinances, please.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And I hope you all had a chance to look at our meeting minutes that were given to us for June 14th.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I had one very minor edit to them, and that was, towards the end of it, we had, I said that, I asked the city attorney to prepare a 9212 report regarding environmental impacts and a bunch of other things. It was a comma. I'm just saying it should be a semicolon to be consistent with everything else. It's that minor, that's all.
Did you get that, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, sir, thank you.
That makes a big difference, actually. Any other items for amendment of minutes? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion for the amended version of the minutes?
Move to approve amended minutes?
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to mayor and city council reports. Who'd like to go first?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Parkhurst, floor is
Uh,
yours.
So, there was a meeting of the Clean Power Alliance Energy Committee, with nothing to report out on that. Per the request, I think of Councilmember Krebs, was that the letter to the CPUC from the CPA was provided to council. I also attended the Friends of the Library dinner, which was a very nice event, a really good group of, a really good attendance on that. Unfortunately, couldn't stay for the full dinner, but it was really looks like a great event and well attended. And then we were supposed to have a Natural Resources Committee meeting last week, but unfortunately it was canceled because management analyst Carlson was sick, and we're looking to reschedule that. And that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mine will be very short, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I did attend the Community Services Commission meeting, this past one, and that item will be up for discussion. It's the film ordinance. And then I just would also just want to recognize we had a fellow colleague in Duarte who was a city council member there for 21 years, Zaidal Paras Karachi, and who was a friend, and she just passed away this last Saturday, and I'm hoping we can close in memorial of her, in memory of her.
Yes, so the planning commission meeting in the interim was actually not about the Meadows project. They were considering an appeal of staff approval of a design review permit for a addition to a home on Foothill Avenue. As typical, the planning commission, who were 3 strong, did their usual thorough job, and the result was a procedural outcome, and in the end the applicant withdrew the application, is going to consider the feedback that the planning commission provided, and then that application will come back directly to the planning commission for recommendation. So I suspect we will see that at some point, and we will consider that. So that was the happenings at the planning commission meeting, and yeah, just wanted to make the announcement to beat Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Garcia that the Little League All-Star Games are this week, and there's 2 tonight, and so if people are interested in supporting Sierra Madre, you should check the Sierra Madre Little League Facebook page for information as to game times and locations.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
You did beat me to that. Yeah, so those Little League games are going on right now. I actually see a parent of a player that's playing right now in attendance. So these are very important games for our youth. So if you can come down and support them. We're hosting at Heasley Field the 11-year-olds. And that was me, sorry. The 11-year-olds, and Heasley Diner is open, so you can get a Taylor's Burger there, which is great. Also, I attended, as well as Council Members Mendy and Mayor Goss, the Senior Community Commission open house. It was fantastic. One really hard-working commission there. They had an open house to recognize the Older American Award, and this year it was every senior within the city of Sierra Madre. So it was an open house with food and beverages. We had great conversations. It's just a great community. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I'll start by just tagging on to that. That was, actually I took a 10-day vacation to go fishing in Oregon, so that was my last day here until I got back this weekend. And it was a great great last night before my trip because it was a 3-hour open house. It wasn't an event per se. People came and went and came, and we had great food, wonderful people. The Senior Community Commission just did a fantastic job. Pat Holland and all the members of that commission are just fabulous. Staff, community services staff, just did a wonderful job, and kudos to all of them. Yesterday I did attend the Library Board of Trustees meeting, and we've been doing all sorts of things in our city government over the last few years, and the library has just kind of been hanging out there, and the Board of Trustees has decided to take some initiative, and I think they are going to start hammering out a specific concrete proposal for the expansion phase of our library. We've talked about it in theory, we've talked about where it may be going, what it might be. I think they're getting very serious in their next couple of meetings to put some flesh on those bones, so their objective is to bring us something concrete by September here for our deliberation. So when I know more about it, I'll bring more back to council. And I'm asked to make some announcements, and obviously it's a very big weekend for Sierra Madre and for the country. Starting on July 2nd, the library is having crafts for all ages, and the kids' chess club is at 3 o'clock. Obviously, this Sunday afternoon, it's going to be we're now COVID restriction free, and we're going to be back at it with our pre-parade party, picnic at Memorial Park. Sierra Madre Little League will have their beer garden, and obviously we're going to have festivities, live music for Groovy Lemon Pie. So Sierra Madre is back in action on July 3rd. Then Monday morning, July 4th, the Sierra Madre Community Foundation 5K run takes place at 7 a.m. At 8 a.m., the Women's Club's having their pre-parade continental breakfast and live music. And then at 10 o'clock, the parade starts at Sunnyside. And I think we'll all be in it in one form or another. So it's my very favorite day of the year in Sierra Madre. I'm looking forward to it. And I neglected to, before council reports, ask the city attorney to report out from closed session, so I will do that now.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session to discuss 2 items, both having to do with anticipated litigation. For both items, there is no reportable action.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. And that leads us to public comment on items which are not on the agenda. If you'd like to come up and speak on anything that's not on the agenda, you'll be limited to 3 minutes. And we prefer if you filled out a yellow card with our city clerk before you do so.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a couple of cards. We have Susan Newhausen.
Good evening, Mayor Goss, council members, city staff. These remarks are in response to public comments made at the June 14th, 2022 City Council meeting regarding the Madre de la Rosa Hillside Zoning Initiative. First and foremost, the initiative was drafted in direct response to the Meadows project because that project is excessive on multiple levels in terms of likely water usage during and after construction, wildlife danger, environmental impacts, and lack of adherence to the general plan and municipal code. I believe that the initiative is a good compromise as it allows for development of the Madre de la Rosa property without overdevelopment. Currently, the Madre de la Rosa property is one of the only large properties that is not protected by a zoning designation of open space or hillside residential. And while, of course, the retreat center has property rights, they can't build whatever they want. My neighbors and I have property rights too, but given the size of our lots, we would never get the permits to build the massive houses on 2 small lots that New Urban West is proposing to stack side by side in the Meadows subdivision. We simply can't fathom why Madre de la Rosa and New Urban West would be able to exceed the maximum allowable floor area for a given lot size by up to 215%. Second, in my estimation, good neighbors behave the opposite of Madre de la Rosa. Good neighbors don't ask for special privileges, they tell the truth, they don't cast aspersions, they abide by the rules, and they don't threaten lawsuits if things don't go their way. Third, during the last city council meeting, there were several comments about what could and could not be done under the initiative with the retreat center having non-conforming use status. The Passionists can continue doing everything they've been doing. Changing to residential hillside zoning does not infringe on their religious freedom or their ability to complete their mission. They can install solar panels, they can remodel, as would be needed for any remodel, they need a permit. In this case, they'd obtain a minor conditional use permit under the non-conforming uses ordinance. So in conclusion, threatening lawsuits is not neighborly, and no one should be subjected to any more bullying, misinformation, or fear-mongering. The initiative deserves to be discussed and voted on by Sierra Madre residents based on the merits. It's what civil discourse and democracy are all about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Newhausen.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker card is from Deb Sheridan.
Good evening, council members. Deb Sheridan, Valley Vista Drive. I was unable to attend the last council meeting, but would like to set the record straight on some of the issues regarding the petition and some of the remarks from the proponents of the new Urban West project as it currently is. 1, the Protect petition. The petition was to put on the ballot for the residents to vote if Madre Dolorosa should follow the same zoning regulations as the rest of Sierra Madre. That would limit the 4,800 square foot houses on minuscule lots. 2, there was a statement in the Mountain View News by John Doyle stating that putting this on the ballot would cost $50,000. I certainly don't know where Mr. Doyle came up with that figure, and I would request that you, Mr. Mayor, ask City Clerk Aguilar what the actual cost would be. We have heard $2,000 to $3,000. Where in the world did he come up with $50,000? 3, religious discrimination. This is a false argument. Name calling when the facts fail your position. You've heard over and over how this just isn't true. 4, there were some misstatements that if passed, Madre Dolorosa cannot do anything on their property. That's not true. Look at the Kensington across the street after Measure V passed. The owner worked with the city to make this the best product you see, and the voters heartily endorsed it. This can happen too. If the Madre Dolorosa fathers want to expand, they can and build something. It's interesting that the last big decision made regarding a building on the property was to tear one down, the monastery, not to rebuild it, grasping at straws as there have been no plans to build in nearly 100 years. And 5, if they want to, they can remodel the interior of their building to expand their food ministry if they choose to do this, just like the rest of us. The retreat center has 90 rooms and a number of other miscellaneous rooms that can be remodeled and repurposed for other uses, cheaper than constructing a new facility. And I do have 3 copies of the intent to circulate the petition, and if you haven't read it or you don't have one, I'd like to give it to those of you who don't.
Please leave it with the city clerk.
You don't want to leave it with me, guys. It won't be public record.
That's okay. Well, oh, that's okay. I mean, do you want it or not?
I'll take it, but if somebody wants to come see it, I won't be able to provide it. It's not public record.
Oh, but this is for the council members. This, yeah. Can they?
Yeah.
Can you give it to them? Oh, okay. And that's.
Thank you, Ms. Sheridan.
Thank you, Deb. Mr. Mayor, there are no other speaker cards for items not on the agenda.
Oh, one more. So it looks like we have 2.
I just gave Laura copies of a letter that all of you received last August. The lady who wrote the letter was Jane Song. She is from the Watershed Conservancy. Once again, because you are talking water tonight, and I apologize, I can't see after about 6:30 because I have cataracts. I have to leave early, so I apologize. But, so I'm doing it a little bit out of order, and I asked for special permission this one night only, because I won't be coming to any more meetings until I can see with both eyes. Anyway, be that as it may.
I'll make a deal with you. How about a minute and a half? Because you are,
Okay.
this
You
is,
have a
this is
copy
an
of-
agenda item.
Yep, do
So
you have a
this-
copy of the letter?
We do
Read
have a
it.
copy.
Read it.
I'll give you a minute and a half, Nancy.
That's all right, that's all I need.
Okay.
I just want you to read it, because she was not allowed to come to the city council and present the Waterside Land Conservancy to you. She wanted to come in the worst way last August. She called and talked to Jose, her boss talked to Jose. We weren't allowed to present it because you were only working with New Urban West. This proposal has never been brought forward. It's out there. They'd like to buy the land. That's it. How'd I
Okay.
do?
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
And one additional speaker card, this is from Alex Arietta.
Good evening, Alex Arietta, Edgeview Drive. I want to talk for a moment just about the initiative and also talk briefly about last City Council meeting 2 weeks ago. I was very candidly concerned because so often the monastery in Urban West has been talking about being such a great neighbor next door. However, 10 of the 13 speakers that night who spoke on behalf of the project, in favor of the project, number one, did not live in Sierra Madre. We're not residents of Sierra Madre. Therefore, frankly, have no standing to express their support for the project and spend time, valuable city council time, that residents should have. Secondarily, they wouldn't have to live with the results of this humongous project that's not appropriate for the city of Sierra Madre. Thirdly, probably 10, maybe nine of these speakers finished their comments with saying there will be legal action if this project is not approved. And I found that very disheartening for supporters of the largest landowner in Sierra Madre to finish their comments and basically threaten the city council and say there will be legal action and you should be prepared for that. Very disheartening and not very neighbor-like. The other part is to correct some misinformation around the initiative and what it will do and what it will not do. Again, the initiative was born from the fact that this is a project that is way over scale, way oversized for our city, and therefore terribly inappropriate for our city. It does not fit on 10 different levels. The city, and there's been a lot of misinformation out about the initiative, about the religious persecution, and they won't be allowed to continue on with the important work that they do, when all of that is simply not true. It's not factual. They will be able to continue on with the work that they're doing today. But it sure does sound controversial and therefore interesting. And maybe there's something here, but there's absolutely nothing there. It's frivolous. If they want to make enhancements to the retreat center, they can do so. They can take out a permit like any other resident in Sierra Madre would be asked to do if they want to make an adjustment or an alteration to their property. So I implore the city council members to make sure that you're hearing facts about the initiative, facts about this project, which again, the Planning Commission has been extremely diligent on asking pointed questions about what this project is about. We ask that you do the same, and please stay very informed about this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Arrieta.
Mr. Mayor, there are no other speaker cards received for items not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Madam City Clerk. Which brings us, we're delighted to have our Pasadena Unified School District Board member, Tina Wu Fredericks, with us tonight, along with Dr. Elizabeth Blanco, and she's going to give a presentation about the district. Welcome.
Hello? Oh. Hi, hello, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Goss, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia, esteemed council members, Arizmendi, Krebs, and Parkhurst. I'm Tina Fredericks. I'm a board member of Pasadena Unified School District, District 6, which encompasses Sierra Madre. And thank you so much to the City of Sierra Madre for this gracious invitation for us to present PSD's programs, and we're happy to do this again next year and in the future. I'm honored to introduce Deputy Superintendent of Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Elizabeth Blanco, and Ms. Lindsay Lewis, Principal of Sierra Madre Elementary and soon-to-be Director of Early Childhood Education.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, members of the public, staff members. For those of you who have not had the pleasure to meet, like Mrs. Frederick said, I am the Deputy Superintendent of Pasadena Unified, and I'm really appreciative of this opportunity to share our programs with you this evening. So I'm going to start out with our mission and vision statement, and I think that some important words in this are that we want to inspire a deep love of learning by embracing the cultural background of every student, that we value global skills, and it's part of our graduate profile and academic excellence. What was really important to our board in their new vision statement was to include the joy of learning. We want our children to really enjoy coming to school, and particularly after what they've been through and having to stay home for so long. So our district currently has 23 schools. This is the makeup of the schools. We like to say that we have a full portfolio of options that you can take part in through our open enrollment system, and Sierra Madre schools are part of that portfolio of schools, and they're very sought after schools by the Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre communities. We have about 2,400 staff, certificated, and classified employees. So our students, we're running about 14,000 right now. We are implementing a new TK program. That's why we're taking your principal, Lindsay, to a new place, because we see that she has expertise in those skills. So she will still be part of the Sierra Madre and Pasadena community, but just in a different role. So you can see our demographics. We do serve diverse population with students that are learning English, students that are in foster care, families in transition, great diversity in race and ethnicity, and so we pride ourselves in really being a diverse school district that values all the cultures that come to us. So this is one of my favorite charts. It summarizes the counts of students that fall into different eligibility categories, and it really demonstrates that children don't come in a neat package. You might be an English learner and be gifted, or you might be socioeconomically disadvantaged, or a foster youth. And so when we think about services, we think about them for all students, and then also with specialized supports for the varying needs that our students do have in the school district. So our current context as a unified school district returning from the pandemic, we know that our students and families are recovering from the impact of global disruption, and our staff has been in ongoing discussion and reflection regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout the pandemic, and our teachers have been implementing research-based practices to effectively adjust classroom instruction. We really are looking at an accelerated learning model as opposed to remediation, because we've learned over the years through Hurricane Katrina and other disasters across the nation that remediation is not the answer. So we do have a just-in-time learning, what we call, where we're really bringing students along with the Common Core standards as well as catching them up at the same time. So we spent a lot of time training our teachers in this model of learning. So these are some of the new supports we have in place, instructional shifts that I just mentioned to stabilize and address learning gaps, expanded learning opportunities. We have received additional funding to be offering school for 9 hours a day to close some of the gaps and provide services for the students and families. We have really focused on health and wellness. We have gone into the area of teletherapy. Right now, any family can access mental or physical health services at home through Hazel Health. And then we also have engaged in Care Solis, which is mental health services that kind of, if you think about like the Uber of health services. So a lot of times we found people were waiting to get the services they needed. With Care Solis, they will match them up right away. And I mentioned our DEI efforts have continued. We were able to open our ethnic studies district-wide programs. We are working with our students through the student think tank and really hearing the voices of the students in the areas of curriculum, mental health, and inclusive practices. So this is just some of the data that talks about our achievement. This is our iReady data, and our students are really resilient and prevailing. At the start of the year, we can see students are on grade level or higher rates, 18% for mathematics and 32% for reading. While of course these rates can be expected due to challenges that some of the families and students faced, the testament of the work is that our teachers are engaging in making sure students are on grade level or higher. So we have had a 12% growth rate. The iReady company asked us to do national presentations with them because we were able to hold some of our growth in the area of mathematics where other districts really lost traction. So additionally, rates of students far below basic and grade level are lower after 5 months of instruction. So these are promising results showing that while there's still much work to be done, the work that has been done is really resulting in progress for our students. So this next slide shows our math diagnostic data from January and February pre-pandemic 2020 versus January and February 22. We do have one additional diagnostic that's not shown here, but the post-pandemic rate of growth is significantly higher using the accelerated learning strategies that I mentioned. We also have had access to tutoring and additional supports that have doubled the growth rate in grades 3 and the highest usage for math. So our graduation rates continue to exceed the state and the Los Angeles County, so we are very proud of them. Of course, we would like to see them, in the high 90s, and we'll continue to work towards that. So our graduate profile continues to be the North Star for all of our students. The ultimate goal that we've been working on is student self-directiveness in learning and life. If you can see a snapshot of our college and career academies that we have Health at Blair and JROCT at Blair. Marshall Academy has creative industry. John Muir has business, entrepreneurship, and engineering, environmental science, entertainment, media. Pasadena High School has the App Academy, creative arts, media design, law and public service. We're looking at expanding to have an education pathway. And then our Center for Independent Study focuses on business and health, and our Rose City Alternative Education Center focuses on business. So all of the pathways allow students to participate in work-based learning experiences, and we're very thankful if any of your businesses have allowed us to have those internships. So we also believe in having healthy mind and body and culturally competent citizens. So we, as I mentioned, have focused a lot of our efforts on mindfulness. Our leadership team just spent 3 days in mindfulness leadership training because we believe if the adults are happy and healthy, then that will be passed on to our students. So PUSD also has continued to leverage magnet programs to reach our goal for diverse campuses and create K-12 pathways, produce global citizens. We are launching our newest K-5 Armenian DLIP language program at Webster. That will start in the fall. We are in partnership with the Armenian Relief Society, and this is our first graduating class that was from the high school DLIP program. That we had about 5 students graduate with the IB diploma and the DLIP certification. So our French program is expanding to 6th grade, and it will be in middle schools for the first time. We have an interview with the Office of Civil Rights tomorrow, and keep your fingers crossed. I think we're lined up for another $15 million magnet grant. So usually when they call us, it's because they want to just, dot the I's and cross the T's. So we're very hopeful about that. So our current magnet schools, we have visual and performing arts magnets, Altadena, Elliott, John Muir High School, and then STEAM magnets at Jackson, Washington Elementary, Washington Middle School, which will be Octavia B. Butler starting July 1st. And you can see the other academies. So we're very proud of these magnets, and we're hoping that we'll have some additional money to continue with the magnet program. So Learns and Expanded Learning, currently we have academic offerings with homework assistance, and we have Imagination Learning and working on literacy and math facts before and after school. We have a lot of enrichment activities through that program that includes dance, sports, science, driver's ed. That's one of the most popular ones because we don't offer that in high school anymore. And then college and career readiness. So we really try to have the before and after school programs support what's happening during the day. We did receive additional funding for extended learning opportunities, and we will be expanding the program with more certificated staff and teachers as well to support the students in their expanded learning opportunity academically. So we have 8 community schools that we received both a federal grant and a state grant for community schools to launch them last year, and we received the newest grant for community schools from the state. So each school that's a community school has a community advocate to help support the students. They have core instructional programs with expanded learning. So many of the summer programs that we're running this year, in addition to our Learns program and PF, our foundation program, are the community schools program. So we really have a lot more opportunities for students to participate in activities this summer. We also have some selected 4 schools that we call the Superintendent Success Zone, and these are schools that have had more struggling students, and they are receiving more resources and are all community schools. So I am going to turn it over to Ms. Lewis to talk about the early childhood program.
I'm Lindsay Lewis. Thank you, Sierra Madre City Council, for having me, and lots of familiar faces in the audience. Thank you for welcoming me back. And my new role as the Director of Early Childhood, I wanted to have a chance to talk to you about the programs that we're expanding and continuing in our district. So PUSD is involved, there we go. With individual supports, our program develops a whole person by nurturing each child's physical, social, emotional, creative, linguistic, and cognitive growth. So here you can see our list of some of the different programs that we have. On the top right, you can see the bulleted. We have 5 full-day children's centers that operate from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., 2 full-day Spanish DLIP classrooms, 8 early childhood half-day preschools, that's a morning and an afternoon, 2 different sessions, 2 ECP Spanish DLIP classrooms, 2 ECP special education inclusion classrooms, and 2 full-day Mandarin DLIP classrooms. So these are happening within our preschool sites, and you can see them listed below, the people that are the supervisors and the people that help run the programs. And then on this one, you can see these are our growing numbers for enrollment. This is the time of year that we do work on our enrollment for this coming year, so these will hopefully be increasing as we go. On the left side in blue, you can see that these are part-day state preschool programs and the sites that they're offered at. On the top right are the green, that's in green, that is the Field Mandarin preschool program. There are 2 classrooms of Mandarin early preschool programs. And then in the purple are the full day sites and where those are located. On the left, you can see what we're doing here to change as we go into the universal TK. We're wanting to make sure that we're aligning our preschool programs into our transitional kindergarten and then up into our kindergarten through 5 programs. So right now on the left, the current TK programs that we have, there's no specified need for a ratio to have this. TK eligibility is for children who turn 5 between September 2nd and December 2nd. So it's a very small window of students that are eligible for that school year. And then down at the bottom, California State Preschool Programs, the contracts can be used for preschool services only. Then on the right, you can see where we're going starting this school year. The ratio now will be 1 to 12 beginning this year, and then in the following year, it will move to 1 to 10. To be TK eligible, it's going to expand to include children who have their 4th birthday now between September 1st of the current school year. And this is now expanding each year. We're going to build and allow more students that aren't quite kinder ready, but have birthdays that fall within the kinder eligible. We're going to allow them to participate in the TK, or the transitional kindergarten program. And now that the contracts, they can also be used for wraparound services for eligible TK and kindergarten children. Any questions that we can help follow up with?
Council colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, so I did receive an email from the superintendent, I believe it was either this morning or last night, regarding a commission for enrollment. That's my understanding, because enrollment's been declining for some time through PUSD. Could you expand on a couple things? One is what you believe the issues are regarding enrollment and how to fix them. Well, I guess that's what the commission's for. And who makes up this commission? Because it wasn't clear to me within the information that I received.
So some of the reasons why we have declining enrollment is the San Gabriel Valley is declining all over. Many districts have had to close schools around us. I think it has to do with the birth rate and the cost of living in California has somewhat, influenced this. But we also know that 48% of school-age children do not attend Pasadena Unified or Sierra Madre or Altadena schools. So that comes with some legacy misconceptions about the district, and also with some families who have a heritage of private schools. We have the most private schools per capita, I think, in the state. So we know that we cannot capture back all of the children, but we would like to capture back all of the families who are missing out on getting a private education at a public school price. Because you can see the things that we offer. You won't find these programs at this extent in surrounding school districts of our size. And so we really are proud to be able to offer students who might not be able to attend a private school education that really focuses on becoming global citizens, learning language, state-of-the-art science. So the enrollment committee is made up of parents, teachers, administrators, and I do believe they will go out for some student voice as well. So I think it's about 20 people. They're looking at, root cause analysis of the problem, what we can do to maybe improve marketing, and then come back with some recommendations. So I hope I answered the question.
Does Sierra Madre have any representation there?
I can check on that.
Okay.
Represented. But if you would like more representation, we could reach out to Captain or the superintendent. Captain is Ms. Jennifer Hawley, one of our school board members, and the superintendent is the sponsor of that committee.
Thank you. Yeah, that answers a lot. And there's been I'm sure you know, a conception that if you have, let's say, an IEP or special needs, or if you're very high achieving, PUSD up through PHS for Sierra Madre students has been excellent. But if you're kind of in the middle, it's been a struggle. But it seems as though that these academies have really been integrating what we would maybe call the average student, and I applaud the district for that. But we need to obviously keep going, because there are more and more Sierra Madre students continuing through to PHS, more than I've ever remembered. It seems to kind of be dwindling again, and I think we should spark that fire somehow. So hopefully this commission can do it. Also, you know, you hate to talk about these things. Public or safety for our children, right? We're fortunate that we have a chief of police who has experience in active shooter type of education and can help with staff and administration. But do you have any programs or plans to ensure the safety for our students? You always say it's not going to happen here, it's not going to happen here, but we'd obviously like the peace of mind that our students are being watched.
Sure,
or
we are
taken care of.
doing a facilities audit at all of our schools in terms of safety. Within the Sierra Madre schools, I know we're making sure that we have doors that lock from the inside and upgrading cameras with our bond money. There was one incident, and we had immediate response from the Sierra Madre PD as well as all of our staff. It was unsubstantiated, more of just a I don't want to say practical joke, because there's nothing a joke about that, but a student that, you know, really was using poor judgment and not a serious threat. So I think, Lindsay, you have some more information on what's been happening in terms of the schools.
Yes, so both of the schools in Sierra Madre, we do partner with the Sierra Madre Police Department. In the spring, we had an active shooter training on site with all of our certificated staff members, and all of the classified members were invited to join, but we held it at a time that wasn't always available for them. But I, in partnership with the chief, he's just asked me if we will partner even further to help his team do some training on one of the local sites so that they're more familiar with the ins and outs of the buildings and the facility. But there's a great partnership. As a principal, we do have trainings, as with all principals, in terms of the resources and supports that we should have at all of our sites. One of the great partnerships we have here is that we're really able to ask questions. Well, can you help me in my classroom? Can you help me know what I would do? Our policy at Sierra Madre Elementary School is that all of the classrooms are locked by the teachers throughout the day, and so they don't need to go out into the hallway to lock the door. All of the outside doors are locked from the outside, but they remain locked in that position all day. So there's not a need for teachers to have to go into the hallway. Another safety measure that we've taken recently is that every classroom and every auxiliary staff member has access to a walkie-talkie, so that we don't need to have our PA system working. We do have an internal way to get a hold of everybody, and we also have a communication system within of text messaging to staff members, so that we have an internal way to communicate with everybody as quickly as possible. That also goes with everybody in the district. We have Blackboard, which is a communication system so that we can get messaging out to families as soon as that is available. Most messaging, we wait for communication from the police department to tell us when we are all clear or what information can be disseminated. That also is, there's a communication line of command to the district to make sure that everybody is aware of what is happening at all times. There's quite a few measures. We're always open to more, and learning, we don't want to learn the hard way.
Yeah.
So it's good for us to practice and continue such a great partnership where we're able to ask questions. There's lots of opportunities for the police to come on campus and interact with students and help answer questions about what would we do if we're outside versus in a classroom. So lots of great training opportunities as well.
Thank you. Yeah, it gives me peace of mind. I mean, we look at the middle school, the way it's built, it's difficult to get on campus. If you look at the elementary school, Highland, those doors are just right there, but it gives me peace of mind to know that they're locked from entry. Anybody else have anything?
We are working with our bond architects too to look at that. Many of our schools are historic buildings, so it makes it a little bit more challenging than if you're taking a building and tearing it down and then building it, because a lot of architects do focus on that now to make sure that there's ways to exit that are safe should a crisis occur. But that is part of the bond development and conversations we're having as well.
Councilmember Krebs.
Yeah, that was actually my question. I know we've had historic conversations with Mrs. Lewis about the access issues at the elementary school, given how open it is. And so I'm glad to hear that the doors, facing the street are locked. I know there was also at one point discussions about limiting, sort of one point of entry in terms of visitors and having some sort of key fob or other ways of checking in. I don't know if there's been any advancements in those ideas, because I know there are other ways to enter that campus, particularly around the parking lot and things like that people have been concerned about in the past. So I just, I worry about that campus being so open. My children attended there as well. But I'm glad to hear that's top of mind.
We will be installing like a Ring doorbell kind of system at all of the schools. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Yes,
Ms. Mayor.
Councilmember Arizmendi.
Thank you. Congratulations, Principal Lewis. Sad to see you leave, but I know you still stay connected. Because who's going to invite me to be a mystery reader again, I think the data was informative and helpful. It would be great to see if you have any specific data for Sierra Madre. It's helpful to see the programs in Sierra Madre too, but just something a little bit more tailored for us would be great to see, if that's something that you can share at some point. And I just want to encourage the both of you, and also Board Member Fredericks, is just sometimes Sierra Madre feels a little left out. We feel like we're kind of on the outskirts, and it would be great. We'd love to see more collaboration, more partnerships. Let us know how we can be involved. I know during the redistricting, there was a lot of concerns from parents in Sierra Madre as to how we fit into that, and looking for accessibility also to our board members and to our staff of the city, or to PUSD. So again, I just want to offer that out there. Please reach out to us. We want to continue to be good partners as we work with the school district.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to expand on that. I mean, there's a perception that in Sierra Madre is not as a diverse community, says Councilmember Garcia. Sierra Madre, and there's Mendy, right? Sierra Madre is a wealthy community, and sometimes when there's a pot of money out there, we feel as though Sierra Madre doesn't have the voice that it should. So I want to encourage a good relationship, open communication, because we want our children to go to our schools within the community and continue within the public school. Like you said, some of this is a private school education, or even better within the public school system. My son's in the math academy. He's 8th grade. He took the calculus BC exam.
Wow.
It's ridiculous that we have that kind of programming. He's in the he's going to be in the Law and Public Service Academy. There's some great programs there, and we just have to make sure that our residents and students are informed of them, and keep going forward. And I don't want to put our board member on the spot, but she has an interesting, the demographic of your district, District 6, is very interesting. You have Sierra Madre and Upper Hastings, but you also have this finger that goes down into a lower socioeconomic area. So just as far as, because you are a district representative rather than at large, what is your advocacy for Sierra Madre? I'm kind of putting you on the spot. I apologize, but.
Well, I'm hearing that you need for us to reach out more, so I'll do my extra effort to engage you all, and I see that there's an opportunity with the enrollment committee, so we just need to find those connections. So we need to sort of integrate our calendars. I mean, I feel like maybe this was sort of a whim thing, or maybe with recent events, this kind of.
Well, it didn't feel like a whim, because
together.
it's been, almost 2 years since you were elected. We hadn't heard anything, so not quite a whim, but it was more of an invitation. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I feel like we have our governance calendars. We probably have a governance calendars, and we should really make it a priority and put it in there, because I know as a parent, and I'm really busy. If it's not in the calendar, it's not going to happen. So we need to figure out what those opportunities are.
Board Member Fredericks and Dr. Blanco, I have a question. It's kind of a specific one. Not meaning to put you on the spot, but since you're here, One of my pet peeves is we have this beautiful gymnasium at Sierra Madre Middle School, but it's underutilized. It's not used generally in the evenings. It's not used generally in the weekends. It would be wonderful for the kids in this community to have access to that. And we have made some overtures to the Pasadena Unified School District in previous years, and we haven't had much success. We are willing to pay for some of that, the cost of maintenance and security, if we would open that gym up and allow our youth in to play basketball, play volleyball, and something like that. I'm wondering what your thoughts might be just off the top of your head on that.
I think that's a great idea. We have a civic center permit process. I'm guessing that some of the hesitation might be with the traffic and the neighbors and stuff. I know there has been concerns about noise, you know, so I think that's something we'd really have to like reach out and have community buy-in.
Yeah, we could help with that.
Continue through into the evening or on Saturdays, but we certainly have partnerships like that with City of Pasadena, and we're not opposed to it. I know, I don't know enough about the city charter, but we do have joint board meetings and city meetings, and maybe that's something, you know, we could suggest to the president to have with Sierra Madre City Council as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I mean, I would like to expand that. I was actually going to tail off to Pro Tem Garcia's comments. I mean, I agree with the mayor. I think, you know, the access to the school facilities in general, not just the gym at the middle school. I mean, we have these beautiful fields, and, you know, they lay empty a lot of the times. I know, you know, the Little League has a partnership with the district, and that's great, but I do feel like, you know, we could use more open space always in this town, and so I mean, I would like to expand that conversation beyond just the one facility.
Thank you for that question. Thank you for that idea. I think McKinley, in a lot of our gyms, we do open that up to community, and I don't see a problem doing that. And it aligns with our community schools model.
Right.
We want to be the hub for the community, so that's a great idea, and let's schedule something so
Well,
we can make it happen.
Right. The many benefits to it. One is you keep kids out of trouble if you can keep them occupied playing sports at night and on weekends. So, Councilmember Parkhurst.
Partnered with the Boys and Girls Club in Sierra Madre.
Oh.
They do use the space of the gym for their basketball and volleyball clubs.
Who the what?
I know with
Which?
COVID recently, it has not happened.
Okay.
Both basketball and volleyball, they
Mhm.
weren't using the facility
I see.
pre-COVID.
Yeah, we're simply wanting to expand it to so it would be publicly available. Yeah. Councilmember Parkhurst has a question.
Yeah, I'd like to expand on what Mayor Pro Tem Garcia said. You know, on this the Commission for Enrollment. You know, the feedback that we got on the redistricting commission is that it was a train wreck. That people were not, people in Sierra Madre weren't listened to, and that what went to the board was not what was recommended by the committee. So I'm a little bit struggling recommending lots of involvement in it unless we know that the recommendations are put forward are actually listened to. But the report that we got here at commission was that that there was a letter that was objecting to the majority decision from the redistricting group, and that that it was the objecting school board members' approach that was taken by the district and not what was come up with the committee. So I don't know all the details on it. You know, this is just what we got reported here, but it's kind of troubling, and it kind of echoes some of the, you know, if you ask someone to be on a committee and then you ignore their recommendations, I kind of have a hard time bringing it before this council and saying, yeah, we want to have someone on here. So I just want to bring that up, because that's the feedback that we got. And again, I'm only getting one side of it, but it was very troubling to me.
I encourage you to watch the board meetings that feature redistricting. I think the committee made recommendations that they felt the committee came to agreement on, and not everybody was in agreement with the recommendations they made, but they are volunteers throughout the communities, and I think they worked really hard on their recommendations, and it was just a situation where a lot of people did not agree with it, but I do believe that in the end, the committee's recommendations are what was followed. So I do encourage you to watch the meeting so you have full understanding of maybe those different perspectives.
Thank you for that.
And that was my understanding. It went up to an appeal, or got appealed to the second level, and then that second level actually accepted what the committee came up with at the end of the day. Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you very much for taking the time to spend with us tonight. It was very helpful.
Yes, thank you.
We hope we see you more often.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Who do I schedule the next meeting with? Let me know.
Thank you.
So we have more presentations here.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before we go on, I think from a procedural point, we didn't acknowledge the items not on the agenda that were received via email. We didn't ask on that when we went through that item.
What item?
So for items on the agenda, we have people come up, comment cards,
Right.
people come up and talk, and then we
Right.
also ask if we've received any emails
Oh.
for items that were on the agenda. And I think just it's our practice, and I just want to ask the Madam Clerk if we
Yeah,
received
that's
any
great.
emails for items that were not on the agenda.
Thank you, Councilmember Parkhurst. There was one email for an item that was not on the agenda, but the speaker did attend the meeting today and read her comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, I'm glad you brought that up, Robert. Now we have our police department annual presentation. Chief Armlin is with us tonight with, looks like some of his staff. Always a pleasure to see you, Chief.
You too, sir. What's my number? All right, thank you. Good evening. It's good to see you, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Have the pleasure tonight to give you our annual report on public safety and taking a look at the year of 2021. So this slide shows our personnel, and I'm happy to tell you that we are super close to being fully staffed. We have 23 total sworn officers and 17 part-time employees, or excuse me, 23 sworn, yes, and then, or excuse me, full-time employees, 23 full-time employees, and then 17 part-time. Sworn officer is actually going into the academy on August the 22nd. We're super excited about that. So we're going to be celebrating a graduation here shortly. Those part-time employees include the 6 LAPD part-time officers who supplement patrol for us. And then I am really happy to tell you that we are continuing in our downward trend for crime statistics. What you see there reflects 5 years of crime, and this year of 2021 we had an amazing 34% drop in overall crime, and just a simply amazing 48% drop in crime since 2017. And I got to tell you, in my 35-year career, unheard of. I've never seen it before in all the other places I've worked. And that is absolutely a credit to what this council thinks about public safety, to our incredible partnerships with our city partners, because we work as a fabulous team, and then the wonderful men and women that you have working with the Sierra Madre Police Department who truly care about this community. And one of the most supportive and aware communities I've gotten to work with throughout my career. So this slide breaks down actually the individual crimes, and it gives you a snapshot of the more serious crimes as well as ones that are pretty common throughout law enforcement. And then the top line pretty much categorizes all other crimes. Our city continues to not have much violent crime. It's something that does not plague our borders, and we're super happy about that. And I'll tell you, we're seeing rises. If you watch the news, you're seeing that there's rises pretty much throughout LA County right now. there's a lot going on out there, and we're doing fine here in our city. You'll notice that for 2021, I mean, there's drops pretty much across the board. The one area where we do still have some issues is theft, and that rise coincides with what's going on in Los Angeles County. Theft has been a problem, and we in law enforcement started to see this spike happening with the pandemic. Individuals started looking for opportunity to steal property from homes. And that's even though people are home. They're not trying to get inside of homes, but bicycles from vehicles, property left outside. That's where law enforcement overall is seeing some of these thefts during the time of the pandemic. The other thing that really spiked pretty much across LA County was catalytic converter thefts. And we did suffer from that and experienced some catalytic converter thefts. This slide reflects what's going on in the first quarter of 2022. And we are seeing a spike in crime. And once again, for us, it's the theft issues. We actually had, I believe it was 17 catalytic converter thefts already through this year. The vast majority of those occurred at the start of the year, where we had an incident inside our city yard where several catalytic converters were stolen. But once again, the city got together, the partnerships, and we first provided security and now have security cams, and that problem is gone. We are still seeing occasional catalytic converter thefts. We've conducted an operation that was extremely successful where we serialized some 80 vehicles, which is part of the answer to this, because those catalytic converters are not serialized, and when officers usually do find someone with the tools and with the stolen product, the difficulty is finding the victim so that you can have some type of prosecution. So we're going to be doing additional operations like that and offering the public to come out and serialize their catalytic converters. And there is legislation on the way that's going to force car dealerships to serialize all catalytic converters on new vehicles.
Chief, really,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
so really quickly, is the LA Sheriff, is that the unincorporated areas?
So it's the unincorporated area of Temple Station. And I also want to point out that this reflects a 2-mile radius from the center of our town. So those numbers are only getting a portion of those cities. It doesn't reflect their entire city's crime. We just wanted to kind of show what's going on within our reach and what's going on within our town.
In Q1 2021 for Pasadena, is that missing a 0, perhaps?
No, actually, I'm glad you brought that up, sir. We are learning that Pasadena had a reporting issue. So this is taken off of the crime mapping system. And they did not, I mean, the crimes were being reported to the PD and they were taking the reports, but as far as using the crime mapping system, there were some issues there.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was alarming to us when we saw it.
Thank you.
So when they control for that, is there much of a difference? I mean, should the 2021 number have been similar to the 2022 number if they had done the reporting correctly?
For Pasadena, yes, it would have been closer, but they are experiencing a rise as well. And so the next slide is investigations, and as you can see, we had a total of 470 criminal cases in 2021. Now please understand, this also includes reported crimes as well as observation arrests, say an officer, DUIs for example. Usually those are done by a traffic stop where an officer sees an individual who's exhibiting behavior of someone who's been drinking. So the outcome of 235 arrests reflects how many of those cases actually led to an arrest, either through investigation or because the crime happened right there and the officer was there to make the arrest. The slide also points out that we had 6 crimes from our ICAC investigations, which is Internet Crimes Against Children. I'll speak a bit more about that on an upcoming slide. And I also like to take the time to point out to you that I'm happy to say that for the first quarter of this year, we're actually seeing a decrease in the rejected cases coming from the district attorney. So we're really excited about that, and we're hoping that trend's going to continue. And once again, I must credit you for being a counselor that said, we want to talk to you about this. Please explain to us what's going on. So you and other councils, I think, are directly responsible for this. So thank you for that. I can put some tricks on these things. All right, so this slide, basically, I'm really happy to tell you that for the first time in the history of this department, we've assigned an investigator to the Task Force for Regional Auto Theft. This is really, really outstanding. So we've taken an officer, and he is assigned as an investigator with this task force that specifically targets auto theft and vehicle-related crimes, which includes catalytic converter thefts or thefts from vehicles. Anything related to a vehicle, they will assist in the investigation of it. This gives us immediate additional resources should we have another problem, like what occurred in the yard. It gives us additional training on field investigations for our officers, and it also gives us additional education programs. They'll come out and do that, and they are actually the ones who aided us in doing the catalytic converter etching program. So I mentioned a moment ago about the Internet Crimes Against Children task force that we are a part of. And this is really about protecting children, and it is centered around the uploading and downloading of child pornography through social media apps. Apps such as Facebook, Snapchat, Kik, and Tumblr are some of the apps that these incidents occur on. And we are notified anytime that we learn, or that the task force learns that an individual within our borders has done such a thing. And then the case is referred over to us, and our investigators conduct an investigation and try and bring that crime to an end. We've had 6 cases in 2021, and this actually includes a case where once we served the search warrant on this person, we recovered a ghost gun, and it was an assault weapon, as well as narcotics from this person. So this program is very important, and while we don't have a massive problem with it, we are being told when there are individuals within the borders that have done something like this, and obviously it's important that we address that. For 2022, we've already received 4 cases that are currently being investigated. So, with the pandemic, collisions, poor driving is unfortunately up, and if you've spent any time on the freeways, you may have noticed that people are driving much faster coming out of the pandemic. We have seen an increase in reported collisions, and the slide basically represents the ones that warranted an actual traffic report, and then the ones where it was minor property damage only, and the parties were allowed to work it out amongst themselves. But we have seen a 17% increase in traffic collisions. To address that, we have applied for and received an Office of Traffic Safety grant that we just got notified on that we're one of the recipients. This is going to be fantastic because it's going to allow us to address all driving concerns with increased enforcement and operations as well as education. So we're really happy about that. And as you will see, on our next slide, I feel like it's needed. We don't have an overly dangerous community related to driving, but we do have problems around the city. 2021, we saw a pretty significant increase in speeding, and that is represented by the blue line. Those are citations that were actually written over the year. The orange line represents U-turns, and we continuously enforce those, so we did see a slight spike in those as well. You know, it's like I said, unfortunately, for whatever reason, poor driving has definitely increased coming out of the pandemic. It's our plan to continue to do enforcement. We do crosswalk operations. We're going to do quite a bit of speeding operations, and we're also going to look at the grant to see if the purchase of an additional speed trailer may help as well.
Is a stop a rolling stop?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, yeah, well, I just noticed that. Yeah, stop is any stop sign actually, but a rolling stop is one.
Oh, just any stop.
Yeah,
Okay.
just
Lack of stopping.
basically not coming to that complete stop.
Got
Yes,
it.
sir. And this slide represents the training that we do with our officers, with our entire department. I'll just point out a couple highlights. The one at the top, perishable skills, we're doing fine with that. And those are post-mandated trainings that keep the officers within mandates when it comes to uses of force, weapons training, driving. There's a bunch of things that you're mandated to by post to complete, and we stay within those boundaries every single year. We continue to focus on the things that are important about dealing with people. As you see, we have mental health decision making for our field training officers. We want to ensure they have the best training and are prepared to deal with some of the mental health conditions that we face out there, as well as persons who are just not cooperative. And try to use our heads, our mouths, and our hearts to get the job done prior to having to use any of the other options that are there. Behavioral threat assessment, and then autism recognition and response. And I want to tell you, we actually had a new family move to the city, and the son had autism, and this wonderful mother brought him down so that the officers could meet him and get a chance to talk to him. And it was a great experience for my guys and gals to get a chance to talk to him and communicate and understand. So we came out of that and added additional training. We had learned so much, they wanted to know so much more. We set up additional training. And then just at the bottom, I want to make sure you know that we're continuously looking for ways to develop our people professionally. So we've sent individuals to a course called FBI Leadership Training, which is put on by the FBI. Incredible. It's 3 weeks, and it involves civilians, it involves officers, sergeants, lieutenants, and even chiefs. And everybody's in the room sharing experiences and talking about what it means to be a law enforcement leader. And our most what I think is one of our most important areas at the station are our dispatchers. And As you can see, we continue to get a decent amount of calls. They did drop some in 2021. We hired a brand new services division supervisor, Wendy Kenner, and she came from within the department, so we're really excited about that. She's doing an incredible job. But on the previous slide, you'll see there was women leaders in law enforcement, training and development symposiums. So I've always understood that the initial contact with law enforcement is probably the most important few minutes and really determines what's going to happen, whether it be that phone call that comes into the desk or the officer contact in the field. So we're trying to sew into all our people so that that's done in the best manner possible, and especially with our dispatchers. They have one of the toughest jobs out there in trying to deal with folks who may be experiencing some of the worst moments of their life. And they do an incredible job, and I'm happy to tell you again, 0 complaints from these wonderful ladies working our desk. We're going to continue to sew in them professionally and ensure they're there for our community. And the next time I do this, I'm going to know all these bells and whistles. And then lastly, I want to tell you about our community outreach program. There you see Community Service Officer Emil Siddiqui. He's our new Community Service Officer. This has been a little tough with the pandemic, but we're starting to move in the right direction and get some things going. We've kind of had an aggressive approach to try and get Neighborhood Watch going again. We're going to use National Night Out as a real good kickoff. But we actually have some groups who are now saying, yes, let's start meeting. And we're giving them the option of Zoom, in person, whatever it takes. Because that's one of the strong suits about our city and one of the things that helps us keep it safe. So we've had incredible connection with St. Rita's and some of the other schools doing different trainings. And we continue to ensure that our city personnel and anyone else who's interested are prepared for active shooter. And of course the Bears, stay on top of that. We stay on top of that, and I think we're doing okay up there. I haven't received any real concerns about the Bears, but we're going to continue to provide that training as well. Lastly, I just want to talk about a few new things. One, once again, a credit to this incredible council. We're super excited for the purchase of the Bank of America and our getting a brand new police station. We want to thank you so much for that. As I know my counterpart back there, Chief Bartlett, will say the same. You're recognizing that we needed an extra officer and assisting us with that. And I want to let you know we're starting our bike team up. You'll see them on the 4th of July. We're really excited about that. We got them motorized bikes because these hills are something else. And then as I mentioned, you know, these 2 grants, there's actually 2 grants. I told you about the traffic services grant, but we're also getting we've been told that we're going to receive the Cal Office of Emergency Services grant. We're going to get a grant from them that's going to help us provide radios for the Emergency Operations Center and look at improving our radios. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Chief, thank you for that excellent and very positive report. I think you're underselling your impact on the bear situation. For a while there, it was kind of dicey this beginning of the year, but you guys were a frontline defense on that too. So, questions for the chief?
Just a couple.
From Parkhurst.
So first, yeah, I'll echo. I mean, your team is doing just a fantastic job.
Thank you, sir.
You know, it's again, you know, we've got this opportunity where we punch above our weight, and you know, we've got the officer shooting training that we've got that we can do in LA County, which I think is fantastic. And I've had a chance to interact with the police on a couple of occasions on a couple of things that have gone on within the city, and they just are top notch, you know, and really appreciate the job they do. I just had 3 quick things, or 4 quick things. when you had, there's one of the slides, you had other offenses
Yes.
that was in your thing, and that was kind of the majority of them. Can you give me just an idea of what is in that other offenses, so I can wrap my head around it? Because it's the largest category, and I'm always trying to.
Absolutely, sir. So, other offenses is, it includes pretty much every other crime that you can think of. For example, terrorist threats will fit up under there, and that can be a misdemeanor or a felony. Lewd or threatening phone calls, extortion, handling, they will all fit up under other offenses. So there's not, the more serious incidents are listed already on there.
Right.
So it doesn't really contain any violent crimes, but it will contain other areas.
And, you had talked about larceny increasing, but there's also the sex offenses. Although it's small, it's one of the ones that, on percentage-wise, increased significantly. Does that cause you any concern at all?
It really doesn't, sir. So I think you may have saw in there we had one rape crime, and those are always concerning. And we had one last year, and I believe one this year. And both of those were dating situations that unfortunately went the wrong way. Where the both persons knew each other, both led to arrest. The sex offenses, those ICAC or internet crimes against children, fit up under there. So they've kind of driven the rise in that area. So because we started that in late 2020, I believe.
Okay.
So some of those offenses in 2020 are from that, and certainly I believe it's 6 that are from 2021. Some of the other crimes that may fit up under there could be inappropriate touching and things like that, but certainly I'm glad to say none of the more serious, or they're all serious, but none of the more violent incidents involving sex offenses.
That's good. Yeah, that ICAC, we've seen some serious incidents with that, with some people committing suicide. Not in here, but in other places. And so it's one that, with with teenagers, that's always one that worries me.
Yes, sir.
You'd mentioned the academy. I know it's been something on your mind for a while. Do you need any support for us to get that off the ground? I know it's kind of like you've wanted to get it. It's something I'd love to try to see. Anything you need from us to get that academy up and scheduled?
So the Citizens Academy.
Citizens Academy, yes.
Yes.
That's what I meant. I don't know if that's what you meant on the slide.
Well, actually, I think it was on there. I had Citizens Academy, so that's something that we've had some issues with getting up and running. I'm believing we're going to be able to get one going in August, and the main reason is folks just were not ready to come out, because it is something that has to happen face to face. It is an in-person training session, for lack of a better term. So when we do it, I will certainly reach out to you, and any of you are welcome. And if you know individuals that you'd like to encourage to attend, it really is just a wonderful information sharing opportunity where we get to tell the persons who are attending how we do, what we do, and even let them experience what it's like to be a police officer through role playing, and then get that so important feedback that helps us make sure we're doing the things appropriately and in the best manner possible.
Excellent. And the last thing is, guns have been something that's been in the news quite a lot recently. And some of the unfortunately, we are hearing about copycats to Uvalde and other situations. Can you talk anything about kind of how you're addressing that here within Sierra Madre? I mean, it kind of came up in context with the Pasadena Union High School or the Union School District. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing to try to address that challenge and keep us safe?
So, I will start it by saying I am so glad that they're not a common thing here in our city, obviously, that we come across them, but we have occasionally. It's a tough issue because you just don't know, and you have to operate within the Constitution, and you just don't know who the individual is out there who has guns. What I can tell you is that we are working with the district attorney's office when we do have weapons crimes, and ensuring that these crimes are addressed by the legal system. We can certainly consider education programs out to the community and out to the schools. I'm thankful that we're not seeing these in our schools, we'll do whatever it takes to keep it that way. But I will say it's we're in a good place, and I think we had 3 weapons crimes in 2021, and one did involve a suspicious suspect that we got a phone call, or a suspicious person we got a phone call about, and he was an ex-felon in possession of a firearm, and we contacted him, and he was taken into custody. The other one involved an individual, same circumstances, suspicious circumstances, acting suspiciously, and we ended up doing a contact and found, oh, you know what, I'm sorry, actually that one, I apologize, I'm thinking of one from the previous year. That one involved a property owner who had a confrontation with a jogger, and when the officers went up, we learned that the property owner was in possession of a weapon outside, basically away from his property. And so we ended up taking him into custody for that. The other one was a suspicious person, I believe a transient who had a dirk or dagger, which is an illegal knife, on his possession. So, but same circumstances, 925, or suspicious person. And out of those, the one resident I mentioned was the only person who lived within our town. The other 2 were folks who were just kind of coming through.
Any other questions? Chief Armland, thank you so much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Now we have a presentation from Chief Bartlett from the Fire Department.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I was waiting for you to say always good to see you as well. Just kidding.
It's very nice to see you, Chief.
Great to see you, Chief.
Yeah. Chief. He was getting all the love. Must have been the vacation. Mr. Mayor and Council, it's actually a really pleasure of mine to be able to present these annual reports, especially 2 years into our newer model of the full-time career department. We've just accomplished quite a bit in a very short amount of time, and we'll be able to cover, hopefully, touch the very surface of what we're really doing, to be honest with you. But basically what I want to be able to present is our annual report, which will be available. We had a few copies available here, but they will be posted on the website as well next week for everybody's viewing, and hopefully we'll be able to pass those on. But we're going to cover basically my message that I have for the year. We're going to kind of touch on our department mission statement, vision statement, and core values. A review of the year as it is, department development, our financial summaries, and mutual aid deployments that we were on, as well as community outreach that we've been able to do for the last year. Back up a little bit, because actually this wasn't in here, but if you would appease me, for some people that may not actually get the opportunity to look at the printed copy of the one online, I just really quickly wanted to read the message that will be contained within there. I don't have that in the slide presentation. So basically, with appreciation, I have the opportunity to represent the fantastic men and women of the Sierra Madre Fire Department, and it is my pleasure to present the 2021 annual report. This report shall serve as a chronicle for this past year's achievements, of which there were many. Our firefighters worked arduously to ensure outstanding, steadfast service and faithfulness to our wonderful community throughout the year. This past year was an amazing year of growth for our fire department, resulting from tremendous support from our community, city council, and the city manager's office. This year, we were able to upgrade the vehicle fleet by replacing aging apparatus with a new rescue ambulance and a new fire engine, which we saw quite a few of the community out there when we did the wet down on that. It was really nice. The investment in this equipment will provide the latest advancements in personnel safety and safeguard our ability to deliver efficient and effective service. We also partnered with Cal OES as a statewide mutual aid provider when we have received our state-owned Type 6 fire engine. As a result of our vision, your fire department has enriched its community outreach and education with additional programming, including the Sierra Madre Fire Department's Fire and Fuel Reduction Program. The Sierra Madre Achieves Resiliency Together, which we're referring to as our SMART program, where we've been conducting chipper and green waste days, as well as informational seminars in the evenings, and also free EMS community classes. In gratitude for your support, we vow to maintain the mission of the Sierra Madre Fire Department, committed to protecting life, property, and our environment through compassionate service. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to carry out this mission. And with that, I wanted to get into our actual mission and vision and core values, which, to bring up, were reestablished when we changed our model to a career department. And these statements and values were a representation of the collaboration that our department had. I put it out to our members, and they came back with what they wanted to stand for and what they saw as our missions and our visions. So just to kind of read those if I can real quick. The Sierra Madre Fire Department is committed to protecting life, property, and our environment through compassionate service. The Sierra Madre Fire Department is dedicated, remaining a progressive, cost-effective, and innovative fire department that ensures a safe and inclusive environment for our community through exceptional customer service is our mission statement. Our core values is honor, adhering to the highest standard both morally and ethically, integrity based on trust and accountability through service, respect to self and community, maintaining a department of teamwork and growth, and compassion, treating everyone with kindness and empathy. Again, these were brought up by our membership. Another little I guess fun tidbit right there is our logo that we have. Many people may not have seen it or may have, but basically in there is we got a old G firefighter, and to answer the questions, no, that's not me that modeled things. But in there it says the Fighting 41, and the great story behind this is not something we created for ourselves. Although I think some of us probably do think highly of ourselves, it's not. It was actually given to us from Pasadena Fire Department, which we find very, very inspiring for us, and we're really appreciative of it. But it came to us when Chief Frieders was there. He led me in on the story. But as we were looking at where we were going to go with the fire department just a few years ago, and our membership and the community and council stood up and said we wanted our own fire department, and everything that we went through it, Pasadena Fire Department actually recognized all the efforts, everything else, and so it's a term of endearment that they've given us that we will never quit, and that's exactly what we're going to do for this community is we will never quit. So just a little tidbit behind that. We kind of wear it on some of our jackets or little hoodies and stuff. So for those that don't know, this past year in 2021, we actually celebrated, well, wasn't really a celebration thanks to COVID. But we attained our 100 years of service to the community. So what a great honor it was for us to be able to do that. We are hoping that we can still come up with something, and I'm noodling some stuff through my head that hopefully maybe we can do that in the future. But like I said, many of you may know this, many of you may not, but I would like to take the opportunity publicly as well to recognize and gratefully acknowledge the men and women that served on our department and served in our town before us. And we vow to carry on the tradition and the sacrifice that has preceded us for the last 100 years. With that, I'd like to get into basically a little summary of what we've accomplished operationally wise for the department in the last year. Our incidents were at about 1,125, which is pretty good for us. Back when I started almost 20 years ago, we used to do about 600 calls a year. So we pretty much doubled that, although I do believe we went down from 2020, and I would equate that to mostly pandemic. We did not do a lot of transports during COVID. A lot of people just, myself personally, I didn't want to go to the hospital, so I think that equates to the drop in it. But basically, our EMS calls we're about 600, or we're at 699, which is about 62% of our service. Fire was at 426, equating to 38%. Some of the new figures that we are able to put in here now that we haven't done in the past 100 years is that automatic aid. Great service that we have and the great service that we're able to provide. So the aid that we gave to other neighboring cities out of our 1,125 calls was 142 calls for service, about 13%. And the aid that we received from our neighbors equaled 69 calls, which was about 6%. So they owe us. Other things that we're looking at is basically some standards, and per NFPA and some standards that we have to go by for the industry is also our dispatch or en route times. And you can see that the dispatch to en route time, really what that means is once we get the call, we have to suit up and acknowledge that we're going to the call. It takes us about 1 minute and 34 seconds. Dispatch to arrival, so again from the alarm to getting on scene, is about 5 minutes and 29 seconds. According to industry standards, we should be around 5:20. So we vow to try and hopefully cut that 9 seconds off of there. But this also accounts for any calls up Chantry, which we still go up, and that's a 20 to 30 minute drive as it is. And that does take into consideration our giving aid to the other neighboring cities as well, where we have traveled to San Marino, we've traveled to the far ends of Monrovia and the like. So that does extend our times, and it is reflective of this. So if we brought it in more to just our district, they would be much better. Yeah. And then currently, just for a tidbit, projected for this year, we are currently at 650 calls, and so that means we're projected to be about 1,300. My knowledge, we've never reached 1,300. I don't even think we've reached 1,200 calls. If we have, it's just barely past that 1,200 calls. So I would equate that to the services that we're providing outside of our community as well. Training hours. With the pandemic, we did our best to continue to train and heighten our skills while maintaining social distancing and the like. And we were challenged internally with people getting COVID and everything else, so that it put a little bit of a hamper on the training that we would like to typically accomplish, but we did a really good job, in my opinion. Overall, we did 3,172 hours of training for the year, 258 of those being in EMS, which is basically our paramedics and our EMTs are continuous education hours. So our paramedics have to have 48 hours every 2 years, and EMTs have to have 24 in order to keep their licensures or their certificates. So a lot of that training equates to the EMS. On the fire side, we did 2,159 hours. Bulk of that is going to be in what we refer to as engine company operations or fire ground evolutions, from fire suppression to search and rescue, ventilation, mop up and overhaul, as well as rapid intervention, where we train to rescue firefighters if they are in need. We did a lot of fire engineering training as part of our succession planning. We are a young department, and so if we have anybody that decides that they want to retire, which we have a couple that are in that realm, or if they decide to move on, we need that succession plan to move up to the engineer's positions, the captain's positions. So we've done quite a bit of engineer training, and I'm happy to say that, unless I'm mistaken, every one of our members is able to operate the equipment with licensure from the state and be able to at least get some lines, some hose lines in service to help out. And we're looking, basically, if I'm not mistaken as well, everybody has a task book open, an engineer's task book, which means once they complete that, they can now be an acting engineer. So if we have the vacancies or we have the need to move somebody up, we can do that. So we're working really hard on those succession plans. And then, as you can see in there as well, for professional development, we're working very hard, excuse me. We're working hard on that. We just started up a grant program within our department, which is proving to be very successful, and through that, our grants person, Natalia Flores, who's also our assistant, has received 4 certificates, all the way from the federal side to the management and everything else. So she's not only doing the work, but she's completely educated on how to do it and manage them, and we couldn't be happier for that. Company officer certifications, we have 2. And these certificates I'm talking about on the company officer level, the chief officer and executive chief officer, are professional certificates. They require a lot of hours. The company officer one, when I took it myself, and that's basically for the captain's level, at that time was 10 classes at 40 hours apiece, 400 hours. Now I think they've changed it to where the classes are not as much, but it still equates to at least 300 plus hours of very, very arduous training, because you have to not only go and attend the class, but you will also be assigned a task book. And you will be assigned tasks that assimilate to the training that you've received, and it has to be signed off, submitted to the state for approval before you can get your certificate. Same on the chief officer certificates and executive chief officer. Those I was able to obtain myself. Again, those are all on the management side, administrative side for the most part. And we also have currently 1 member, again, for the succession planning, is starting their chief officer certification classes as well. So working hard on professional development. Inspections, we do those every single year. Some people like to see us and some don't. But it is part of our job to make sure that we ensure not only the community's safety, but any visitors, businesses, and also ourselves. When we go into these buildings, or we're in the areas and we go into the homes, we need to make sure that we're familiar with them, especially the businesses, and that they are up to code and they're safe to be occupied. And so last year we completed 1,825 inspections. The bulk of those are our brush inspections, which are for basically any resident that is north of Grandview. And so we do pretty much windshield surveys, and we go around and we check to make sure that everything is within compliance. If not, we will give a notice, go back and check, and we have really good participation with that. As you guys know, nobody here wants a fire, so it's rare that we have to get out the notices, but when we do, the compliance is usually pretty good. Multi-residence, so that's going to be our apartments or multi-family dwellings of 3 units or more. We did 137 inspections. Schools and churches, which in our town there's quite a few of them that are combined. We did 8. We were definitely able to hold up to what we initially proposed before in trying to ramp up our commercial inspections. We were able to get 64, and again, that's during pandemic times when a lot of stuff really wasn't even open. And then lastly, our fire sprinkler inspections, and that's when people are doing the remodels or they're building new homes, and we go out and make sure that the sprinkler system that they put in is going to be adequate. And last, as far as this one, the operations parts goes, is our grants program. And for last year, we basically managed $466,000 and some change worth of grants. 465 was in kind. But what we did is we started with, and I reported out on this before, but was with the California Conservation Corps in Bailey Canyon area and Mount Wilson Trail. We did the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund and Sierra Madre Fire Hazard Reduction and Habitat Restoration Project. Mouthful. And our grants manager now knows to shorten up those titles because she really hated saying it that much. But in that one alone, we did almost 12,000 hours, person hours, and cleared out about 20 acres of hazard mitigation, so the fuels that were in there. For those that toured the area, you can really see the difference. It looks great, still looks great to this day. And we also had 5 Conservation Corps crews assigned to us. And again, that in-kind contribution that we were able to benefit from was just a little over $387,000. The one grant that we were able to obtain in-house this year, one of many to come, is our fire hazard and fuel reduction grant, which is part of our Sierra Madre Achieves Resiliency Together, our SMART program. So we just finished up for this year our last chipper day. So this is advertisement for next year. It's a 2-year program, and we will be beginning again early springtime next year. We started out pretty good participation, but not quite as promising as we were hoping for. So we'd like to get more involvement from the community. It's a free program. We just ask that everybody does their waste reduction or their green waste in their property through their landscapers, through their gardeners or contractors, and get it out to the curb, and we haul it away for free. We did have some people that took advantage of it, and some of the areas, some of the homes actually look really nice. And these are homes that this program was for the very high fire severity area. So everything north of Grandview, and some of the residents did take advantage of it. It was really nice. Along with that, we also have 4 educational forums each year to also talk about fire hazards and mitigations. And so that grant that was awarded to us was just a little over $78,000. So we're very excited about that, and we look to enhance our grant program as well throughout the year. One of the fun things, obviously, about doing my position is departmental development. We had last year we had 3 promotions. We had Karen Bustillos, who was promoted to the rank of captain. She is, for historical purposes, our 2nd female captain for the department, but our first full-time paid captain. We also promoted Mark Duson to the rank of fire engineer, and Natalia Flores to administrative aide. She was part-time prior to that, so she became a full-time employee last year. We had 4 individuals that finished probation. They started in 2020 with us, and probation lasts 1 year. that's where they gotta prove that they're gonna be able to handle the job, basically. And so we had 4 people that were able to get off probation last year, and now are full members with our department, and we're glad to have them. We had Warren Bronham, Larry Chu, Andrew Diaz, and Trevor Stratton, who were all firefighter paramedics. And then our new hire for last year, who is soon, very soon, to get off of probation, as long as he passes that last test, is Jake Knapp.
Right there.
He's, there he is, see? Good probationary firefighter, always up front. But again, we're really happy to have these folks. You know, unfortunately, we've had a lot of transition in the last couple years, and so we've gone through new hires and we've gone through losses, but we're looking pretty good right now. Got a couple spots to fill still, and we plan on hopefully accomplishing that very soon, bringing us to full staff. Next will be our financial summary. So basically for fiscal year 21-22, our departmental budget is just under $2.4 million, with the bulk of that, just as anything, going to personnel at about 85%. Suppression, which is the fire side of things, is at about 10%, and then EMS at 5%. We are definitely not in the business of making money, so we refer to it as cost recovery. And as you can see, what I wanted to try and do is point out a small trend that we have, being as we came from volunteer to combination to now complete career department. So I started back in 2019, gave us 2020 and 2021. You can see that in 2019, for fiscal year, our cost recovery totals were just under $443,000. And in 2020, we are at $5,024,592. And this past year, we were able to recover $574,309. The bulk of our recovery comes through EMS billing. So when we transport patients to the hospital, we have a third-party consultant or a billing company that will get the insurance money for us. Most of our residents are fortunate that they do have insurance, so insurance covers a lot of the transports. And then there is some out of pocket. So this is why we definitely promote our paramedic subscription program at $71 a year. If we transport you, you don't pay anything else. Average cost of a ambulance ride coming up for the new fiscal year will be $2,700. And Arcadia is only 5 minutes away, so that's one heck of an Uber. So we do encourage the residents to take advantage of our subscription program. As you can see, the medic subscription program it generates us anywhere from $35,000 to $40,000 a year. And currently for this year, we are at about 34,000, just a little bit over. So we're actually down about 9% from last year. The other good thing that we are able to kind of really get into now is our Cal OES reimbursement, or when we're deployed to the mutual aid state wildfires. In 2019, we didn't go out. We didn't bring in any kind of cost recovery. 2020, where the Bobcat was, we were able to recover just a little over $75,000, the bulk of that being our water tender deployment on the Bobcat. And then last year, we brought in $182,107, again, in reimbursement funding. So as you can see, or kind of pretty much guess, last year our cost recovery was just about a quarter of our budget. So we like to think that, again, we're not in the business of making money, but we try our best to make sure that we're efficient and effective and very cost efficient. So we're proud of the ways that we're trying to make sure that we can recoup some of our costs. Last year, we were deployed 5 times to incidents within the state. The first one was the Beckworth Complex, where we were reimbursed just over $35,000 for that. That was a water tender deployment. And we spent basically 213 hours out there. The next was the Caldor, and some of these definitely made the news, and so you may be familiar with them. But the Caldor fire was an OES deployment, so with our new Type 6 engine from the state. And we recouped almost $51,000 there with 392 hours of deployment. The Immigrant fire was a water tender deployment. We were only out there for a short time, about 50 hours, and the reimbursement on that is pretty close to $7,000. KMP complex, which is was a pretty big fire. Pretty sure everybody recognizes that one. Again, a water tender deployment, totaling 269 hours and just under $45,000. And then lastly was another OES deployment to the Windy Fire, which was $44,562 and 344 hours. So that was our total of the $182,000 of reimbursement. And our personnel, when you total all those up, were basically gone 53 days in total, so almost 2 months. So again, another commitment not only to our community but to the state and to just mankind in general, to be honest with you. Taken away from their families another 2 months, not only with the time that they serve here in our community. So you know, that's what we love to do, and that's why we do it. But just to kind of touch on the reimbursement. The reimbursement is again, it's not a revenue generating mechanism, if you will. It is reimbursement. A water tender itself gets reimbursed for wear and tear and the like on it, and we get reimbursed for personnel that are deployed, as well as the personnel that are recalled to do the backfill here at the station. So I always find it to be important that everybody knows that yes, our folks go out to help, but we are never without coverage here in town. We will bring people in to cover the spots for the people that went out, and the state is reimbursing us for that. So it's not even an additional budget cost. We do get money back. And if the equipment does not break down and does not need repairs, then yes, that money does go into the general budget for future use. So another reason why you will always see us waxing and taking care of and washing our equipment. As we want to make sure it's in the best shape for service, and we can hopefully save some of that money. Things that we're very excited about is our community engagement, especially through the pandemic. We tried really hard to make sure that we engaged with the community, that they knew we were still here, we're still going to be able to support them, and we tried to maintain as much of the Sierra Madre way as we can. We have a lot of traditions that we do in the fire department here. As you can tell, the annual Easter event, we did a drive-through version of it, which was very successful. We had a great time doing it, but it was really nice this past Easter to see all the kids out there in their Easter outfits and picking up the candy and the eggs. So then next, these are kind of chronological as the year goes as well. We had our Wildfire Awareness Night, where again we try to educate and inform the community on ways to be more prepared. We all know that the fires will happen again, and we just want to make sure that we can educate folks, know how to prepare themselves, know how to prepare their properties, and so when the time comes, we can all react as a community and make sure that we're safe. We had the 9/11 Remembrance Ceremony. Unfortunately, there's a reason to have that, but that was the 20th year since the 9/11 attacks, and it was really great to see a lot of people out there. We will continue to do that every year, and we just invite everybody out again, because that is the thing, right, is we will never forget. We also did the Fire Prevention Week. which the library took over the fire department. And we had a lot of fun doing that. I learned a lot about my members and some of the talents that they had, like Minecraft. I didn't even know that was such a thing. Then we also had Rhyme Time, where the kids came to the station and they were social distance in their little plastic play pools, and we read stories to them. But I think the biggest hit out of that was the pumpkin dropping, where if you see, we still have some rogue pumpkins that are trying to show up this year. So we may keep those growing and have our own entry for this coming year if we do it again. Another thing that we did this year that was really fun, I enjoyed it a lot myself, was the Tea at 3 with myself for our seniors at the Hart Park House, where we had a lot of great donations from town with all the good foods that we had, and we were able to play bingo with the seniors. And anybody that knows anything about bingo, yes, it was just as competitive as you can think. So I'm glad I wasn't the caller, because I would have. Then to kind of move on, like I said, we had a great year despite the pandemic. We did our 34th annual Fire Prevention Festival, which again, towards the end of COVID a little bit, so we were able to get out there. We had Smokey the Bear out there. We had Sparky the dog. We had good participation from our peers on the federal side as well as the county side on firefighters. We're really trying to ramp up our EMS education, which is always free. Please look for that in the future. Last year was the first one. We did a sidewalk CPR that we did over in the band shell. Pretty well attended. We coordinated with Code 3, one of our local businesses, and they helped out with that as well, and we look to bring more of that. We were very pleased to help out with the elementary school food drive, and be able to get some food to not only our residents that right around Thanksgiving time and the holidays that were probably in need, but it also was able to get out and distribute it throughout all of PUSD. Then we did the Santa Parade, which was a combination of 2020 when we only did a parade, and our traditional at the fire station pictures with Santa. We did a combination of both. And then lastly, at Christmas time as well, we partnered with the Heads Up Youth Foundation, which is Rob Fukuzaki, from the sportscaster from ABC7. He has a foundation, and so we partnered with them to do a toy drive again. And those toys, we identified some folks with help of with former principal Lindsay, to identify some families in town that can benefit from those toys as well, and then the rest were distributed within the Pasadena area. So that's kind of a wrap up of our community engagement, and welcome any questions that you may have.
Don't forget you're sponsoring movies in the park too.
We sponsor the movies in the park. Yes, Huck Finn. Hopefully we can
When
get
that
some here
happens, yeah.
someday. Yes, our association is very big on donating and helping out with a lot of the community events. So those things that we do sponsor come from our association.
Chief, very extensive report. Thank you. Do we have any questions this time?
Just thank you for everything. I guess the one request I'd love to see is on some of the statistics, if we can see them broken out by Sierra Madre. You guys are penalized by going up to, going out to San Marino and up to Chantry Flat, and seeing some of that, it'd just be helpful, so we know. I don't know how easy that is. If I'm asking for something really difficult, just, tell me so. But it'd be nice to see, like, in town, like, 'cause I can't believe it's going to take you 5 minutes, 29 seconds to get to anybody's house here, considering how quick you guys are and everything.
I appreciate that. I'll work on that one for the future, absolutely. Yes, we, as you can see, we're really close as it is, so our times are great. They're well below the standard. We get quite a few comments and accolades for the quick service, so I give all the credit to the members. They're as soon as that tone drops, they're out the door. So appreciate that, and I'll work on that for the future, because
Yeah, and I appreciate all the training you guys do. I was fortunate enough to go down to the training academy and see, you making use of those facilities, and I know that Captain Gagcat does a great job in trying to keep everything up to speed, and appreciate Natalia Flores for the applications for getting that money for the wildfire. Did really, really just stupendous job.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And like I said, we couldn't do all this without the support of everybody. Like I said in my letter, the community council, city manager's office, both current and past city manager. It's been great, and so we're excited for the future.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, and yes, to echo Chief Armelin, we can't wait for them to kind of move.
Yeah, I would just like to commend you guys for, the past couple of years or year and a half, where it's gone from, well, first of all, now a professional career department, but instead of just answering calls, you guys are being proactive with things such as getting the California Conservation Corps here for the brush abatement and for the Smart Chipper program. Those are things that enhance the quality of life here in Sierra Madre and keep our residents safe. So I really want to applaud, and we really appreciate those extras that you're doing.
I appreciate that very much, Councilmember Garcia. It's when we were going through the debate on whether to keep our own fire department or not, I heard, and our membership heard very clearly, why we wanted to be here, or why the community and everybody wanted us to be here, and because our department, police department, everybody here, public works, all our departments represent what this town is. And so we will give all we can give to make sure that the quality of life that everybody pretty much expects here and deserves will be continued for as long as we can. So thank you for noticing. We truly try our hardest.
Let me just follow that up too. People sometimes forget that when COVID came along, you guys were out there hanging it out there long before any vaccines were around. And you guys took a lot of hits on that back when there were no guarantees people are going to get out of it. So, and that's the way it constantly is for our public safety officers and fire and police. You guys are always risking your lives for us, and we're very deeply appreciative of it.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
So I think I have one other thing, detailed presentation I'd like to take care of, and then I think we'll take a break, which is immediately after that. Some of you probably are not aware that this is National Park and Recreation Week, and in honor of that, we're making a city proclamation to kind of demonstrate just how important that is here in Sierra Madre. And so I have a proclamation I wanted to share with our public and with our community services manager, Rebecca Silva. So I think I'm just going to come up and join you. Absolutely.
Rosemary?
I'm just going to read the proclamation and regulations. Whereas parks, recreation, and community services programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of Sierra Madre, California, and whereas parks and recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorder, Alzheimer's, and whereas parks and recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, nutrition services, hiking trails, healthy meals, education, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles, and whereas park and recreation programming and enrichment activities such as out of school time and environmental education are critical to childhood development, and whereas parks and recreation increase a community's economic prosperity through improved property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the environmental well-being, ecological beauty of our community, and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and City Council that July is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Sierra Madre in the County of L.A. Presented this 28th day of June 2022 by the Sierra Madre City Council, Mayor Gene Goss, Mayor Pro Tem Edward Garcia, and Council members Rachel Arizmendi, Kelly Krebs, and Robert Parkhurst. I would just like to present this to our Community Services Manager and staff in recognition of this proclamation. Time is it? Okay, I'm going to ask us to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back at 8 o'clock to continue. 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are back, and we will get back to business. We moves us to our consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, would you please do the honors?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before the City Council this evening is one item for consent. On the consent calendar, it is consideration of Resolution 22-48 approving certain demands. It is recommended that the City Council approve Resolution 22-48 approving payment of city warrants in the aggregate amount of $3,339,677.54. Also, Sierra Madre Library warrants in the aggregate amount of $6,216.66. And lastly, payroll transfer in the aggregate amount of $442,996.38 for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2022. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any questions on item A? And questions on item B?
We pulled item B.
Okay. Okay, hearing none, I'll throw this open to public comment. This is just item A, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, hearing none, let's, can I have a motion for approval of consent agenda item A?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make one comment. You know, we have quite a full council chamber. Is not always the case. This isn't our typical warrants. They're a little higher than normal. We do have a payment for a building within these warrants. So rest assured that this isn't the typical 2 weeks or month, right? This is a little outside of the norm, but I just wanted to bring that to the public's attention.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
On that note, I move to approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, and now we will consider item B as a separate agenda item. I think someone.
Do you want me to address why I pulled it?
Well, yeah, I think we're going to need a staff person to
Mayor,
walk us through
we had the understanding it would be the last item discussed. We can move it to the front.
You want to move it to the last? Oh, is that what we did when we changed the agenda?
Typically, yes.
Okay, well then let's do that. Let's we will move to the very last item of the agenda. That'll save us some time and move things along for everybody who's here for other things. Good. Thank you for reminding me. Which brings us to our first public hearing, the consideration of resolution number 22-45, confirming the assessment and ordering a levy for fiscal year 2022-2023, and resolution number 22-46, confirming the tax rates applicable in connection with the city's lighting maintenance districts for fiscal year 2022-2023. Hi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So tonight's public hearing concerns assessments for the Downtown Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District and the Santa Anita Lighting Maintenance District number 1. The City Council approved resolutions of intention setting June 28th as the date of the public hearing, and tonight staff is presenting those two resolutions, 2245 and 2246, confirming the assessment, tax rates, and ordering the levy for fiscal year 22-23. These resolutions will authorize staff to submit these levies to the LA County Assessor's Office for the 22-23 property tax rolls. For some background, the Downtown Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District was established in 2021, replacing the city's 4 previous special assessment districts. Assessment rates in this district are determined by special benefit. That's detailed in the engineer's report, and that includes a complete tax roll of per parcel charges. Parcels will be charged 50% of the maximum assessed rate as set by the founding documents of this district. Starting in fiscal year 23-24, costs for these districts will be fully funded by assessments and will not require any additional city subsidy in the years following. The Santa Anita Lighting Maintenance District was established in the early 1960s, and rates are determined by property value, approximately 17 cents per $100 of assessed value. And because these rates are charged by property value, the engineer's report only requires the tax rate. The county assessor's office has access to the property value information, so they apply the rate to the property values and then send us an updated list. Staff is currently working on an analysis of options to address the surplus funds that have accumulated within Santa Anita District, and we plan to present these to the City Council in July. So before the City Council this evening are the two resolutions. It is recommended that the City Council open the public hearing to receive public testimony and adopt the two resolutions. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Management Analyst Kanowski. Do we have any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
With respect, thank you for the report, very helpful. With respect to the Santa Anita Lighting District, I know you just mentioned that staff is working on options because of the overfunding relative to the designated use for those funds, and that will be presented to us next month. This will then set the levy for this next fiscal year, meaning that the options that we consider in the future would apply in subsequent years, or is there, as part of your analysis, whether we can do a mid-year or mid-fiscal year adjustment?
Yeah, that will be part of the analysis. So tonight we're just going through the regular procedure, but the actual information that we submit to the county generally goes in August. I think the deadline is late August. And additionally from that, and again, we'll get into the weeds of it in July, but we don't actually get the updated rolls from the county until October, and then the charges are produced in, I think, November, December. So there is some time in between then, but that will kind of be depending on council's direction.
Any other questions? Well, hearing none, I'm going to open a public hearing on this question and see if we have public input on item 1. And I'm not getting, do we have any emails on this or anything like that?
Mr. Mayor, we don't have speaker cards or emails received on this topic.
Fair enough. I'll bring it back to the council then. What's your pleasure, folks?
I move that we adopt resolutions 2245 and 2246.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And I'd just like to thank Analyst Konowski for coming in, because I know she's not feeling really good tonight.
Yes.
So we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that was easy. Let's go to number 2. Consideration of ordinance number 1458, amending Chapter 17.88, temporary use permits of Title 17 in our zoning of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code.
Mayor, I'll be presenting on behalf of
Okay.
the Director of Planning and Community Preservation, Vincent Gonzalez. He unfortunately is sick and was unable to attend today. So this code amendment comes before you because of complaints we received regarding the existing temporary use permit process. The concern is that TUPs are being used to convert certain institutional and residential uses into semi-permanent commercial uses. The proposed amendments seek to protect residents' enjoyment of their property and to ensure secondary uses do not overshadow the primary use. On March 16th, this was introduced to the Planning Commission, and on April 21st, the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing and recommended the resolution before you to the City Council. So in the following slides, we'll break down what the current law is and what the proposed what the proposed ordinance is and the reason for it. So the code defines temporary as a use conducted on a temporary basis. There are 2 definitions for temporary use. The first is that it will occur as often as daily during the period specified in the permit, but will not be more than 45 days, inclusive of setup and takedown operations. So that's really captures your pumpkin patches, your Christmas tree lots. That language isn't reflected in that current slide over there, but it is reflected in the ordinance itself. The other definition for temporary is that the use will occur no more than 1 day per week, less than 30 hours in any given month, and will not occur on any day more than 1 year from the date of the issuance of the permit. So you have a 45-day permit and you have a year permit. Staff is proposing amending that language to read as follows: that within the Measure V area, a a temporary use shall not exceed 45 days, including setup and takedown, and shall occur as often as shall occur as often as specified in the permit. And outside of the Measure V area, the use will occur for a period not to exceed 24 hours, including setup and breakdown, and the frequency shall not be more than 4 times per year. The reason being is to distinguish between residential and non-residential areas and to clarify the standards for each. Obviously the non-residential area would be along Measure V, and the residential area would be outside of Measure V. Exemptions. The code currently doesn't have any exemptions from the temporary use permit process, and staff felt that that was appropriate, and other municipal ordinances have exemptions. The first such exemption is for small events, and that's gatherings of less than 25 people. So they could be for commercial purpose, so long as the event contemplates less than 25 people. That won't be regulated by the city. House parties. These are private, non-commercial gatherings of up to 75 people. Now, unlike small events, which may be commercial, the house parties need to be non-commercial, but are capped at 75. Anything above, any event that contemplates 76 or more people, even if non-commercial, would have to come to the city for a temporary use permit. Public events on publicly owned property. These don't get TUPs, these get special event permits. These are a separate class of permits. Film permits are also exempt, again, a special class of permits. Work on construction yards are to be exempted, and emergency facilities, so emergency public health and safety needs / land use activities. And the reason being to impose exemptions regarding type and size of event. The filming ordinance, which will be discussed as the next agenda item, filming in the past, filming permits have included a requirement that a film monitor be present to make sure that the film permit's conditions are being satisfied. The Planning Commission was concerned that a person that serves that role doesn't exist in the temporary use permit context, and thought it would be appropriate to include such a person for large events that require a temporary use permit. So in this new section it says on-site event monitor during duration of event within the Measure V, anticipating 100 or more people in attendance. The cost of the event monitor will be paid by the city and reimbursed by the applicant. The event monitor will serve as the liaison between the applicant, the city, residents, and businesses on the day of the event, and will confirm that the applicant is abiding by the terms of the temporary use permit. Again, modeled after the film monitor in the filming permit context. Findings. With all permits, findings need to be satisfied in order to grant the permit, and the Planning Commission and staff were both concerned about prior bad actors and making sure that we can hold them accountable. And currently there is no regulation regarding violations of a conditional use permit. A condition of a temporary use permit. And the Planning Commission proposed including that as a condition, as a necessary finding in order to be issued the permit, that the applicant has not violated a condition of a prior temporary use permit within a 24-month period. So in the past 2 years, if they violated their prior permit, that can be used as a finding in order to deny them a request for a permit in the future. Appeals. The Commission proposed amendments to the appeal procedures. Currently, residents are not notified of a pending appeal. And the Planning Commission has proposed a mailed notice to residents within a 200-foot radius. The reason being to establish notification procedures in the event of appeal. One suggestion I might have is that in order to make all of our ordinances consistent, that 200-foot radius be increased to 300 feet. Under the planning and zoning law, under state law, 300 feet is the general notice requirement for all planning projects. And the city council might consider increasing that threshold to 300 feet to make sure that the noticing requirements is consistent throughout our code. As I understand it, from staff, that temporary use permits also include conditions that aren't reflected in the ordinance itself, but are generally attached to the permits. Those conditions include conditions regarding alcohol. So specifically, alcohol service shall not be permitted unless proper special events permit is acquired from the Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control. Alcohol service shall be served in distinctive cups. A minimum of one security guard provided by the applicant shall be on duty and present in the area where alcohol is being served. These won't be reflected in the ordinance itself, but they will be included in the permit as conditions. There are also conditions in the permit regarding parking. Again, these won't be reflected in the ordinance itself, but will be included as conditions in the permit. So as you saw when we introduced the planning and development map, there's an interactive map that was created for purposes of noting all developments within the city. And city staff is working with the city manager and the community services department to have a similar map for temporary use permits and filming permits, so that residents of the community can go to the city's website and view a map and see every location in the city where a temporary use permit has been pulled for the specific property and where a filming permit has been pulled for that property, and to click on that, and when they click on it, they will receive, they'll find the folder with all the relevant application material for each permit application. Currently though, we are just posting the applications. The map isn't up yet, and the applications can be found at the link provided on this slide. One other thing to note, that security is only provided in the Measure V within 100 for I'm sorry, one moment please. Oh yeah. So I believe, just going back to the slide, so there's some clarification. I believe your question is about number 3, correct? Clarification? So a minimum security guard is provided to the applicant shall be on duty and present in the area with alcohol. So that actually applies to not just Measure V, but to anywhere in the city. So the security guard requirement would apply throughout the city. And so the alternatives for council to consider today are: 1, to adopt the ordinance number 1458 as proposed, to adopt it with modifications, or to continue its consideration of this item. Staff recommends adopting the city council's ordinance number 1458 as proposed. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, City Attorney Garagosian. 3 questions. I think they can be answered pretty quickly. Within Measure V, when a TUP is requested for other reasons than trees and Christmas trees and pumpkin patches, what are the other examples of why a TUP would be used within Measure V for like a 45-day period?
So a TUP is necessary when someone wants to make use of their property in a way that isn't ordinarily allowed under the existing zoning. So if in the Measure V area a property is zoned for commercial and they wanted to use it for something other than what's allowed for commercial uses, they would need a TUP. Now, I'd have to review the code, but I think probably something like having a graduation party at the ballet school might require a TUP if there's over 75 people in attendance.
Okay, that's helpful. And then, am I understanding correctly, so if there's an exemption like the house party for more than 75 people, 100 people. I'm gonna host 100 people on Friday at my house. And I would need a TUP, because it's over the 75, and then I would also be required to get a permit for a special events permit to get the ABC service granted permit to serve that alcohol?
I believe that's only when alcohol is being sold.
Sold, got it.
But yes, otherwise you would need the permit, but the alcohol permit is only when the alcohol is being sold, I believe.
Okay. So it's not just attached to the TUP, it's just when alcohol is being sold?
Correct.
Thank you.
So expanding on that, I'm thinking of, where we're going to have events like that, and oftentimes there are civic organizations that are 501c3s that give back to the community, and let's say they sell a ticket for $75. Would they now need to get a special permit through the ABC, even though it's questionable whether or not that $75 is a donation or it's for the alcohol?
I would recommend they contact our planning department, because our planning department is the one that deals with alcohol and beverage control at the state level for those permits, and planning staff would know better than I would.
Okay.
Other questions?
I got go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So just a couple clarifications. So the TUP supersedes other parts of the municipal code, is that right? So for example, in a section of the municipal code says that areas in the R1 zone cannot be used for commercial purposes other than home occupations. By getting a TUP, that allows you to do something other than what's allowed in an R1 zone, is that right?
That's correct. The standards in the R1 zone are permanent uses, and the requirement and the TUP process allows for variations from those permanent uses on a temporary basis. Correct.
Got it. And so, is there any differentiation between events that are inside versus events that are outside?
No.
Okay, I'll leave it there. And you could have an infinite number of small events of 25 or less, is what the way this is right?
Correct.
And is the 24-month violation of the terms, is that retroactive, or would it only happen it would only happen from the point we adopt the ordinance forward, correct?
Correct.
And then the last thing is a clarification on slide 5. If we could bring that up again. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. In the new section of 178830H, on-site event monitor during the duration of the event within Measure V. In the markup of the code, it says outside Measure V. So I just want to make sure we're clear on this. I think, doesn't this mean that it is outside the Measure V area?
So the language in the draft ordinance is the one that's correct, and it says a temporary use permit must include, as a condition of approval, a requirement to have an event monitor on site for the duration of any event taking place outside the Measure V. So it shouldn't say within, it should say outside.
Right.
One other correction that was caught by a member of council is that in section 1788.060, it mistakenly strikes the word any from section A. The word any should remain in there. It should read any decision of the director on a temporary use permit.
So capital A, any.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Councilmember Creeves, you have a question?
No, only discussion items.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I'll throw this open for public comment now.
Mr. Mayor, there were several emails received on this topic for public comment. They were received from Anthony Sweeney, Carolyn Halpern, Lisa Pulio, and Mr. and Mrs. Stevens. All 4 emails were forwarded to City Council for consideration and have been uploaded to the city's website for public access and transparency. We do also have a number of speaker cards that were submitted. The first speaker is Julia Dyer Lopez.
Remember, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Please tell us what your name is and your address.
Hi, Julie Dyer Lopez, and I'm 171 Orange Grove, and I am a resident of Sierra Madre, and a mother of 3 daughters who went to Alverno High School, 2 who have graduated, and 1 that will be a senior at Alverno. And I just want to make a statement that I want recorded. I'm a member of the Board of Trustees and also chair of the Finance Committee for the school. And we would very much appreciate the council's consideration of our request to allow the contracted rental services in the villa to proceed while the application for the villa is being processed by the city. The events are weddings and wedding receptions, which can take families up to over a year to plan. Over 60% of those are religious ceremonies. So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Ken Farsing.
Honorable Mayor Gossa and City Council members, I'm Ken Farsing, President of the Alverno Heights Academy Board of Trustees, and that's 200 North Mitchell-Linda Avenue in Sierra Madre. Our attorney submitted a comment letter on the impact of the proposed temporary use permit ordinance amendments on Alverno. The letter outlines how Alverno has relied on the revenues from private rental events and filming to maintain and restore the historic Villa del Sol de Oro, a city historic landmark. The villa contains a consecrated Roman Catholic chapel, and the rental events are primarily religious in nature, including weddings and other ceremonies. Alverno has relied on city-issued special use permits and temporary use permits for the past 3 decades to host these events. Now, the city has routinely granted permit extensions over these many years, and Alverno manages the events per the operating conditions approved by the City Council. Relying on the annual temporary use permit renewal precedent, Alverno entered into rental contracts for weddings and similar events going beyond August 31st, the date that staff maintains the villa's TUP expires. And as Julie indicated, wedding planning starts months in advance. The amendment will limit rentals in Alverno for 4 annually. When the school raised this limitation, staff suggested a conditional use permit for the villa. Following staff direction, Alverno filed a conditional use permit application. The Planning Commission's public hearing is scheduled for July 21st. The proposed ordinance would jeopardize dozens of contracted events, so we urge the City Council to allow the contracted events to continue while the city is processing the conditional use permit. Now, I've tried to disabuse the Board of Trustees and school management that the city is discriminating against Alverno. They believe the timing of both the TUP ordinance amendments and the film permit ordinance amendments during the same time as we're having hearings on the school's master plan is solely aimed at Alverno. They believe that specific amendment language is also aimed at Alverno. They also believe that some of our neighbors have been lobbying members of the City Council to discriminate against Alverno. Now, unfortunately, the school needed to obtain a court-issued temporary restraining order against one of our neighbors who threatened our students. Our position on this is clear. Alverno has an absolute duty to protect our students, and the neighbor presented an imminent threat of harm to our students with their action, and the neighbor uttered racial slurs at our students. Now, it's our understanding that the neighbor has provided written testimony alleging that our school is using the restraining order to prohibit them from attending tonight's meeting. Now, copies of the restraining order have been sent to the police chief and the city attorney. They can attest that the order does not prohibit the neighbor from attending city meetings on Alverno or this meeting tonight. However, the school and the city need to take seriously any threats against our children and staff. We thank the Sierra Madre Police Department for their assistance. It's our understanding that this neighbor has been observed fraternizing with individual council members. The Board of Trustees and our management staff have not contacted council members so as to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest. Our head of school, Julia Fanara, is here tonight, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding the villa and its use for rental events. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farsi.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Justin Brandstatter.
Good evening, board members. My name is Justin Brandstatter, and my wife Kim and I reside at 89 Olive Avenue, which, as you probably know, is registered as a historic landmark known as the Fletcher House. As both visual artists and designers, we take great care and considerable expense and diligence to have painstakingly renovated the home and the property, all with the desire to honor this landmark and our community. During this period, we've operated our home, we've opened our home countless times to charity and fundraising events for the city. In 2017, my wife and I started hosting small workshops known as Lavender Marketplace at our home. In addition to the small workshops, for the last 5 years, we've hosted a yearly charity marketplace that's been benefiting local charities and vendors within the community. For the past couple of years, we've hosted small gatherings such as bridal and baby showers and intimate weddings, etc. And the home's become a place of celebration for many during these trying pandemic times. Our home-based business has grown organically, and this growth has come with trial and error. Last October, we became aware of some neighbor concerns. We take seriously our position as representatives of and within Sierra Madre community and the caretaker and owners of a landmark property. As a result, we have changed our venue terms, and we no longer allow amplified music and microphones. Events now end at 9 p.m. In addition, we apply for TUP before we host any events with 25 to 60 guests. We also changed our capacity from 80 down to 60 in order to be sensitive to the neighborhood. Regarding the parking issue, we now work exclusively with a shuttle service that takes guests to and from a public lot not less than a mile away. This has eliminated any street congestion. And again, we share this as an opportunity to be transparent, to show our desire to be an excellent host to our neighbors in the community. It's just come to our attention that because we are a historic landmark, there's a conditional use permit that would allow us to further meet the requirements of the city and continue within the parameters permitted by the legislative process, which is what we've always intended to do. So therefore, the main reason why we're here tonight is to request an exemption. We've started the conditional use permit application process under Chapter 17.82, which states that any historic landmark in a residential zone may be converted into a small entrepreneurial business, service, or professional office if a CUP is issued. So it's our understanding that this is about a 4 to 6 month process. Therefore, we're requesting an extension be given with our present and original TUP conditions. This extension would allow us to ensure our clients that have already booked events under the new terms mentioned above to proceed. At this time, we will continue to work closely with the city to ensure that all the requirements are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brandstatter.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Sue Smicker.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Sue Smirkar, and I am a resident on Olive Avenue. I live very near the Lavender Marketplace. A Google search will show that this site shows up as a top event venue in Sierra Madre. I want to begin by thanking you for having taken our considerations from myself and my neighbors, into consideration and rapidly moving to change the TUP ordinance. There are a lot of great advances in there, and we do appreciate you taking this very seriously. However, there are some important issues. One is the D1 exception that's currently in there for small events of 25 people. As I understand the R1 code, and I've passed it around to show what I believe are R1 code violations on page 2, I understand that home businesses cannot conduct activities outside of the home. And that makes a lot of sense. It's very noisy, it has a big impact There are noise violations, parking violations. I've detailed on here which of the R1 code violations I see as being violated by these events being held outside. So this is the code I found on the website. So if the intent of this modification, this exemption D1, is to allow unlimited commercial events outside in our neighborhood, this is going to continue to very adversely impact our neighborhood. So in this package that I have passed out, we detail the impact on our neighborhood. We have put the list of the R1 code as found on the website and detailed in red the ones that we believe the Lavender Marketplace is violating. There's also on page 5 a list of 40 events held in the last 2.5 years, including during the COVID lockdown. These are largely weddings and other events. We are really, our neighbors are just really tired of these events. They have been a huge impact. Olive Ave is a great neighborhood. It's a part of low density housing. But houses are only 20 to 50 feet apart. Many people are affected by these events. And that includes events that are small, 25 people. Apparently, this exemption would allow them to do unlimited business in our neighborhood. We are simply put, we are exhausted by this. We're tired of trying to police the events, trying to constantly call code enforcement, to file complaints, and we're asking that you change this modification for allowing 25 people commercial for-profit events in our neighborhood, and we also are asking that you deny this CUP. It is a very adverse effect on our neighborhood. We would like to go back to enjoying our yards in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Steve Broskin.
Good evening. The name is Steve Rosker, and I live with Susan McCarr at 65 Olive. And she spoke it very well, that basically this is a loophole that has been written into the new proposal. I don't believe it has legal foundation to override the zoning of R1, which says that the only way you can allow non-permitted events to occur on a permanent is a CUP, but to allow it on a temporary is through a TUP. So now you're creating an exemption to the R1 zoning code by allowing 25 or less. And this is we were hoping you didn't intend to mean commercial for 25 or less, but apparently you do. And the city attorney thinks that that makes it okay. But then they can have unlimited amount of 25 or less commercial activities, and there's no saying in here, are they going to have off-site parking? Are there noise restrictions? What's happening here? I don't think that's the intent of what you folks are trying to change this TUP process. And when you get down to because it's right there on the first page, it's the only way that the Planning Commission, I attended the March 16th, and I think it's Commissioner Pesner finally figured it out and said to everybody, now isn't Olive in R1? And everybody, including the attorney and Gonzalez, paused and said, The only other TUPs that have been applied for in residential have been one for a block party on Ramona and one anniversary celebration on Mariposa, and they've been granted. The third one was for the British Home for the June Fair. 7 TUPs have been issued to the Lavender Marketplace, and it's strictly a commercial activity. You can see by the documentation process what they're doing over 2.5 years, making a lot of money at the expense of the neighborhood. And so basically I was going to come up here and just go on to some other topics, but I think you need to really look at this exemption and check it out and see if it's even legal which I do not think it is, and for good cause. And you cannot override a zoning just by guys creating an exemption. And so it needs to give pause and follow up with there's other residents here that are ready to speak. And I will get here early and let them speak. They're residents that are impacted by this noise. It's ridiculous. You can see all the photographs of all the parking problems. How many people are going through this place? How many chairs they're doing? And they're promising to keep it under 25. Does that include the minister, the servers? What if that adds up to 30? Is that a violation? I think that's what needs to be looked into. Thank you.
Council, may I clarify a point?
Yes, please.
Regarding that exemption, that's an exemption from applying for a temporary use permit. That doesn't exempt them from not operating a commercial enterprise in the residential area. So in other words, if it's determined that they're operating a commercial enterprise in the R1, code enforcement can enforce the R1 provision. All this says is you don't get a temporary use permit for gatherings. You don't need to get a temporary use permit for gatherings of less than 25 people. The reason being, it's because it's just very difficult for staff to determine whether or not something is going to be it's very difficult to determine temporary uses for these small types of events. When it's a large event, staff can catch it because we will see the car traffic, we will see the people gathering at the location. But for these smaller events, it's just very difficult to enforce. And from an enforcement perspective, staff felt it made sense to have this exception for 25 or less from the TUP provision. But of course, this is open to the City Council amendment if they choose to amend it.
I'm a little confused. Are you saying that this is exempt or not?
This
If
is
it's a 25 people commercial event. Is that exempt?
It's exempt from the TUP requirement.
Okay.
So they don't need to get a temporary use permit.
Okay.
However, just because they don't need to get a temporary use permit,
R1 still applies.
R1 still applies. Doesn't mean that they can operate a commercial venture in the R1.
I see. So the code enforcement officer then can enforce it.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
And it's 24 people, right?
24,
Because
right?
it's less than 25. Right?
Correct. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker card has two names, so I'm not sure. It's either Maria or Brian Decker.
All right, I'll speak. I'm Maria Decker. Good evening, Mayor and council members. We are property owners at 70 to 72.5 West Miramani. So our property runs east across the Lavender Marketplace and the short-term rentals that they have that are on Miramani. So our tenants are impacted by the events that they have, the short-term rental that they use, and they've also used the short-term rentals for small gatherings of 25 people or less. So we have received calls, texts, emails, different things from our tenants complaining about all the activity, and I shared with them the information I got from the people who live on Olive and what the packet that you received from them, and they confirm that they have experienced that, and they tell us it's constant noise from where our property is, because our property was built in the 20s, so the side yard setbacks, it's pretty close to the property line of their property, because ours goes from Miramani, 200 feet down. And because of the slope, they can also look right into, and I sent a video via email that shows one of my tenants, one of the events, look right into the glass house that's on their property, see everything that's going on. You can see the noise. I mean, it's right from their bedroom window. It's all right there. I mean, it's, so to have a commercial business next door to a residential property really impacts our tenants. I don't know if there was anything else you wanted to say.
We've talked to code enforcement a number of times about doing something about it, just on behalf of our tenants, because we're not there, right? So we just live a few blocks away on Laurel. And code enforcement hasn't been able to do anything. So if it's a residential a resident in R1 that's having commercial events, 25 or less or more, and code enforcement isn't doing anything, is this new ordinance going to change that? So, that's our concern. And we see traffic all the time. When there's complaints about parking on, what's that, Alondria?
On Auburn,
When there's complaints about the parking, then the parking all of a sudden, our street up on Miramani gets filled up with cars for the next event because the parking's been changed. I find beer cans and bottle caps all in my gutter. I mowed my lawn and cleaned it up yesterday. So like, it's not like it's not impacting us. Our tenants are having, they're constantly after us about the noise going on next to them. They have a right to a peaceful
enjoyment
of their property, of where they're renting from us. So that's all we wanted to come up and say was, that on our half.
On behalf of our tenants.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Decker. Under 30 days? No. Not sure. Next.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Keith Stevens.
Hi, Keith Stevens, West Grandview Avenue. We've lived on the north side of Alverno for more than 30 years and when we bought the house, we knew we were buying a house across from a school and the expectations that we had of living across from a school. However, the TUP activities that they do, we weren't prepared for, and in 30 years, it just has gotten worse and nothing has changed. 1998, there was a settlement of a lawsuit between the neighbors in Alverno that said that the music had to end at 9:30. Private guards had to be there with a published phone number for the residents to contact them, and a decibel meter. And all this time, it doesn't happen. We have numerous complaints. We call the city woman, who actually we can't call her because the city is closed. We call our contact with Alverno. Mailbox is full, doesn't answer, no reply. We call the police. They're not interested in doing much. We have been mocked on social media by interns at the police department because they feel our complaints are petty and inappropriate. Alverno is a school, and the fact that they need to do, filming separate, but these constant parties that they are doing that just take up parking, make lots of noise, leave trash behind, and there's no other institution in town that is doing this to the level that they are doing. And it's like it's a school by day, and it's the Airbnb from hell by night. Just everybody that has the money can come and use the facility and really do as they please. And whenever we bring this up with the school, we go to their meetings. We can't really do anything about it. They say it's not our responsibility. Parking and traffic, that's on the city streets, so that's their department. The noise they're making, well, that's the people there. We can't really control that. So I guess my suggestion or my tip is for TUPs to limit them to maybe 5 a year, or a substantial reduction that we can do anything we want all the time is greatly unfair to us residents. We're in a quiet, residential, secluded, safe neighborhood, and I think these should be the promotional points for Alverno to promote at school, rather than bringing that down by having the big party. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, the last speaker card is from Kristen Stevens.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Stevens. I live with him. I was not planning on splitting this up. This is very confusing. I'm sure it's really convoluted for the residents to figure out how to discuss this, and it's not about the school. This is about the city of Sierra Madre. And in Sierra Madre, there is no other entity that has been given for 13 years, 365 days a year, a TUP to operate as Alverno is. So I'm sorry that I have to bring up Alverno because that's what we know. That's what we're experiencing. I thank you for taking the time and listening to us, because this has been a long-standing loophole. I think it's going to be worked out because this was supposed to be rolled into the CUP. And I've done a lot of research, pulled out some old records, and I've written that. I'm sorry I wrote a little bit too much, but that's what I have. They say you can't fight City Hall, but we don't think of this as fighting City Hall. This is an opportunity for us to get back our neighborhood. We don't want to fight with Alverno. No neighbor wants to see their children harmed. None of us. I would say we have the same zip code as the rest of the city, and the onslaught of the intrusions from the way our neighbors, which happen to be Alverno, have been allowed to operate under their zone has been scandalous, frankly. My document explains what Alverno will probably agree to as far as the TUP, that they had agreed, in 2009, 2010, to roll the use of the villa in. So that's going to be a really strong, contentious probably argument as to how they can use it. We just are asking you to give us the language in the code that goes back to helping us have our home, have the use of our yard again. We just want appropriate language. We want you to fix the code and plug the loopholes, and basically just give us back something that no longer unreasonably interferes with the use, possession, and enjoyment of our homes that surround and are adjacent to the problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there are no other speaker cards.
Emails?
There were several emails that were forwarded, 4 emails that were forwarded previously.
Okay, I'll bring this back to council. I put the timer on. I gotta turn it off here.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Mr.
So
Parker.
just a clarification on Alverno. So what's the status of the CUP? Like, when was it supposed to be updated? You know, where is it? You know, what's the timing and the process of it?
Thank you for the question. The Alverno has applied for a master plan amendment, as well as 2 conditional use permits. One, I believe it's 2, one to operate the school and one to operate the villa. That application came before the Planning Commission earlier in the year. The Planning Commission sent it back to Alverno for further study, and that application will again be before the Planning Commission on July 21st, which I believe is their second meeting of the month.
And I'd like to go back in history. So do they have a CUP right now? Like, what was the status of it? What is and was the status of their CUP?
Yeah, if Planner Lynn is here, perfect. I think Planner Lynn could speak to this better.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Parkhurst, regarding the CUP, Alverno has submitted CUP before, and I believe it was 2010 when it was brought to City Council that since Alverno is planning to renew and drafting their master plan and conditional use permit, the City Council, as a policy, approve a annual temporary use permit for Alverno to rent out the villa for private events as a stopgap measure until the master plan and conditional use permit is drafted.
Planner Lynn, did you say 2010?
2010.
And so I'm trying to, I thought that we gave them like a year extension on their master plan, is it? Or is it on the is it on the CUP? I'm trying to get the, like, I thought that there was like there was a year ago they were supposed to get it in and they haven't gotten it in. Is that
Yeah,
right? Or
the deadline was, I think last July to submit update, and we gave them a extension.
Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Lynn. Sir, public comment is closed. I understand you're with Alverno, so I'll give you a minute here if you'd like to make a follow-up to your earlier remarks. That's fine.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on the existing TUP, is that was approved by the city council at the time with our master plan. And there was essentially a condition there that said we would come back in a year with a conditional use permit application, which we did. But then the city planner at the time told us that the city code didn't allow us to have the conditional use permit. So what the city did is then give us a temporary use permit for a period of time while they then amended the city's ordinances. So the school basically has followed the guidance that the city has given us. And we weren't aware that the city code had been amended. There was never a reach out to us and said, hey, come back and apply for your CUP. We had actually put a CUP in. So I just wanted to clarify, all of that information is provided to the Planning Commission. So they have all the letters, everything that basically is part of our record for the Planning Commission to consider. So again, now we have the conditional use permit ready to go for the villa, and also we started in November with the master plan amendment, and then the TUP ordinance amendment started about the same time. So the city said, basically, come back in with your conditional use permit for the villa, which we've done. So now everything's before the Planning Commission. We're just, at this point, we'll go to as the city attorney indicated, we have the public hearing scheduled for the 21st of July.
So you started in November for a TUP that expired in July.
No. The master plan goes back quite a bit, and basically what happened is when we brought in the lower school, which is TK through 8th grade, the city had asked that we amend our master plan. So basically, as part of that process is amending the master plan, we also got into discussions with Mr. Gonzalez about how do we handle the villa. Should we continue with the TUP or should we do a CUP? So essentially, eventually the decision was made by the city, apply for a CUP for the villa along with the CUP for the school. So it's very convoluted, but we've kind of outlined it in our report to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, sir. That helps. That helps to clarify. Any other questions or thoughts?
I'm wondering if we should bifurcate this. I'd like to have a discussion about the ordinance on its own and then maybe address some of the variance requests separately. Would that be okay?
Sure. Which one do you want to do first?
I just had a couple of concerns about the proposed ordinance. One is a small point. In the staff report, I don't have the right code section, but in the staff report, it's under B2 frequency. It states the use will occur no more than 4 times per 12-month period. This suggests to me that someone could argue that the TUP is specific to a particular use versus particular to a property, and that if I were, a homeowner, I was going to use it for one thing, I could do that 4 times and then use it for another use 4 more times. And I don't think that's what we intended. So I would just suggest that that language get tightened so it's clear that it's not specific to the use, it's more specific to the property or the applicant, however we're defining that. And I appreciated your comment on the small event exception being specific to the TUP requirement, because I too was concerned about how that interacted with other parts of the code, so I appreciated that distinction, so I'm less concerned about that. I also think that there may be instances such as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned where, you know, charities and other civic organizations have events that probably are considered commercial by nature because they're fundraisers, and I'm not looking to impose, you know, more restrictions on small fundraisers, and I think that would cover that. And then the last point I wanted to make was, give me 1 second. In terms of the conditions on the permit that you mentioned would not necessarily be codified in the ordinance, but would be part of the permit application process. I'm wondering, in addition to the alcohol and the traffic conditions, whether it would be prudent to include, I don't know, a reminder or some pointing the applicant to the fact that the fact of the temporary use permit doesn't necessarily override their compliance with other, hopefully this is the case, other aspects of the code, such as, you know, noise ordinances and things like that, because, you know, I would hope that, you know, for example, the 1 day permit, you know, we certainly don't want that to literally run 24 hours and have, you know, the event occur overnight or at times when the noise ordinance wouldn't allow for certain activities. So I just wonder if there's other instances in the code that would apply to this event that we should just point out to the applicant as part of the process, so they don't think that, you know, the terms of the permit override other considerations.
Councilmember, I think Planner Lynn can probably answer that question. I know that she recently issued a temporary use permit for some other parcel in the city, and I'm wondering, did that temporary use permit include in the conditions of approval requirements that they abide by other provisions of the municipal code, including noise, for example?
Yeah, so I recently approved a temporary use permit for a house party, an anniversary party, and they did abide by the parking conditions on the application, that they provided a shuttle services to a off-site parking lot.
And is there a requirement in the conditions of approval that they abide by the municipal code, including noise ordinances, etc.? Are you aware of that? If you're not aware, okay.
The noise ordinance, but
we'll
they
confirm
are
that.
always been told that they cannot exceed the ambient noise.
I mean, it's possible that we could just incorporate relevant ordinances into the permit, you know, either by reference or by, you know, adoption. Because I wouldn't want people to think that they could get a TUP and have a 24-hour party. I mean, they should still be subject to a, you know, a closing time, right?
And would you think about it with noise as well?
Well, I think that's primarily with the noise.
Yeah, okay. We've got the part of the code that talks about noise and odors and refuse. I mean, I wonder how do we point to that? Well, we can defer to staff, but I think that there's a couple of things that are related to it. We've heard about refuse as well as noise.
I'm not getting a lot of, I'm not getting a strong desire to pass this ordinance right now. Am I misreading you guys?
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, I think there's just so many considerations, and I'm thinking about how the CUP for Alverno plays into it, and not necessarily just that it's Alverno, but is there an institutional consideration that we should have when looking at the TUP? And I'm also thinking about how it falls into the filming, and I'm wondering maybe we should look at the filming before making a decision here, because even though they're two separate, well, many different ordinances, I'm wondering if some of that will play into the decision of the TUP. So I think for myself, I'm just trying to think through it as to how to move forward on it. You know, and I like a lot of the proposals that were put forward by the Planning Commission, and there were a lot of good comments today too.
Other thoughts?
Yeah, I think we're all at that point where I think we should consider the next agenda item. I don't know if we can, but we should. Yeah, and there's issues that have been brought up, such as existing contracts, and I get that, but you also know that your TUP is expiring, so maybe you have to be careful with that. But we don't want to ruin somebody's wedding because we switched the ordinance. I mean, I don't know. It's just a lot to think about.
Well, from the two parties we heard tonight, they both have a desire to have CUPs.
Yes.
And here we are talking about TUPs. So the CUPs are generally more restrictive than the TUPs. I mean, I'm thinking if you're a resident that lives up in Olive or down near Alverno, the CUP is probably the route you'd rather go than see a less restrictive TUP. But I'm not quite sure what to do about that.
And I'm trying to balance, the concerns with the neighbors as well. I mean, on the one hand, we do have, you have events that are booked out, 6, 8, a year in advance. But we also have neighbors that, we've seen pictures of lots of traffic and noise and, so I think, if we don't consider the TUP tonight, I'd like to make sure that we have, as the Planning Commission says, defer to a date certain. Like, I'd like to make sure we get it back before us as quickly as we can, considering the feedback that we've given, so that the residents in these areas can get some relief from some of the challenges that they're experiencing.
I mean, I think that if the direction is for special cases like the testimony we've heard tonight, might be better served by a conditional use permit specific to that property and going through that process so it can be tailored to the specifics of that situation, then I would be in favor of moving forward with, because I mean this is the first reading, so we're gonna need a second reading anyway, moving forward in the process with adopting a TUP process that is applicable, sort of broadly and not addressing the particularities of the situations that we've heard tonight.
Can we stay the second reading until we hear the CUP process for maybe at least Alverno?
Do you mean the filming permit process, or you mean the CUP?
The CUP.
Yes, you can continue consideration of this item until the CUP is considered, but the CUP will be considered by the Planning Commission, not the City Council.
Yes, right.
But so we can, though, tie it to that so that it would come back to the City Council after the CUP has been considered by the Planning Commission.
Yes.
And then how would the discussion tonight impact, if at all, the discussion at the Planning Commission? I mean, would they be aware that there's sort of a relation, from our perspective, there's perhaps a relationship between, this ordinance and maybe the film, we haven't gotten there yet, and the CUP?
At this point, it really wouldn't, because no direction is being provided to the Planning Commission regarding the CUP or the TUP.
So to bridge it, then there would be direction, or we would perhaps provide direction or guidance or thoughts.
Correct.
To the Planning Commission.
So is it possible to have the conversation on the filming permit and then come back to this item and just try to, because I think, I'm hearing us talk about that there's things that are interrelated. I'm hearing public comments that the things are interrelated. And I appreciate Councilmember Krebs saying that, we may be able to move forward on the TUP now, and I kind of leaning that way, but I want to have the conversation on the filming permit first, so that we recognize how those overlap and how those impact each other.
Yes, it's within the mayor's discretion if you'd like to move on to the next item and then return to this item.
Okay, well that's what we're gonna do. Let's do that. Maybe that'll provide us some clarification on this issue. And that is consideration of ordinance number 1459, amending chapter 5.36, commercial photography, motion picture filming of Title V, business licenses and regulations of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. Administrative Analyst Hines is with us.
Good evening, Mayor Goss, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia, Council Members Arizmendi, Krebs, and Parkhurst. I'm here this evening to present to you the Commercial Photography Motion Picture Filming Ordinance Amendments. So definitions. Currently, the code defines extra small film productions and still photo shoots. What we're proposing to change in the ordinance is to strike both definitions and incorporate into one definition of film activity. And the reason to do so is to streamline the process for our applicants. I would also like to start, I should have mentioned this at the beginning, what I'd like to do is as I go through each slide, I'd like to ask for your input at the end of each slide, because there are quite a few. So if you have any questions about this one, or So definitions, again, currently we do not have a distinction between a non-residential area and a residential area. The proposal is to include a definition for residential area and non-residential area. And the reason for this is to clarify standards as appropriate for each area in recognition of the fact that the impacts are different for each.
So is a non-residential area, would that be commercial and industrial, or how does that tie up with our zoning?
So, yes, I do believe that that would include both commercial and industrial. Is that correct, Alex?
Yes, I believe there's a slide later on in the presentation that illustrates this.
Okay, and here is that slide. So for the residential areas, residential area is where a parcel located with, in which at least 75% of the perimeter adjoins parcels with the zoning designations as listed above. So you can see in this diagram here, we do have the subject parcel. Now 75% surrounding that subject parcel are residential properties. That would make this parcel then residential. For the non-residential areas, you can see as demonstrated in this slide as well, the subject parcel is surrounded by both commercial and residential, and so more than 50% it has then changed this to a non-residential area. Currently, we do not have a distinction between for-profit productions and not-for-profit productions. The proposal would be to add a definition for charitable films, and this would be to create a reduced fee. So for example, charitable films would include such things as student productions as well as public service announcements. Are there any questions on this one? So the current exceptions would be that the code accepts news media, family videos, small professional still shoots, studio productions, and city-produced sponsored shoots. The proposal is to accept all productions, filming, or photos with 5 people or less. The reason for this is that productions of 5 or less are rare and they don't really impose much of a burden on the community. They generally come in with very limited equipment, an easy handheld camera, maybe a light, if that at all. So there really isn't any impact, and they generally come in and leave within a couple hours. The current application process is between 5 to 10 business days prior to production. So that is actually prior to the start of filming. So the reason for 5 to 10 business days would be, 5 business days would be for something simple. The more activity that is proposed, such as ITC, et cetera, we would ask for more business or more days. The proposed part of this is to change that from 5 to 10 business days to 10 business days prior to the start of filming. And the reason for this is to add, to provide the public with sufficient time to address any concerns that may be regarding an application. So this means if anybody has a concern at this point in time, the process is so quickly, or it happens so quickly, that it really doesn't leave a lot of time for residents or merchants to voice any concerns that they may have. So the hope is if we push it to 10 days, this would allow for more time for such concerns to be addressed by both residents as well as production companies, so that we can try to make accommodations to fit both.
Ms. Hines, what was ITC?
ITC is intermittent traffic control. So that is if they want to have a scene, cars driving down the road, they'll block off the road on two ends for safety purposes at 3-minute intervals. And that also includes, PTC is pedestrian traffic control, which also falls under the same terms.
Thank you.
Currently, the application process, Sierra Madre Municipal Code 5.36.060A3A through D, lists the specific requirements, and all other requirements are reflected in the application documents. The proposal is to add F through K to the code, and the reason is to codify the application requirements. Some of the current requirements are evidence of insurance, proof of applicable fees, and indemnification. The example that we would like to include would be, that would be for production specifics, such as right now we don't currently have a lot in place, so we'd like to ask for more specific information, dates, times, stunts, special effects, special equipment, things of that nature.
Do you mean that you'd be adding E? Where is E fall in this?
So, let's see, I'm sorry.
Or are you just modifying E?
It was modified, so I believe actually E was actually, has a strike through it, and we've moved on to another one. Okay. So production standards. Oh, and they are going to kind of pop up a little slowly. I didn't realize how slow that was. I do apologize for that. So currently, the total time, there is no limit. So if somebody wants to come in and film within the city, we don't actually have time limits or restrictions on the length of time that they could film. So what the proposal is to change that to make it 60 days a year with 10 days a month maximum. And that would also have a 14-day break between productions. In the non-residential area, there would be no limit. We would keep it as is. Timing. Currently, if a production company would like, they can come in, apply for a permit, and possibly be approved to film 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The proposal for residential areas is to change that and make it 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Saturday, excluding Sundays, so that Sunday there would be no filming at all. For the non-residential, we're going to keep it as is. The same amount, as long as they're able to obtain the signatures from the residents or merchants in the affected area, we'd be able to proceed. Okay, my apologies. So the noise and parking ordinances will remain the same, and they are what is already in place by the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. For noise, it is Sierra Madre Municipal Code 9.32.030. For parking, Sierra Madre Municipal Code 10.24. And that will remain the same. Street closures. We currently do not require any traffic study for a street closure. So the proposal is to go ahead and change that for both residential and non-residential alike to require a traffic study for any proposed street closures. Lighting. We currently do not have requirements for lighting, so we are going to change that to state that lighting must be hooded and directed downwards as much as possible, and that applies for both residential as well as non-residential areas.
Quick question on that,
Yes.
Ms. Hines. For the traffic study, would the production company conduct that? Is that
Yes, they'd be responsible for securing the information and then providing the city with the findings.
Thank you.
Okay. So moving on, production standards here. We currently ask for an owner or tenant for their approval of a particular property. So the proposal would be to change that to owner and tenant. We must have both approved for that parcel of land. And the same would be for the downtown district or non-residential area, my apologies. So it'd still be owner and tenant must approve of the use of the property.
You're talking about the owner and the tenant of the property actually being used to film, or the surrounding properties?
For the properties that is going to be filmed in, did we make that designation as well for signatures?
For both.
Okay. And the noticing process at this point is currently at 250 feet. In order to make it uniform with all the other requirements for permits across the city, we'd like to just change that to 300-foot radius. neighborhood approval. So currently, it is at 50%, 50+% for all productions. So the way that that is broken down is, bless you, anything between the hours of 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. is a 51% approval. Any activity, proposed activity to take place between the hours of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. takes that threshold to 75%. So what we would like to take this is, for the residential area, we would like to take it to 75% for all productions that would exceed the production standards that I have just mentioned previously in the previous slide. So this would be, for example, if they would like to come in and film at a particular parcel and they've already had 60 days of filming, it doesn't mean that they cannot have that additional time, but they would have to secure 75% of the residents within the 300-foot radius in order to proceed with that request. And the same will be for the non-residential area. Okay. And this is for variances, and such examples of variances would be, like if there's special lighting situations, for example, if they want to do a rain stunt where they have to bring in a rain bar, or things that are outside of what the expected norms or standards that we've set forth. Revocation of the permit. So currently this allows police and fire to suspend unpermitted productions in violations of the permit, or productions in violation of law. The proposal is to remove authority to revoke due to violations of the permit conditions and add authority to revoke for interferences with provisions of emergency services or city business. The reason for this is to place the conditions with the film monitor and to place revocation authority for interferences with city business with police and fire. So that way we can go ahead, and if the permit does need to be revoked, it would be revoked by the city or film monitor if they are in violation of the terms that they've agreed to in the permit process. For any other violation that would be citywide, city business, interference, fire hazard, etc., then that would be to the jurisdiction of fire or PD or PD. Oh, sorry. Okay, so the appeal process. Currently, there's no formal appeal process for residents. So the proposal is to establish an appeal process for residents to voice their concerns regarding variances to the production standards, and as well to designate the city manager or his designee as the hearing officer. So, and as again, this is with the production standards that I mentioned earlier. And the thought process behind this was because of the fact that films do come in, they don't necessarily fall in line with what may be a city council meeting. So they may miss the opportunity to appeal to city council and have city council hear their case. So in order to go ahead and make sure that their voices are heard, this was the best decision that we thought would fit the situation.
What's the cost for an appeal?
I'm sorry?
What's the cost for an appeal?
Actually, we do not. Do we currently have one?
There will be a cost. We don't have that cost right now. It'll have to be. It's on a cost recovery basis, so we'll have to determine how much staff time will go into processing an appeal and hearing an appeal, and based on that, that'll be reflected in the cost for the appeal upfront.
So current fees for the charitable and student films are subject to permit fees imposed on student films are not subject to permit fees imposed on other for-profit productions. So what we're proposing is to impose a discounted fee on charitable and student productions. And this is in response to areas that have had a history of being oversaturated, primarily by student productions. So this would be an opportunity for us to try to go ahead and support some staff costs to issue the permit. Okay, cancellations. We currently don't really have regulations regarding canceling for productions. So the proposal is to establish a non-refundable permit application fee. So currently, staff can invest anywhere from 4 to 6 hours to process a basic permit that doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles to it. So this would allow us to recover some costs for the time that was spent processing that permit.
These are productions canceled by the production company?
Correct. Okay, so the current permit findings, it does not unruly interfere with traffic or pedestrian movement, does not unduly interfere with normal government or city operations, or C, does not constitute a fire hazard or any other type of hazard. The proposal would be to add D, requiring that the applicant has not violated a condition of a prior city film permit within a 24-month period. So this is something that we really found to be very necessary. As an example, I did have a production company that came into town. They were able to obtain their signatures for that that shoot. They needed to postpone their shoot due to COVID. We didn't have anything in the ordinance that allowed for us to say, no, you need to go out and re-signature. So they used the signatures that they gained from the first time for the second. There was nothing we could do. So this would, and it caused a lot of issues. It really did. So this would go ahead and help make sure that if we had, as was mentioned earlier, bad actors or people that come in and violate some of our terms, this gives us more of a leg to stand on to stop them from coming back and creating more issues.
But if they had gone and gotten signatures and then waited 2 years and then had the filming, how does this change address that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
So, what I heard you say is that you had a filming company come in and get signatures. COVID hit. They waited 2 years.
No, my apologies. They did not wait 2 years. That specific production company had a talent who came down with COVID. So they just postponed the shoot for another date. It was not a 2-year time. It was, I believe it was like a 4 or 5 day thing that they went ahead and postponed it from the original date and just pushed the time. So this would be, so if that were to happen again, this is to go ahead and make sure that if somebody violates the terms of the permit, that they would not be able to be issued another permit. They may possibly be denied within a 24-month period.
So the violation they had was the day and time when they were going to do the shoot.
The violation that they had was that they brought in, they did not actually technically have a violation because we didn't have anything written, and that's what this is trying to go ahead and take care of. So what it was they secured signatures for a film shoot to take place, for example, on Monday. They needed to postpone the film shoot to Friday, but we didn't have anything written to tell them to make them go out and secure new signatures. So that's what that was just an example.
Are the signatures for a date and time certain though? Isn't the application?
Yes, it is.
Then they're outside the application, so.
They were, but again, I didn't have anything. It was an argument. They were threatening to take it above our heads, and there was nothing that we could find to help us stand our ground and say, no, we didn't have it at that time.
I mean, we don't need to dwell on this, but this doesn't actually help that situation because you actually have to find a violation before this would actually apply, but I don't think we need to actually dwell on that.
And just importantly, if they did go ahead and, if the city staff did determine that there was in fact a violation because the application says that they have to film on this date and time and they filmed on some other date and time, if they come back to us, we can deny a permit.
Okay, so your options. Number 1, to introduce first reading by title only, ordinance number 1459, amending chapter 5.36, commercial photography and motion picture filming of title 5, business licenses and regulations of Sierra Madre Municipal Code. Option 2, introduce the first reading by title only with modifications, ordinance number 1459. Option 3, continue consideration of ordinance number 1459. Or option 4, to reject ordinance number 1459. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Administrator Van-Hines. I think we've gone through the gamut of questions, have we, or do we have any others?
I just have one clarification. In the presentation, the approval process for non-residential, I don't think is the same as what was in the agenda report and the code changes. I don't think it's 75% for all productions exceeding the standards. I think it maintains the current sort of 50%, 75% split depending on the nature of.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Creeves. Here's the distinction. In the residential area, the neighborhood survey requirement has been struck. In the non-residential area, the neighborhood survey requirement is kept. So they have to do neighborhood survey. Both areas are subject to certain production standards. Now, if an applicant comes into any one of these areas and decides to exceed any of those production standards, that's when the 75% neighborhood survey threshold kicks in. And that's a distinction there. There's a 50% threshold that they need to meet in the non-commercial area, in addition to all the production standards. And if they want to exceed those production standards, then there's a 75% threshold.
Other questions?
In 5.36.020, the purpose and intent. So it says, this chapter is to establish procedures for the review and issuance of city film permits, allowing work associated with production of commercial filming activities. But then we talk about charitable films and student films, which aren't necessarily commercial filming activities. So should we strike the word commercial in there and just call it filming activities, or does that make it too broad?
No, I think that's a meaningful edit, and I would maybe revise it to say, instead of saying commercial filming activities, to use the definition that we're proposing in section 536.030, so to say production of film or photography activities.
And then, so we've had, can you tell us a little bit about where we've had filming activities in the past couple of years? Like, you know, is everything happened at Alverno, or have we had it in other places within the city?
We've had it in other places as well. We've had it in multiple locations throughout the city. It is not just isolated to this neighborhood.
Can you give us some examples of
Absolutely.
other places in town where we've had filming in the last, year or 2 years or 3 years?
Absolutely. On Stordivant, we've had on Stordivant, we've had on Alegria, Montecito, Miramonte, Baldwin, Sierra Madre Boulevard, Memorial Park, Sierra Madre Fire Department, to name a few.
So this isn't just, this is for all the town and all
Correct.
of the
This is
filming
for the
activities.
entire
It's
city.
It's not singled out to
Absolutely.
one. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Yes.
So I have a question on the appeal process. As I'm looking at 5.36.080 appeal procedures, and I'm trying to reconcile with slide 13. Slide 13 says proposed, and maybe it's two different types of appeals, but I don't see the other appeal within ordinance 1459. Establish an appeal process for residents to voice their concerns regarding variances, etc. But 5.36.080 is for when there's a revocation by the monitor that there's an appeal process. So where in 1459 is this appeal for residents voicing concerns, or slide 13?
Section 536.080, appeal procedure.
But that's not, it doesn't say it's for residents. It's saying if there's a revocation of the
Impacted property owner.
Maybe I wasn't my glasses aren't working. It's underlined. It's okay. Got it.
But I think your point, I heard your point as actually meaning that this is, oh, I'm sorry, the city film monitor is the city staff. This isn't this isn't the production monitor.
Correct.
Okay.
And I believe the city film monitor is a part-time staff member that works on weekends. Is that right?
No, he's a part-time staff member who's here primarily for that. So that's it. He used to be for special events as well, but that has changed.
Okay. Does that exhaust your questions?
I don't have a question. I would just note that the revised code, in talking about the approval, actually still maintains that it's owners or tenants, and so I just would suggest that if we mean it to be and, it should probably be fixed.
Okay, with that, I'd like to open this up for public comment. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First speaker, speaker card received is for Ken Fartsing.
Thank you, Mayor Goss and council members. Again, Ken Farsing, representing Alverno Heights Academy. You've received a letter from our attorney outlining the school's concerns with the proposed filming ordinance amendments. Alverno supported the staff recommended amendments that were forwarded to the Community Services Commission, even though it was not an ideal scenario. However, the commission amended the staff recommendations with what Alverno believes are impossible conditions to comply with. Filming production will simply go elsewhere. As with the rental events, Alverno depends on filming to provide much needed revenues for the historic villa's maintenance, operation, and restoration. Now, the staff report mentioned an event in April of this year that brought the filming permit ordinance amendment forward to you. A subcontractor working for Paramount Studios allegedly forged property owner signatures on a filming petition. This incident was a film at Alverno, unfortunately. Now, Alverno, per your code, has never been involved in the signature gathering process. That's for the production companies. The school assumes that all is in order when a city issues a film permit. Now, in good faith and an attempt to work on practical solutions with the city, we presented the commission with data on 7 years of filming at Alverno, including frequency and productions per month. There's currently filming occurring at Alverno right now. The data demonstrates that there's wide variety of filming, including small fashion photography shoots to commercials and to feature films. Some of the productions and the activities, like a production company painting the inside of the villa, have no neighborhood impacts. Now, we believe the commission used this information to discriminate against Alverno by creating an ordinance against city staff recommendation that is designed to limit filming, which is defined as preparation, the filming, and the strike at Alverno. They now limit filming to 10 days per month, 14 days between productions, a total of 60 days annually. Alverno is now classified residential despite the fact its general plan designation and zoning is institutional, and it's a 12-acre property. The commission added back into the amendment the neighborhood survey and increased the signature area to 300 feet. This results in 194 signatures within a 300-foot radius from Alverno's campus. It also adds in 2 access-restricted condominium buildings located in Pasadena. Now, under these changes, the school will never receive 75% approval from the neighbors. Film companies will simply go elsewhere. Now, based on the uncertainty of the city's consideration of the villa's rental events, we requested an increase to 90 days of production annually without these restrictions, which arguably really single out Alverno and limit our filming opportunities. The same comments I made for the amendment to the temporary use permit ordinance apply to the filming permit amendments, and I ask that they be made part of the record. So I'm not going to repeat my comments on the school having to obtain the restraining order against one of our neighbors. However, these same comments apply to the filming permit ordinance. The Board of Trustees and our management staff have not contacted council members, and the school does not want to even have the appearance of a conflict of interest. Now, we thank you in advance for your careful consideration of this important issue. Again, our head of school, Julia Fanar, and myself are available to answer any questions that you have on our concerns and the proposal. We appreciate your consideration of our request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have another speaker card, and I apologize that I can't read the last name, but it looks like Cynthia Swamika. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Cynthia Swanka, and I live at 239 Wilson, and I'm directly on the east side of Alverno. I just had a few questions and a suggestion. So first, we talked about the signatures, and in this ordinance, that's proposed to be removed, which I disagree with. I just personally don't like taking it away from neighbors to say yes or no to filming in their neighborhood. But this whole ordinance is about no signatures. So I had a question about in 5.36.065, they talk about total, which is each property limited to 60 days. I interpret property as parcel or lot, and so I just wanted to ask if that's a correct interpretation of property. So, and then timing. This new ordinance talks about 7 a.m. through 10 p.m., Monday through Saturday. I don't find that limiting, because when the trucks and the generators are on property, as they are now, and they were today, and I think they're going to be there for this week, they emit this low hum and vibration. And it's not something that's like being at a rock concert. So it's not going to light up the noise meters. It's this constant low hum. And so I'm at home all day, and you can kind of feel this all day. And it's the trucks for production, and that's the noise that it makes. But so this says that it can go on for 15 hours a day for 10 days straight, and then if they get 75% approval signatures, it can continue on. If you take the radius to 300 square feet, that means you can include signatures from people who aren't really affected the same way. So that was one thing I was looking at. I didn't know, I was thinking since it's being proposed that a street closure require a traffic study, can somehow this hum or vibration be monitored? Perhaps on this current production, perhaps on current future productions, because I've recorded it and you can't get the sense of what it is from recording it. So that was one thing I had a question about. Notice, how many days before filming will residents receive notice? Because I was thinking about, when do we receive notice? And then you have the appeal. Do I make the appeal before they start filming or only after filming starts? I was a little confused about the notice and when we would get it. Also, enforcement to me is also another big issue, which relates to TUP issues and all of that. Since the property owner is the sole benefactor, because the city has said that their fees only cover costs, and the neighbors are the burdened party, and reading some of this, talking about neighbors getting compensated or asking money for signatures, I've never received money for a signature. The onus to me should be on the property owner that these rules and regulations are enforced, and I do not see that so stated in what I've been reading. So does this ordinance assume that the property owner is the responsible party that
Your
ensures
time's up, you
adherence?
need to wrap it up real quick.
Okay, so I guess that's it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Julia Dyer Lopez.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. It's a little late here. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to state for the record, again, the revenues from filming are critical to the financial health of our school. Alverno does not have an endowment like a number of wealthy private schools. The revenues from filming and private rental events from the villa is our endowment. Filming revenues vary from year to year, and since these revenues vary, the school uses the funds primarily for the upkeep of the villa and its grounds, as well as maintenance and capital projects that benefit the neighborhood. Since the adoption of the master plan in 2011, the school has reinvested over $4 million into capital projects that benefit the neighborhood, including the fencing and landscaping on Michelinda, the landscaping and the pathway, including the landscaping and pathway on Grandview Avenue, the athletic field, including the athletic field, including new perimeter fencing and landscaping the entire length of Highland Avenue and Wilson Avenue, as well as other projects. Excuse me. A number of the film permits are for small productions and limited in days in duration, with no impacts to the neighbors. We respectfully ask that you not arbitrarily limit film production on the campus. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Janice Savoy.
Good evening, Council. It's been a long meeting for you, a long meeting for us. I live at 713 West Montecito. I'm not going to tell you everything that was in my email that you already received. I just wanted to highlight two things. I'm asking you to consider two changes to this, to the film permit process. I'm asking that you return the right to the residents for us to have signatures on any productions in our neighborhood. That is a right that is given to people in Pasadena, in Altadena, in Arcadia, and also in Monrovia. So all the neighboring areas get it, and just because of a bad actor, we've lost it. That doesn't seem right to us. So I'm asking you to look at that, and I'm asking you also to think about, instead of getting rid of the process, creating a way to verify the signatures, maybe a 10% verification, something. There has to be a way to keep the signature process, let the residents be informed that way, not make us pay for appeals, because that's financially difficult. And who is eligible for the appeal? The process is not clear at all how much it's going to cost us. So that way, we get our say, and if we get outvoted by our neighborhoods, we get outvoted by our neighbors. That's fine. The other thing I'd like you to consider, and this is really important, is how you're going to define the property involved. I live across the street from the Methodist Church, so I live across the street from that parking lot. That parking lot is used for production, but it's not used for filming. So it's used for the porta potties. That's a lovely thing to have across the street from your house. It's used for the shuttles to get people to various productions. So there could be a scenario where a house on my street gets a 10-day permit, that parking lot gets used. It's not part of the permit. House 3 blocks down gets a second permit. That parking lot is used. I'm now at 20 days, not 10, 20 days of film activity right in front of me because it's not part of the permit process. And then I hate to say it because I'm near Alverno, I'm not picking on Alverno, you're just here. They get a permit as well. They use it as well. Now that's not Alverno's fault. That's not any of these homeowners' fault. The productions companies see this lot and say, hey, this is an easy place to stage things. So if all of this were to happen, I would then be subject to 30 days in a row of production noise. I don't know how that's fair. So what I'm asking you to think about is on the permit process that they also have to list any property that will be involved in production. So staging, where they park, where they put the porta potties. So that way that property is part of that permit. So that way then the next production company can't use it again the next time. You know what I mean? So it would be within the permit process. That's what I'm asking you to do. And my time is almost up, and thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mrs. Savoy.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Colleen Thomas.
Hi, I'm Colleen Thomas. I live at 249 Wilson Street. Thank you, council members, for looking at these new amendments for filming. I think it's a start, but not a finish. To some of the proposed issues we were having concerning specifically Alverno and working together to come up with a new solution with the excessive disruptions that impact the neighborhood, our everyday lives. As a renter ourselves, there have been proposed changes in ordinance number 5.36.065 put into the document that requires the filming administration to not gather survey signatures, but we will send out notifications to the tenant or owner. The signature sheets are the only way we get communication as renters. We don't even receive meeting notices for city and planning commission meetings. Those notices currently go to the owner. So how can you guarantee we will be getting those notices? I'd like to see the signature sheets stay in so we can feel like we still have a say. Propose this also to broaden for 300 yards. The neighbors on Sunnyside behind us will always say yes because they don't have to deal with the traffic, noise, vibration, or generators, strangers smoking off Alverno's lot, and the littering. The 51% of a buy-in will always be approved because it doesn't directly affect their day-to-day lives, I feel. City Film Monitor, who will that specifically be? If Alverno has the largest percentage of filming in Sierra Madre, which I know they do, will you just appoint someone from Alverno to judge themselves and precede them with filming? To me, that needs to be more specific and what these duties entail. Do they shut down a production or vote the best interest of the property that is filming on? What kind of complaints would shut down or stall a production? Proposal on there for an appeal. What will the cost be? And is it, again, putting more of the neighbors who are already tapped out with an accumulative of activities specifically referring to Alverno? What will the consequences be if the city film monitor or appeal process deems that filming is disruptive to the neighborhood well-being? I feel more specifics need to be detailed and put in this document. How long the appeal process will take? Will there be fines to production companies and properties that are permitted for filming? Stop in the production until appeal is addressed. Those are just a few of the questions I have. Specifically, I'd also like to see permanent no parking signs on the west side of Wilson and permit parking on residential parking on the east side of Wilson, or no parking surrounding Alverno at all, and speed bumps, so that we can reduce the parking, traffic, and noise, especially during filming, for example. Filming was permitted to start yesterday, but trucks and cars galore were starting to pile down Wilson Street Sunday and parked in Alverno's back lot, but not all of them. Filming crews came a day early than expected, setting up generators. Just this week, we've had to deal with the vibration of the generators working for the past 3 days. We would like to see a vibration study also done with filming or events that happen at Alverno. I would love to see the City Council, Planning Commission, and Parks Rec Commission work together, not just for filming issues, but it is a constant 16, 18-hour-a-day guidelines working model at Alverno, sometimes 7 days a week, with filming special
Ma'am, could
events
you wrap it up,
through
please?
TIP and CUP guidelines with the new K through 8 school. If we lived next to this old Albertsons lot, it would be quieter than what the neighbors have to endure living by Alverno. It's an e-ticket at Disneyland. Thank you, and please consider postponing and looking farther into all of these. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Keith Stevens.
Let me just make a quick comment. We have a full agenda tonight. We actually have other items after these, and these are going to take a while, obviously. If you are here and are applying for one of the commission posts, we're glad you're here. We welcome you. We want you to feel free to stay, but you're not required to be here. We will have that discussion. We will make those decisions towards the end of the evening, but we certainly wouldn't hold it against you if you went home and went to bed. So it's up to you. Okay, next public comment.
Next speaker is Keith Stevens.
So the discussion of movie activity in Sierra Madre is a discussion of Alverno. It's been established in the planning committee meetings that the 90% of Sierra Madre filming is done at Alverno. A look at the Sierra Madre website will show that all film permits in the last 18 months have been to nobody but Alverno. So it is an Alverno issue. And 60 days a year means 5 days a month of filming in addition to school and in addition to weddings, parties, and everything else. They're wanting to bump it up to 90 days. I mean, come on, where's the break period? How many days of rest does that property get, or do we get as their neighbors across the street? It's a hard issue. You've had the other people come up here, but working with the film crews, they're a tough lot. They've got a lot of money on the line, and they are not there to respect other people. They are there to get their job done, and they will do what they want and what they need to do to get that job done. It's better to ask forgiveness than permission, so that's kind of how they run. So again, I'm just not having any sympathy or support for this whole filming. Let's define what a residential area is and what a school is, and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Kristen Stevens.
Cricket's loud. Hi, I'm Kristen Stevens. I live at West Grandview. My notes are all over the place at this point because of what I'm hearing. Please, please, please take the time to read through what myself and many neighbors have sat down and put together to help you understand. We are not trying to stop filming in Alverno. We are just trying to arrest some of the issues that we've constantly been up against. Even small films have trucks that will just go back and forth and back and forth. But these are some remedies. So one of the things that came up at the last meeting we were at, and we've been at a lot of meetings, Ms. Hines admitted that filming at 200 North Mitchell-Linda was a highly desired location for filming. A fact that Lauren Hines and Mr. Garagosian confirmed is a lot. I myself reached out to a lot of different cities throughout the state of California asking them, what is your film? What do you do in situations like this? Many of them have, and as Lauren said, a highly desired location for filming. They call them red flag documents, they call them trigger documents, there's different names for them. But when you have a particular location, like the Batman house in Pasadena, people are always wanting to film there, but it puts a heavy burden on the residents. So we're asking that perhaps, and in a conciliatory, mood, to help Alverno, they want to film, but let's get some language in that is specific to the fact that this is such a desired neighborhood. What can we do? What can they do to help minimize what's going on? Nobody's trying to hamstring them. It's not our fault that they need filming they have a business for filming. It's supposed to be a school. It was an all-day school when we moved in. We expected it to remain that. Not a bar, not a wedding rental place, not a catering place, not a film studio. And we'd also like to have some other issues. Our home has been blackballed. We don't get notices. We don't get signature pages. And I have called in 2017 and said, we still need notice. Why are we being blackballed? Crews have told us. I have provided documents. I have emails. We have been bullied by crews. We've been bullied by the Alverno film monitor. Enough. That's what has made us so fed up, is how we've been treated. It's not like they go, oh, please, let us have a film. We're so nice. They are nice, but they don't understand the impact that they have on us. They cannot downplay it and minimize it as they have. And please don't make us pay for an appeal. I didn't understand that. All residents that boarded them within, I think, those streets, as the trigger documents for other cities, it's not 300 feet, it's who is adjacent to the parcel that has to ask for filming. So please tighten up the loopholes, fix the film code. We need it. And I hope you can spend the time to read the document that I've spent a lot of time reaching out to people. I don't know what happened to our petition. I think it's stuck at somebody's house. Otherwise, we'd have the names of the people who helped craft this. Thank you.
Can I ask you a quick follow-up question? How many people participated in that?
We've had people on Grandview, Wilson, Highland, Mitchellinda, and it's really hot walking around, even on Allegria. The exact number,
Roughly.
gave you a petition in November. Some of those same people are on that. I can't talk. I can't give you a number.
Okay.
I'm so tired right
Okay.
now. I'm exhausted.
Fair enough.
Thank
Fair
you.
enough.
I haven't eaten all day.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Julia Fenara.
How many more do we have?
This is the last one.
This is the last one? Okay. Okay. I think we're good.
There were some emails received, and those emails, the speakers came and spoke, but those emails were also forwarded to the City Council for consideration and uploaded to the city's website for public access and transparency.
Well, I'd just like to start things out by saying, giving you my thumbnail view of this. We have two neighborhood disputes in front of us. This is really not about filming. It's really more about neighbors not getting along. And it's not, I'm not wise enough to understand who's right and who's wrong here. We're going to go at this tonight. We're going to talk about a film ordinance and tighten it up, and we'll talk about a TUP, and maybe we'll have a CUP coming down the pike for these two properties that are in dispute. It's pretty clear to me, though, that in both cases we have property owners who are not behaving the way I would behave if I owned a property. I have to tell you, if you have all this many complaints, and they've been so consistent over over a long period of time, there has to be, if there's smoke, there's probably fire. So I'm sympathetic to a certain degree that in Alverno's case, that they are so dependent on this revenue. I mean, that's certainly a factor that I will consider. But that also, that economic factor for them, I don't think should necessarily be the overriding factor in trying to find balance in this decision. So I just wanted to share that with the audience and maybe start a discussion, see what you guys want to do. I'm not so sure it's going to be a decision tonight.
That was really well said, Mayor. I appreciate that a lot. To me, it's even like there are three issues we're considering. So we've got the temporary use permit, we've got the filming permit, and we've got conditional use permit. Right. And I think, you know, in both of these properties' cases that are at the dispute here, they're headed towards the conditional use permit.
Right.
So to me, I'm more comfortable. These are important things to get in place, considering that we're going with a conditional use permit on both of these, I'm more comfortable with moving forward with both of these to try to get them in place for everywhere within the city. I haven't quite wrapped my head fully around each of them yet. I think part of this discussion will help, but I think it'd be good to be able to have this, to have some clarity and some direction.
I have no problem with that. I'm just not getting a lot of complaints in this discussion or through email or through any other communication about filming going on in the city other than in Alverno. Have you? I mean, there's filming on my street last year.
Yeah.
Everybody seemed to be perfect. They knew I was on the council. I didn't get any complaints from my neighbors. Filming many different places in the city. So, you know, this is a solution, I guess, in search of a problem. We have a neighborhood dispute, and we're going to make a change in the law that's going to affect everything we do in the city, which seems kind of silly to me. But maybe we need this across the city. I'm open to that, open to those arguments.
I guess I'm thinking, like, with respect to either one of them, it is, you know, it's multiple types of events. I mean, with Alverno, if we talk about Alverno, you know, we're talking about sports events, we're talking about wedding events, we're talking about filming. It's like, so that makes sense to be part of the CUP process. And so, you know, to me, that's why I lean towards, well, we accept this because, you know, that this really should be addressed in the CUP process for both properties.
Both cases.
So that's why, to me, it's like, you're right. It is, the filming is largely an Alverno issue, but that's kind of, this helps set some ideas and some direction to be included overall in the CUP.
Okay, I'm amenable to that.
Oh, go ahead.
Just to your point, Mr. Mayor, you know, if we're thinking about an overarching change in the code or law that affects everybody on every street, you know, I did hear some public comment today that actually makes sense for, you know, a broad stroke, such as Mrs. Savoy's comments regarding the same properties being used over and over again by, you know, potentially by different productions. And that's not within the spirit of what we want. So I think we should at least, I don't know, it's not in here, tie a production to everywhere they're going to be. And also, for Ms. Thomas, you know, parking a truck and idling and running a generator is bad for the environment, frankly, and it's annoying, and it's not part of the filming, right? So we need to have an understanding of, yeah, you're not actively filming, but you're setting up the production and you're inconveniencing people. And, you know, being sympathetic to the industry, you know, we're not with a hand crank anymore. Now everything is louder and bigger and more technology, needs more electricity. So what was once filming was probably a little more quiet and not as big. Now everything is just bigger and louder and more resources. So things have changed through time, and I think we need to step back and see that things have changed and maybe address that citywide.
You know, I was taken by the comment of the low humming noise. That would drive me bonkers if it was going on day in and day out. And that doesn't seem to be encapsulated in our noise ordinances. So that goes to this issue of time limits and limitations on how much can be done.
Well, to that specific point, the idling, I think, you know, I don't think we have an idling ordinance.
Not to mention the pollution.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, that is naturally one of the other thoughts I have. But, you know, they were striping Grandview right outside my house, and the striper was sitting there and it was running. And, you know, I went outside and politely asked if you're not going to get moving here shortly, could you shut off the engine? And he was very polite, and he said he would. But I think having an idling ordinance, if we don't have one, I think that would be something that'd be nice to have in the future for any type of activity that has, you know, a running internal combustion engine.
One other thing, the comments we've heard pretty consistently is that people don't want to give up the signature process. I completely relate to that. I've signed off on several different film permits over the years, didn't get paid. This idea of getting paid sounds intriguing, I have to tell you. But it hasn't come my way. But it certainly gave me some sense that I had some control over you know, my circumstances, I don't know how much, one vote, but one signature.
But I think, to me, it's like there has to be a notification process at a minimum, because the production crews are going to get smart, and they're going to go to the places where they know they can get the signatures. If they have to get 50 plus 1 signatures, their time is money. So they're going to like, yeah, these are all the sites. And if you're one of those people that say, yeah, I don't know, then you're not going to know about that. So I think, making sure there's that notification for all of the residences.
Renters included, tenants, renters.
Yeah, exactly. I think that has to be a requirement.
And also expanding to 300 feet, I understand those concerns too. That's probably not the spirit of the writing of it. It was to have some kind of, our notification process is 300 feet. So it just had to, I think it was trying to align with our typical notification process. But from the comments that I've heard, if somebody's, a couple streets away or a street away, they're not going to be impacted, and why wouldn't they sign it?
Skin in the game.
I see those concerns as well.
Yeah.
I'll just chime in quickly. I think I can still speak. I think there's really good pieces in both the TUP and the filming. I think the input from public comment has been taken into account. It's gone through commissions, and there's been a lot of work put into that. With that being said, there are also pieces of it, and I think what was helpful tonight is to hear both of the pieces, see how they interface with each other, how it impacts some of the properties that are in question. And then the third piece is the CUP for even the 2 properties brought up today about Lavender House and El Verno. So I think all of those need to be taken in consideration. I can see how we can do a blanket of saying, yeah, let's just look at the rest of the city. But I think given the feedback today and many, many pages, I know, of public comment that we received in the email, I think it is going to be important to incorporate. So I'm not saying that these are terrible. I think it's a good starting point. I think we need a little bit more time to digest, to consider how all 3 pieces fit together, understanding how the CUPs fit into this also. But there's a good starting point here. I don't want to throw this all out, the baby bathwater, however that saying goes. But is to take a little bit more time to digest it and again determine how they all interact and interface with each other.
So we could re-agendize this possibly in July.
One of the things
or do you want to do something else?
Go ahead. I've spoken.
I was just wondering, I just want to make sure if we are eventually going to consider, door number 3 that we've been talking about, the CUP process, that is, as we know, already underway with respect to, one of the subject properties. And I know, they actually have a hearing at the Planning Commission on the 21st of July. So I just want to make sure that whatever we're doing in terms of timing doesn't derail that for everybody. I mean, obviously for El Verno in terms of their planning and their deadlines, as well as not extending this out any farther than necessary for the neighborhood residents. So that's my only pause in terms of continuing this, is that I just want to make sure that whatever we do doesn't jeopardize that parallel process, because if it ends up that we think that the El Verno filming and TUP and all of that is better addressed as part of a comprehensive CUP, I wanted to make sure that that's part of the conversation on the 21st.
And I completely agree with that, and that's where I was going. Is that I'd like to see at our next council meeting, some particularly with El Verno, like the holistic view of how many events are we talking about, and so that we can give the guidance to Planning Commission for the 21st, so that they can then adopt the CUP with some guidance from us on what we're seeing overall. And yeah, I mean, I'd like to see, that CUP, it's been in the process, so I think it's had a lot of time to get developed. So I just like to see kind of some high level things that we can help the commission with, because I think they're doing a great job in thinking about these things and really considering them.
So the guidance would be recommendations that we would come up with as a product of our next council meeting.
Yes.
Not binding on them, but it would at least give
No,
them
just some, here's what we think makes good policy for the city overall, you know, based on, you know, because we're seeing other parts of things that they're not always visible to. And so it's, you know, it's in no means trying to hamstring or micromanage them. It's to help provide a bigger picture. Because they, you know, they know this much better than we do, so.
Well, to be fair, actually, I think the film permitting is actually not under the planning commission, so I think that's also why they
Oh, that's a
might
good
need
point.
our guidance
Right,
to
right.
include that in a way that isn't really currently in their purview.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that both the TUP and the film permit oversight by both Plan Commission and the Community Services Commission, it was great. So there's a lot of comments in there, but the thing is, this has come to us. Yes, the CUP is separate, but I think we're learning a lot of information that we can then give guidance to for the Planning Commission, because if it goes to CUP, it doesn't come to us unless there's some crazy appeal or something. So it leaves our hands and it stops the Planning Commission. That's why I think why Councilmember Parker's comments are important, that we come back in our next meeting and give what we feel is guidance toward the Planning Commission when they're drafting or helping draft a CUP.
I really don't want to suggest this, but I'm going to. You know, a subcommittee may be a perfect consideration for this. I mean, given the time frame, and I keep thinking about the CUP and the 21st. Given some of the feedback we have today, and I think some of the discussion we've had amongst each other, the tough part is it's a tough time, right? It's 4th of July, it's people are traveling. I don't know if it can be done, but I just wanted to throw that out as a possibility and consideration. I'm traveling.
Are you volunteering to?
I'm traveling.
I really am traveling. That's and again, I know that's hard, but it's something I know that's worked in the past. But it's just a really tough time to do it. Could we tackle it at the next city council meeting? Probably. It just might be a late meeting again. So it's just.
Well, it won't be as jam-packed as tonight, right? We
heavy agenda.
That's right. Well, I think we have consensus. I don't think any of us is ready to sign off on these tonight. I think that's pretty clear. I don't care what position you are in tonight. I think that the next meeting where we address this, I think, will be obviously pivotal, and I appreciate you sitting through this. It was educational for all of us, and I feel like we're going to get to the right decision. But it might take us a little longer.
Mayor, to avoid re-agendizing this, re-noticing it, if we could just continue to a date certain, so whatever the date is,
Okay.
to make a motion to vote on it.
Okay.
I move to re-agendize this for the July 9th. Oh, not re-agendize. Thank you.
To a date certain.
Yes, I move to continue this to a date certain being July 9th, 2022. Is that right, or July 12th? What is it, July 12th?
12th.
July 12th, yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we have a decision to put this off for another meeting.
No, it's fine. We gotta get it right. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
You know, we've had you said very kindly that the people that are applying for boards don't have to stay, but some of them are staying,
Yes.
and they've been here 5 hours. Could we move that item up and take care of them?
Is there a motion to move the commission appointments up to the next agenda item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 So we have now moved that agenda item up. So folks, we just changed the agenda, so the commissioner appointments will be next. Thank you for your patience again. If I can find my agenda somewhere. I've lost it. Literally lost it.
Try to find mine.
Mine is either.
I'm just inundated.
We have to do all of these tonight.
I got it. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't hold you, I hold him.
So, consideration of appointments to serve on various commissions or boards for a 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2022.
I'll keep it brief, Mayor,
Okay.
promise.
Madam City Clerk, it's all yours.
So, this is consideration of appointments to serve on various commissions or boards. City Council is being asked to fill vacancies that will be effective July 1st on the Library Board of Trustees, 2 vacancies, Community Services Commission, 2 vacancies, and also on the Natural Resources Commission, which is also for 2 vacancies. These appointments will be effective July 1st, 2022. These 3 commissions are advisory commissions and serve at the council's pleasure. The appointments would be for 1 4-year term. That concludes my report, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that was a nice report. Short and sweet. Okay, my suggestion, because we've always been a little fluid about these things, is that we take these one at a time. And I just as soon start with the library, if that's, you guys are okay with that. And I think we should offer each person that's applied an opportunity to speak briefly, if they choose. They don't have to. And then after they have finished, we'll bring it back for a conversation about why we think, who we think are the best candidates. You guys will inform me of your view, and I'll try to do my best to go with your wishes. So is that?
If I could, I completely agree. If I could just make one
Please.
real short, I am thrilled that we have more applicants and we have spaces. It's gonna make our job a little bit tougher tonight.
Right, it is.
I can remember last year where I railed and said, we need to have people applying for these, and here we are, we've got it. So I just wanna thank the community for, you know, people stepping up and staying till 10 p.m. at night on this.
Right. Really, it's. So let's look at our library applicants first. And of course, I picked the ones that are not on the top of my pile.
I have the staff report that has a list.
That's right. Hold on.
Staff report, table.
Okay, yeah.
Community services missing on that table, but.
So taking this in alphabetical order, if Lee Gluck is here tonight, I'd love to have you come up and say a couple words and introduce yourself.
Good evening. Still evening, it's not morning yet. My name's Lee Gluck. I have been a resident of Sierra Madre for 12 years. This is my 2nd time applying for the Library Board of Trustees. And I have volunteered in the Sierra Madre schools. My kids are now at Pasadena High School, so I'm not putting as much time back into the city of Sierra Madre, so I thought I would branch out a little and look at one of the appointments. I am a 23-year volunteer with the Tournament of Roses. I'm currently the chair of the formation area. I also am on the school site council for Pasadena High School, although that's just about to end. I've been very involved with the library. My 2 sons are avid readers. My oldest son volunteers 4 hours each Thursday for the reading programs. And I think a library, a strong library that is current in especially a small town is a very important thing, and I'd like to make sure that we continue moving forward with that.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
That was painless, right? And then next is Diane Sands.
Thank you. Whoa, turn away bottle.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Pro Tem Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and the council. My name is Diane Sands. I live at 460 West Montecito Avenue here in town, and I have lived there for 30 years. Obviously, I'm an applicant for the Library Board of Trustees. I am a board member of the Historical Preservation Society and a volunteer docent at our town's museums. I'm not only interested in the history of Sierra Madre, but consider myself an amateur historian. As such, I work a lot with our local library and our archive. I understand the historical value that the library gives our town, as well as the value of the books and the classes and the music and the presentation and the encouragement to everyone that can be found at the library. And I know that this town loves our library, and it is an amazing place. It was started in 1887. If you don't know, it's the 4th oldest city library in Los Angeles County. It's the 10th oldest in Southern California. And it has currently a collection of over 70,000 cataloged items. Our library is the center of learning and education, of guidance and entertainment, even enlightenment. It's a resource for young and old, rich and poor. Having worked in human resources for 25 years, I understand how everyone needs to be heard and considered. I know the importance of keeping the history of something alive while also looking ahead to the future and what it holds and working hard to merge those dynamics to create the best solution for all parties involved. The next few years will be years of great change for our library. How do we expand to meet the growing needs of our residents? And how do we do that expansion without breaking the bank or forgetting the history of people and places involved with the library? That's the conundrum that the upcoming Library Board of Trustees will face, and I am confident that with my background and interests, I would be a good addition to this board, and I sincerely hope I'll get that opportunity. So thank you very much, and good evening, because it's not yet good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Sands.
Thank you.
And finally, Dr. Elizabeth Spies, or Spies. Yeah, she might have gone home. Okay, folks, so we have 3 very well-qualified candidates. What are your thoughts on this?
I can jump in, Mr. Mayor. And not because Dr. Spies is not here. I think she'd be definitely an asset to this, to the trustees. But I appreciate what Diane Sands and Lee Gluck can bring to this, to the trustees. I think their experience and their presence in the community, as well as their activities throughout the city, will be very helpful. And I'd like to recommend both Diane Sands and Lee Gluck.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm actually in agreement with all of that, including the fact that I'm not discriminating against the candidate who wasn't here. I like that Mrs. Gluck is a parent. I think that sometimes, especially a parent of school-age children, we have many amazing volunteers in this town, but sometimes they skew, a little bit with grown children. And so I like that aspect, because I do think that's a contingent, a constituency of the library that sometimes gets overlooked, teenage kids. And I really appreciated the archival and historic perspective from Ms. Sands, and that's such an important but overlooked aspect, I think, of our library, the archives. That I know Ms. Henderson, and so I know a little bit about it from that. But I do feel like that's an asset that we have in our city that's not well known, and it would be great to have someone as an advocate on the trustees that has an interest in that particularly.
Councilmember Parkhurst.
Yeah, this is hard, because I hear very much what my fellow council members have said. So Ms. Sands, you look quite different tonight than I normally see you. Exactly. I think the historical component is something really that is strong for the city. That is, I think, is very significant. I like the experience that Ms. Spies brings to it as being a library fellow and working at lots of different libraries. And so, you know, it's tough for me between Ms. Gluck and Ms. Spies, because I understand, you know, having kids, it's a huge part of using the library, but I would lean towards Ms. Sands and Dr. Spies.
I better start tallying this.
It's ultimately your decision, Mr.
I
Mayor.
know, but I want to know.
I don't
We have 3 for Sands, we have.
51% or 75%?
Don't knock on
2
his.
for Gluck. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, so last go around, I recommended Lee Gluck, and that hasn't changed. So I'm confident in Ms. Gluck. Had I think a 45-minute to an hour conversation last year when she submitted her application. I didn't talk to Dr. Spies, so I can't. I read her application, but I can't give you any guidance on there. Obviously, she's well suited for the position. But hearing Ms. Sands and talking about the archives, and my mother-in-law's worked with the archives as well, and I see her on the porch of the Richardson house in costume, and there's just something there that leads me to Ms. Sands as well as Ms. Gluck. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you made it easy for me. I had also picked Ms. Sands and Ms. Gluck as well. I had a delightful conversation with each of them yesterday, and I think Ms. Spies would be a wonderful addition. Dr. Spies would be a wonderful addition. Her resume was stellar, but these 2 women have been in town a long time and have made a lot of contributions to the city, and I think they bring that kind of Sierra Madre feel to our board, which we need so desperately on our commission. So I hereby appoint Diane Sands and Lee Gluck to the Library Board of Trustees. Congratulations. And so let's go to the big one with all the applications. Community services. First person on the list is Roxy Bartlett. Roxy, you still here?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Roxy Bartlett. I live up on Grove Lane, and I'm an applicant for the Community Services Commission. I have been fortunate to call Sierra Madre my home for the last 27 and a half years, raising 2 children here who participated in Little League, girls softball. They learned how to swim in their community pool. They were also part of the YAC, the library, and we've spent countless hours at all of our wonderful parks. Our children also attended Sierra Madre Community Nursery School, Sierra Madre Elementary, and Sierra Madre Middle School. We've experienced this wonderful community firsthand, been part of PTA, Little League Board, and girls softball coaching. We've developed friendships that have stood the test of time. Now the kids are grown, and I feel compelled to volunteer my time to ensure that our community services continue to support and create wonderful memories for all of our residents. I'm a current MPA student at the University of Laverne, and I'm excited to put into practice all the great things that I have learned about public service. In my day job, I work for a nonprofit organization in the Koreatown neighborhood of Los Angeles, serving a population of underserved youth and families in an under-resourced area. I know the importance of community engagement, working hard to find solutions that meet the needs of our community, and utilizing data and evaluation to give our community a voice in our programming. I am a collaborator, a relationship builder, and a problem solver. We all get to choose how we spend our time and the purpose we intend our life to have. I was born into a life of service. My mother taught all of us 5 children the importance of giving back. She used to say, leave things better than when you found them. And that's all I intend to do, bring my knowledge, my experience, and compassionate heart to serve this lovely community of ours. Our public spaces, our parks, events, and activities should enhance our quality of life and be spaces where people can come together and connect with one another. That's why I'm here. I care about giving back, I care about being of service, and I simply care about people. I know it won't be an easy decision tonight, but actually, just like Councilmember Parkhurst, I'm very happy about that. It means that there are others who care about this town just as much as I do. So with that, I'd like to express my gratitude. Thank you, Mayor Goss, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia, Council Members Krieb, Parkhurst, and Arizmendi for the time and consideration, and most importantly, thank you for your service to our lovely community. Good night.
Thank you, Mrs. Bartlett. And Michael Bilbray, are you here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members, for taking the time to consider my application for the Community Services Commission. I've been here a shorter time than most of the people who have already spoken and probably will speak after me in Sierra Madre, but I'm not new to the San Gabriel Valley. I was born and brought up in San Gabriel Valley in Glendora and spent my childhood throughout the community. Did leave for a period of time and went when I was younger to live in Hollywood. It seems so much exciting when you're young, but now that at this age, finding a place to come back to close to where I was brought up, we landed here in Sierra Madre. And while I've been here a short time, I've really grown to love and get involved with this community in a very short time. I work at Citrus College. I've been there for over 35 years now. I started as a student and worked my way up into the Enterprise Services division. But I've been involved there also when I was a student. I've been involved there on their alumni, with their Alumni Association. I've been involved with their foundation. And then I had the opportunity, very honored to have the opportunity to serve the state in several levels. I've served on the CalPERS board for a number of years, which I know Sierra Madre is a part of. In fact, your assistant city manager I met at a employers conference many years ago. So I know about long meetings. Tonight was not too bad, actually, considering you should try doing an investment committee meeting for 10 hours in one day. It's quite crazy. So I'm used to that, but I'm very familiar with also in non-paid positions, because every position that I've held or been on a board with has been a non-paid one. And it's all about giving back and all about making a difference in your community, making a difference for people in general. That's what's most important to me, and I learned also, similar to the previous one, at a young age, that I've always done that. I've also I served as a former state president of the California School Employees Association, which is supports staff in schools in K-12, community colleges, county office of eds throughout the state of California. We're the largest employee union of school employees in the state, second largest in the U.S. 250,000 to 300,000 members. I know making appointments, because I had to during that, is not an easy job. I had to appoint 400 to 500 people, and many of them I didn't see face to face. For me, it was important to come here and at least you see my face and who I am, and not just see a paper. I think that's important. When you make a commitment, you should be fully committed, and staying here and being here was a commitment that I wanted to keep going. I've served on the California Labor Federation as a vice president. So I've done a lot of state work. I had to stop because of some family medical issues that I had to come home to take care of and be home more. But now things have stabilized, so I've been able to start getting more involved back locally in the community. I'm serving with the Sierra Madre Rose Float Association, really been involved with them and helping them. My partner and I were recently featured in the Mountain View News a few months ago for the work we did in the community, especially in our neighborhood, but we invited all of Sierra Madre basically to where we live to do what you're doing in the park now for movie nights. We did it at our home on our property that had space, but and we've continued to do that. So we love living here. We hope to be here for many years, and I am thankful for considering my application. I think I'm well qualified, knowing how to run meetings, knowing how to be a participant in meetings, but importantly also knowing about fiscal responsibility and liabilities, as well as creating a welcoming atmosphere for not only our current residents, but future residents as well. It's all about making a difference, and that is what I'm here to do. I also want to thank City Clerk Aguilar for her patience, and thank you for responding to questions and getting us through the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bilbray. Lisa Carlson?
Good evening.
is really a long meeting. Sorry, and I left my phone at my desk in San Marino tonight. So, my name is Lisa Carlson. I've been living in the city for about 20-some years. I'm not sure exactly how long, off and on. Currently, I am on the Little League board, but that ends at the end of this month. And I'm on the 4th of July committee, and I've been on the pony board, and I was on the tree commission back in days, long time ago, so I've been on the commission. I just really love this city, and I really care about the youth in the city. I know a lot of you guys already know. I've run this Little League diner for 9 years, which is a really long time, and I pretty much have employed many, many kids in this city, and I really feel like I want to keep giving back to the city, and I think being on the Community Service Commission with all my different experiences on the different groups and working together is something that would be a next step for me. And also I work for the city of San Marino, so I do have some background in finances. I work in the finance department there, so I do understand government financing and different things and stuff like that. So I have a 13-year-old son, so I just really want to keep it going for our middle school kids in town. I know you guys on Fridays see all the middle schoolers in town, and I really like to figure out a way of giving some more outlets for them, that they're not just hanging out in town, and some more community service and get some more events and stuff and bring back. So that's it, and thank you for considering me for Community Service Commission.
Thank you, Lisa. And Mr. John Lloyd, are you here? I don't see him. Miss Ann Palmer. There she is.
Good evening, Mayor Goss, City Council members. I'm Ann Palmer, and I live at 622 West Allegria. I sent you my lengthy volunteer and employment resume. I'm not going to go through that. So I do want to let you know that my late husband and I raised 2 adult children, one who still lives in town. My other son just moved with his family to Redondo Beach. In my application, I mentioned that as a longtime resident of Sierra Madre, and I think I won 42 years, and I'm now retired, I feel compelled to start volunteering on a more regular basis to my community. I now have the time and the energy to start giving back to Sierra Madre. With all that we've been through over the last 2 years, I feel what better commission to apply for than the Community Service Commission. Quoting from the Sierra Madre Community Services Instagram page, quote, "Go outdoors, meet new friends, and grow in the community, as our community services brings everyone together for the best events in town," unquote. I taught 3rd grade at Pasadena Unified's Jefferson Elementary School for 25 years. This was a midlife career change for me, which shows that I'm always eager to learn new things, like serving on a city commission. As a retired educator, I feel I have the skills and experience to oversee Sierra Madre's recreation services and programs, special events, parks, and facilities. As a teacher, I became very adept at being the link between families, the administration, and other staff members, which seems quite the same as the role of the Community Service Commission, a communications link between the residents, the City Council, and the Community Service Department. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer. And finally, Deborah Rom Young. Are you here, Deborah?
She left.
She was the one who left, okay. Okay, so we have 6 highly qualified applicants. This is really tough. So who wants to be brave and go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
So I have to say that as the mother of one of the children that Mrs. Carlson employed, she vastly understates her role. She was not just employing these kids, she was mentoring them, she was guiding them. I mean, I have to say that my kid got more compliments from people he served at the diner and people he worked with than I've ever heard anyone. It was like a different kid. People would tell me things and I would say, who are you talking about? And I attribute a lot of that to Lisa. She is so good with these kids, and I just think she gets them in a way that is really impressive. And so I really think that she would be an amazing advocate for our youth, and she's obviously been involved in so many different aspects of our community, I think, she'll bring a perspective, a broad perspective. So I wholeheartedly recommend Lisa. And then I'm torn, Mr. Mayor. So I was brave, but not super brave. I am very much torn between Mrs. Bartlett and Mrs. Palmer. I think both of them would bring amazing experience and perspective to this committee, and I don't envy your position because I would have a hard time choosing between them.
So you're going to vacillate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went first, and that was my bravery.
Fair enough. Councilmember Parkhurst?
So, I'll build off of that. One of the things that jumped out with me with Ms. Bartlett's resume was this skills of marketing and communications. And from our strategy session, I think that's one of the things that our city really needs, is someone that can really help us up our game in marketing and communication. And one of the biggest things that we do have to communicate is our community services activities. And so I think that I would go with Ms. Bartlett and Ms. Carlson in that case, to really help the commission continue to bring and get people to come to many of our events. So,
Councilmember Erzman?
I don't think people understand that there were times we were just pulling teeth for people to put an application in. Like, I'm blown away that we have this many people and such qualified ones. And being on the Community Services Commission long time ago, I mean, we had vacancies quite a bit. So it really is a testament, I think, to our volunteers in the city. With that being said, my recommendation would be with Roxy Bartlett. The work you do in intergenerational work, I think, is really what stood out to me, and I think there's so much that can be done on the community service side, senior services, and how to integrate that, and I think that will be of value. I mean, Lisa Carlson, you're hearing great things about her here, but when you see her in action, it really, she's someone who doesn't really say what she does, and in so many aspects of the city, she's been integral in it, and I know she'll be an asset here. But Mr. Milbrae, CalPERS background, we definitely have to hit you up on that. I think we want to be able to pick your brain on that. And Ms. Palmer, you heard about that enrollment committee. I don't know if that would be of interest to you, and so coming from inside. So I want to make sure that all of you stay involved, but my recommendations are Roxy and Lisa.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Do I have to?
Yes, you do, sir. Yes, you do.
Yeah, Roxy, your application and your background, I think, aligns very well with this commission. I was a liaison for a year, and I've been a big proponent, even during my campaign, of community services, the intangibles that community services brings to this city. I think you articulated that very well. So I would recommend Roxy Bartlett. I don't know about Lisa, though. Full disclosure, my wife serves with her in the diner. They work together, so I know her very well. But beyond that, her love for Sierra Madre and what she brings to the youth, the self-sacrificing volunteerism that she has, it's like unheard of, like many people in this city. But again, she doesn't do it for accolades or a pat on the back. She does it because she truly loves the city and the people in this city. But Mr. Bilbrey, you're my neighbor, and I see your decorations, and I love it. And I love that you have only lived here a few years, and you have integrated yourself, got to know people. You have advocates. So I'm hopeful that. Well, I don't know how you're going to appoint, but if it doesn't work out for you, I'm hopeful that you will continue to stay involved, engaged in our city. And Palmer, I know you well. I remember when you did retire. First thing you said is, I just want to dive into the city and make this a great place. You talked about bringing the wine walk back.
Ooh.
You've talked about all kinds of ideas that really are within the scope of community services. It's hard not to recommend you, especially given, you know, you threw your name in the hat for the redistricting, and you're highly qualified. But as Councilmember Arizmendi mentioned, you know, maybe if you're still up for it, we can talk about some enrollment commission things. So I know you're going to stay involved, and yeah, I hope you do.
Okay, so you made it easy for me, and I appreciate that. Those were the picks that I had come up with independently as well. I have to say, Mr. Bilbray had one of the most amazing letters of rec I've ever received in one of these from a person I have a tremendous amount of respect for. So you please don't give up on us. Come back. You eventually, a person with your background is going to find a place here. And Ms. Palmer, I remember that discussion about the redistricting. I remember you now. You're a star, a 2-time Pasadena Teacher of the Year. That's all. So we've got to find a place for you here. And Mr. What were the other? Deborah Young and John Lloyd, also very impressive resumes. But Lisa Carlson, what can I tell you? It's about time. It's about time.
Don't you want to rest?
Well, no, no. Yeah, I think it's about time, you know. And Roxy Bartlett, what an impressive. Just your whole background is just so perfect for community services. Your experience raising your kids and going through all the various youth activities in town, library, and all the rest, I think makes that both of you are just absolutely the ideal people who should be on this commission. So I hereby appoint Roxy Bartlett and Lisa Carlson to the Community Services Commission. Congratulations. That's right.
What was the
There
score?
is justice.
What about the 9-year-olds or the 8-9?
There is justice. Okay. Which brings us to our last, certainly not least, our last commission vacancies, the Natural Resources Commission. And I'll just ask the applicants to come up in order if they're here by alphabetical order. Bob Buckner.
I'll just say you found a way to test us to see if we're really up for being on a commission. You know, after all of these wonderful folks who have done so much through the middle part of their life, I'm retired. It's like I've run out of excuses. I have a chance to hopefully be useful to Sierra Madre. I worked very hard as an engineer, so I have a lot of sort of analytical skills, you know, lifelong learning, that sort of thing. And I have an interest in the environment that goes back to even before I came to Sierra Madre, and very much want to see how I can help with your decision-making processes, and I would like to very much to be able to work on the commission and hopefully find a way to help you make the decisions that city needs to make. And just say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckner. And Allison Evans.
I didn't prepare anything because I just didn't. And then as I was sitting and listening to everybody, I realized that I'd make some quick notes to introduce myself to those of you that don't know me.
I've lived in this town for 13 years, and I found it by accident. My husband and I were tired of living in the big city of Santa Monica, and we went on a search. I had never heard of Sierra Madre, and although I grew up in Orange County, I really hadn't spent a lot of time in Pasadena. So when I saw Beasley Field and the community nursery school, I said, this is it, we found our town, and we started looking. And that was 13 years ago. I love volunteering. I have 2 children. They went through the community nursery school and the local elementary school and the middle school. My son is going to be a senior at Pasadena High School. My daughter will be a freshman next year. I've mentioned I love volunteering. So right away at the elementary school, I room parented a K-1 inclusion program for 3 years, and that was 60 plus parents plus, well, times 2, or 3 or 4. And I organized a father-daughter dance for the elementary school for years. I just recently retired from being the parent advisor of a service club, a builders club in union with Kiwanis in town for our middle school. So each year, for 6 years, the first 3 years I did this with Michelle Keith, so I did not do it alone. I was mentored. The last 3 years, I never intended to really do it alone, but with the pandemic, it became difficult. Although actually, Lisa Carlson, Bradley did help me in Zoom, and I had many of you come and speak. Our students would do collectively over 3,000 hours. They were certified from the Presidential Service Award medals, and I'm really proud of that. That is a huge job that has come to an end this year. So because of that, I felt like I had some extra time, and I wanted to be more a part of our city. I'm also on the, for the last 6 to 7 years, I've been on the July 4th committee. I also serve on the Sierra Madre Community Foundation. That's been also 6 or 7 years. So I enjoyed those roles as well. I've been largely, for the last couple of years on the Community Foundation, I have been in charge of trying to increase our visibility. It's surprising that in such a small town, so few people know that we exist and we are here to give money. And so I've been working on that through social media. I'm not a social media expert, but I have been working on sort of increasing that visibility. My husband also volunteered. He was a Cub master in town. He coached 12 different teams at the middle school, oftentimes teams that my son wasn't on. I believe in service. I've received multiple service awards. I'm a social psychologist. I am a researcher and a professor. In the last 8 years in a row, I have received Excellence in Service Awards. I just love giving back to the things that I love, and so I love giving back to my university. One of the things about being a social psychologist is thinking about why we do the things that we do. And so when we think about things like recycling behavior or water use or water conservation, there's sometimes a disconnect between what we say we might want to believe in, like I believe in recycling. There's few people that are gonna say, no recycling, right? But at the same time, how do we motivate people to do things like conserve water and recycle? So I thought that some of my skill set as a social psychologist could be useful in this particular commission. I appreciate your time and your consideration of my application. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Evans. And the one, last but not least, Dr. Bill Patzer.
Well, here we are at the end, huh? Mayor Gross, Deputy Garcia, Jose, City Council, and my fellow citizens, all right? I'm Bill Patzert, and I've been a citizen of Sierra Madre for 35 years, you know? It's the longest I've ever lived in one place, and I want to die here, all right? But not before I do some good work on this committee. Now, I started my career at the University of California in San Diego. I was there for 11 years. I was a climatologist, environmental scientist, and then I worked for 35 years here at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory when I moved to Sierra Madre. And over that long period of time, you're going to say to yourself, holy mackerel, you know, University of California, JPL, this guy's a total geek. You know, what does he know? Well, I was a little different kind of a scientist. Over that long period of my career, I've worked with environmental groups, public agencies, like the Metropolitan Water District, LADWP, all right, water districts all through the San Gabriel Valley. And so my career took a little different turn. And so I've really spent my last 50 years doing what this committee is charged with. Energy. We all know that we all have to switch to renewable energy. The world is changing, like Bob Dylan said. And Sierra Madre's made some great strides. You know, the city council here has been pretty environmental on these issues. And the environment. People of the city of Sierra Madre, they're proud of their environment, all right? They take it very seriously. And so, you know, changing things in Sierra Madre, I remember once at a city council meeting, I suggested that, you know, we have to conserve water, but there's way too many trees in Sierra Madre. Oh boy, did I pay for that one. and of course, natural resources. And as Jose will tell you, one of the big challenges this community, and really all of Southern California has, but us in particular, is water, all right? And so I think myself that now that I'm retired, I'm a perfect fit for this community. I've really worked on all these issues: water, fire, the environment, all right, renewable energy, and you know, there's a lot we can do. And what would really be great here is that, you know, Sierra Madre has a high consciousness on all these issues, all right, as well as this city council. So, you know, if you give my application consideration, I'll work my tail off for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patzer.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before you begin your deliberations, it's worth noting that one of the vacancies is a partial term, and the other's a full term. So the decision will have to be made if the candidates are selected, two candidates are selected, which one will serve in the partial term and which one will serve in the full term.
Okay.
And the partial term runs until 2025, and it's filling Carolyn Dasher's position.
Right. But just to say this to the applicants, typically that's, unless they've done something incredibly blasphemous, we rubber stamp. Right. We would put them back up for another term.
Who's we?
Well, well, that's what we've always done since I've been on the council. If somebody gets on a commission, we typically.
Are you announcing your candidacy?
No, no, I am not. You're right. Okay, I get it. Yeah. No, I'm not going to be around, so I can't make any promises. But yeah, so thank you for the update on that.
3 year. You said 3 years.
So it's 4, right?
The partial term is from July 1st to 2025. Okay. So it's only a year in.
Okay, so 3 years.
Okay, 3 years. Okay. Who wants to go first?
I'll take this one.
Okay.
As the enviro, or one of the enviros on the council, and as the liaison to the committee. So first I want to thank all 3 of you for applying, and each bring different skills. First, Mr. Buckner, I appreciate, you know, the times you've come to the Natural Resources Commission, come to council, being at our Earth Day event, and really, you know, talking up the Citizens Climate Lobby and educating us on that opportunity. Ms. Evans, the social psychologist part is just, we so need that, because so many of the issues that we're dealing with, we can't solve without solving the social component of it. I mean, it's critical. And Dr. Patzer, wow, you just, you know, I love your shirt, and you've got so much to give us, and so you know, this is not an easy decision. So with looking at that and looking at kind of, you know, the issues that we've got right now, you know, I would really recommend Dr. Patzert and Mr. Buckner for this, and really encourage Dr. Evans, I'm sorry I called you Miss Evans, Dr. Evans, to continue to stay involved in this community and I'm sure we'll find another spot for you on that.
Anyone?
I'll
Go
jump
ahead.
in. I really like the social psychology piece of this, and I think it is a different skill set and background that can be of value to the commission. So I would support Ms. Evans, and it is really tough. We have two engineering technical folks here, Mr. Buckner, for all of your volunteerism throughout the year. Dr. Patzert, with your background in advising environmental groups, I think I'd love to see that as part of the commission. So my recommendation is Dr. Patzert and Dr. Evans.
I'll go. I agree with Councilmember Arizmendi as far as Dr. Evans' background. Kind of putting a twist on what we do as far as using the social psychology in order to get word out, right? And I've seen her in action. I did serve with her on the Community Foundation for a number of years, and when you put her on a task, she follows through 100%. So I'm very comfortable recommending Dr. Evans. I don't know Dr. Patzert, but I'm very impressed with your resume, and how could I not recommend you given your background? So Bob Buckner, the Buckners are legends here in Sierra Madre. So I hope that you continue to volunteer and pour yourself into the city, because I know you already do.
Okay. Councilmember Creed.
I'm not sure I have much more to add. I think one thing I would add with respect to Dr. Evans' candidacy is, kind of piggybacking on what Councilmember Parker said in an earlier discussion, the fact that, she's spearheading the communications for the community foundation. And frankly, I've definitely noticed an uptick in awareness. I feel like people are talking about it in a way that they weren't, and that's exactly what we've been talking about in terms of efforts for the city in various ways, not necessarily specific to this commission, but just having that skill set in general is really helpful within the city. And both of the other candidates are so well qualified. It's really hard, but I mean, I feel like it's a situation for our redistricting decision where we had two amazing candidates, and one just happened to literally be the definition of what was going on with that redistricting. And I feel like it's the same thing here, that Dr. Patzert is a climate scientist. It's like, how can you not? How can you not? So I feel that's the decision I would make as well. So but amazing all throughout. I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches, and it feels. I feel like we need to find a place for all these people, and I'm trying to think of, subcommittees and subcommissions, and maybe we should go back to 7. Just kidding.
Too early, Kelly.
Sorry.
So once again, you guys have been really kind to me tonight. You've made it easy for me, because I've had to, when I was mayor in 2016, I had to break a tie, and that was no fun. But I've got 4 votes for Patzert and 3 for Evans, 1 for Buckner. Bob, I don't know. You're qualified as all get out to be on this commission. You certainly are committed, and so just all I can say is just keep coming at us. We'll get you on one of these commissions, because you and Tony have just been amazing for this city. Bill Patzert is kind of a hero of mine, really. For a lot of dumb reasons, I mean, not obviously his academic pedigree is amazing, but he's had a lot of influence on Sierra Madre over the years. He's been an advisor, a consultant, unofficial consultant to our city government off and on for years, especially during the drought we just went through. He was there. And I know that City Manager Jose Reynosa has a good relationship with him. So having him on this commission is a godsend. It's just amazing. And very impressed with Allison Evans. I totally agree with this. If you're trying to get people to change their behaviors, you have to go at it from a psychological point of view. So I think she's just perfectly suited for this type of thing. And so we'll see how that works. So I officially appoint Allison Evans and William Passert as members of our Natural Resources Commission. Congratulations.
Partial term.
Oh, partial term.
Can I ask them?
I've got a volunteer. It'll be Allison Evans for the partial term. You guys are so nice to me tonight. You know, gosh.
Looks like we're taking an unofficial break.
Should we take a
Yeah,
5 minutes?
we'll take
2 more items, yeah.
Okay, 5 minutes. What? Okay.
5 minutes.
11:10. Oh, oh my God.
Oh, my legs.
What legs? Just the water.
And the rates.
Oh,
and the rate.
God, thanks a lot, Kelly. Jeez. Okay, we're gonna continue on it now. The next issue is the annual water supply and demand assessment. And I see Director McGee is here. Superintendent McGee is here.
I apologize for you guys having to hear water issues at 11 o'clock at night. Can you guys hear me? Good evening, everybody. The annual water supply and demand assessment, as soon as James is going to get up here in a second. This is just a little background. This is a report that staff brought to council's attention during a drought presentation late last year. This report was put together by, thank you, James, Stetson Engineers. They also provided you guys with the report tables and an extensive written report. That was actually very nice of them to give us. So the annual report, we'll do a little bit of a background on this. The annual assessment is required to be submitted to the DWR, that's the Department of Water Resources, by July 1st of each year, beginning this year. This is it's called an annual report, but this is the first time we're doing it. Each urban water supplier, and that's City of Sierra Madre, is an urban water supplier, 3,000 connections, is required to complete and submit the reporting tables for the purpose of, excuse me, my eyes are going bad. For the purpose of evaluating water supply reliability for the next year. So we're talking about 2022, 2023, and we're to assume that is a dry year condition. And we'll talk a little bit about that. So, the assessment info gathering. So Stetson Engineering completed the city's assessment report. They used the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. They did this document as well for us, so they're very familiar with it, and it's a lot of the information for this report. It is a guiding document for water sustainability for the next 5 years. We adopted this last year as well. They also use the electronic annual report, the e-report. This is a report that staff does every year. Actually, we just finished it. They used the last several reports. It's got production, it's got consumption, it's got a lot of information from the city. Also the water loss audit, same information. The last several years we used that for it. And the monthly consumption report, the metered consumptions we use. So a lot of historical data goes into this report to anticipate water. So next one is what is in the report. So once again, 2022, 2023, we're considering it to be a dry year condition, and that is based on our urban water management plan. There are 5 tables. Information table, who we are, how we calculate our water, acre footage. Demand, anticipated demand table. There's an anticipated supply table, a shortage assessment table. It basically takes the demand and supply tables and says, is there going to be a shortage? And then there's a response action table. Is the city going to enact any responses? So the 2022-2023 water supply and demand, like I said, again, we're assuming it's a single dry year, but in the case of City of Sierra Madre, this will actually put us into our 3rd year, our 3rd dry year. So based on that information, Stetson Engineers projected a demand of 2,545 acre feet of water. They also, through this report, we have found that we have sufficient water supply to meet this anticipated demand. So what are we talking about? We're talking about things we've talked before. The Raymond Basin, our 940 acre feet of adjudication, and our 2,500 acre feet from SGV MWD. So that's a total of 3,440 acre feet of water. Just a little bit of a side note there here too, just to let you know that I know questions were arisen about other places to get our water. We do have the Arcadia Golding well I wanted to bring up again. Right now it's currently in a design phase. They have a location for it, but it's in design phase, and it's still probably 2 to 3 years off of being put in service. We do have an agreement with the city of Arcadia that in the case of an emergency, we can take water from them. We would use their infrastructure and the interconnection line, the interconnection zone line that we have with them currently right now. Just a little information about that. So what does this report tell us? The conclusion is that the city of Sierra Madre does have sufficient water, sufficient supply to meet anticipated demand for fiscal year 2022-2023 if we're projecting a 3rd year of drought conditions. Drought response, so reporting. In September of 2021, the city adopted permanent conservation measures equal to or greater than the state level 1 actions. What are those? Ordinance 1446 took the level 1 of the water shortage contingency plan, took those 9 common sense conservation efforts that we did and made them mandatory in our municipal code. So once again, we are ahead of the game. We were ahead of the game. We talked about being ahead of the game before. We are ahead of that, and we actually were able to put these in Table 5 of our report as actions that we enacted already. In addition, on June 10th, 2022, this year, Governor Newsom's Emergency Drought Declaration, Executive Order N-7-22, will mandate urban water suppliers to enact Level 2 of our water shortage contingency plan. So what does that look like? This is verbatim what in our water shortage contingency plan looks like Level 2. It's an up to 20% reduction in water with those 9 common sense mandatory conservation efforts that we have in our municipal code. They just moved from Level 1 to Level 2. So we're already doing those, and it's a 20%. Conservation resources. So we put here conservation resources to show what the city's doing, what the city's trying to help do to help conserve water. Social media, Village View, water bill inserts. So we're going to start doing water bill inserts. Sophia just showed me some that's going out next time. AMI customer portal. This is huge. The customer portal allows everybody in town to see what their billed consumption is, so we can see your metered consumption. We've been striving to get everybody to get on this. The CCR just went out, the brand new CCR just went out, and it still has the customer portal information on it for all the residents. So they got that in the mail. Also at the right time for this kind of report too. We do the 72-hour courtesy notices. If there's water constantly running on your property for 72 hours, we put those out for the customers on, it's a door hanger. We also have the city's website for conservation. Conservation efforts were updated recently. Also, you have SGV collaborations, rebates, free outdoor irrigation, city events, downtown banners, gray water workshops, just things we're going to use to educate the public. I think the most important thing here is that we are in a place where education of the public is the most important. That's how we'll conserve water. That leads us to water moratoriums. The city requested a legal option from city attorney on implementation of water moratoriums based on this current assessment, and for that I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney so he can give you his interpretation. You in there? Sorry.
It's okay. So under SB 330, the law has changed since 2017 or 2019. SB 330 was adopted in 2019 by the state legislature. And SB 330 says that the city can't unilaterally adopt any kind of moratoria preventing residential development unless there's a health and safety concern that merits this development moratorium. With respect to water, based on this annual supply assessment, it's clear that the city does have enough water to supply its residential need. And so for that reason, we can't make the necessary health and safety findings to establish a water moratorium. And for that reason, it's my opinion that it would be unlawful to impose a water moratorium at this time.
And with that, are there any questions on the report?
Yes.
I have 2 questions. One, you mentioned that this executive order mandated moving into Level 2. Do we actually need to take action to do that, or is the executive order sufficient to essentially move us up a level? Or whoever wants to answer.
So the executive order is enough to begin implementing the Level 2, and we've already, as Superintendent McGee stated, we've already begun taking action to meet those goals.
Now, I understand from the staff report that part of maybe that executive order, or maybe it was a different one, but similar, had some restrictions on institutional irrigation, use of water for institutional users for irrigation. Are we communicating with anybody in our in Sierra Madre that would be impacted by that in a way that was different than just the normal level 2 restrictions, or is that not applicable?
So that is gonna be reviewed by the Department of, it's a recommendation by the governor for the Department of Water Resources to evaluate that. What they're looking at is for ornamental turf to be, to put a prohibition on irrigating, ornamental turf, but there would not be a restriction on, playgrounds or ball fields or recreation areas. So once that final ruling comes down, we'll have a better indication of how it's going to impact institutional use.
Follow up on that. So would that impact our parks if they were, because they're not ball fields, they're not, you know, active athletic areas, they're for more public enjoyment, but we're not institutional. I don't think we're institutional. Or does it impact us? Does it impact city operations?
So you may have noticed that our parks are not as lush as they were in the fall and in the winter. We've already taken measures to reduce water use at our parks. The goal is to maintain the turf at the park so that our residents can still enjoy the use of our facilities. So the mandate wouldn't impact our parks. And our goal is to reduce water to the point where we can still maintain the parks and our community can still enjoy the turf at the parks.
Mr. Mayor? Oh, sorry.
I was just going to continue. I had a couple of it.
Yeah.
Did you finish yours? Okay. So, two quick questions. One, where does the San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District get its water from? Because we have the 940 that were allowed at the 2500 or 2545. We get from the Municipal Water District. Where do they get their water from?
I believe it's Colorado River water.
So the San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District is what's considered a contractor for the State Water Project. The State Water Project is the California Aqueduct, and they're one of the contractors that has a permit to take water from the State Water Project.
So, if we're only allocated, you know, if people aren't allocated their full amount from the State Water Project, are they going to be able to get their water? Is that 2,500 acre feet at risk?
So our water district, just like every other water district, you know, the State Water Project, Colorado River Water, there is a threat. And so our water district works with farmers in the Central Valley that are going to follow their crops to see where there's other opportunities to purchase water. And they work with the Metropolitan Water District to have water exchange agreements to help each other meet the needs of their districts. So this assessment's done on a year-by-year basis. So conditions could change, and we could be back next year implementing, you know, level 3 water conservation measures or greater. But to answer your question, you know, we're looking 1 year out. One of the things that we've done, though, that this council's done is when we look back to 2012, we had one source of water, which was the Raymond Basin. Since then, this council's worked to amend our water resources. That includes the connection with the district. That includes the emergency connection with Arcadia, and also the Gold Ring well, the joint well that we're drilling with Arcadia. So we're in much better position now than we were, you know, 5-6 years ago to mitigate through a 5-year drought. But there's a lot of unknowns, and so that's why we manage it now 1 year at a time.
But aside from the joint well, everything's coming from the State Water Project, doesn't it?
So from the Raymond Basin, we have our adjudicated right of 940. So any additional water that we pump in excess of 940 acre feet has to be replenished, and it's replenished with state water, or the water could come from the Colorado River, depending on how the two districts negotiate those terms. If that is threatened and we needed an emergency supply, we have access to, as Superintendent Miguel stated, we have access to main basin water. So we have an adjudicated, we don't have an adjudicated right, but we do have a right to produce water from the basin. So with the idea that any water that's extracted from the main basin also has to be replenished. And then our district would then have the obligation of replenishing that water. But the district does have the ability to run a deficit. So if there's a couple of years where there's not sufficient water to replenish the main basin, they can replenish that in future years, or they can replenish it with water purchased outside of the state water project.
And then I just have one more question. So it says in the report that the state water code says that we're supposed to have a communications action plan as a part of our water assessment. I didn't see like what communication actions are required. So what communication actions are required by the state water code?
Stephen, did you have any information on the communication plan?
No, I did not.
No, so
we can reach out, yeah.
So I can tell you what we are doing. I don't know, I can't comment on specifically what the communication plan is by the state. But if you visit our website today, you'll see that what we're providing for our residents is really a path to water conservation. So the first thing you'll see is when you go to the water conservation site is that our district is offering our residents a free irrigation audit. Well, they'll send somebody out, they'll install a new weather-based timer, they'll analyze your irrigation system and provide up to $1,000 in retrofit. So that's number one. Number two is there's a link for our residents to sign up for San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments for them to come out and do another free energy audit that includes gas, electricity, and water. And that'll help identify our residents, identify other areas where they can conserve. So it really, we're providing our residents with like a path to water conservation to identify where they can conserve and how they can meet the state's goals. But we'll do some additional research to see what that communication plan, because I'm not familiar with it.
It's more kind of the broader comment is like, you know, we just need to continue to communicate these things. I think it's one of our areas for improvement, and especially now when this is such a critical resource, I think that communication is going to be really important.
One of the other things that we're doing, as Superintendent Miki mentioned, in our bills, and we're working within the limits of our billing system, but we want to see if we can send out letters to each individual account that shows what their what their use is for each month and what their conservation goal is for each month. And then using AMI, they're able to log into the portal and track their water usage and actually set alerts to be notified when and if they go above those thresholds.
This is why the census protocol is very important, and it's something that we're trying to get out. We've jumped in the numbers we've had in the last week alone on people signing up for that. So that is a very important thing for us, is people being able to see what water they're doing. I think we should keep advocating for people to sign up for that.
Just a point of information to your question. If you take that tour that our municipal water district gives, it's really an eye-opener. They take you all the way out to Silverwood Lake. And Silverwood Lake is the terminus for the California Aqueduct, which comes all the way down from Tracy up at the Bay Area. And the water that comes out of Silverwood goes into a pumping station, and that's where the San Gabriel Valley Water District captures the water, and they have their own pipe that takes it all along the foothills to Azusa, and then it dumps it into the main basin, and then we trade that water through MWD. It's not the actual water reason we're getting credits for it, but it's actually from the north. It comes 400 miles down that aqueduct. And to add to that, I just drove the length of the state last week, and that aqueduct is chock full. It is full to the brim. So they are still pumping. I don't know where that water's going. We're being told it's 0 deliveries, but that thing is full.
So it's actually a requirement to keep that aquifer full, but it doesn't mean the water's flowing through it. It's just full.
Okay. Looked like it had flow to me when I got out. Actually, I always get out at the lookout up there near Tracy, and because I've always been fascinated by it.
There is continuous water deliveries. There's different contractors that have rights to that water, so water is moving. But the aquifer, I think any time of the year you see it, it's maintained full.
One other observation: if you drive from Corning, California, to Sacramento, California on I-5, that is 90 miles. you will see on both sides of the freeway, as far as the eye can see, rice fields. Rice is submerged completely in water. That is how you raise rice. And so you have this enormous amount of water from the Sacramento River being used to raise rice, most of which is exported to Asia. So it's it's an interesting thing that we're scrounging over a few extra ounces down here, and you literally have miles and miles of water just laying on fields up there in the hot sun.
A little bit about that rice.
I'll bet you
Worked
do.
with the California Rice Commission quite closely, and getting the
Rice Commission?
the California
It's
Rice
huge.
Commission.
That's a
Oh,
big
yes.
business.
And you know, that area is all historic wetlands.
Yeah.
So it used to.
Well,
always
some
be
of
one-
it is.
Yeah, a large portion of it, yes. And it's also the major overwintering area for the Pacific Coast Flyway.
Right.
So there are, I mean.
Duck hunters love it. Yeah.
Yes, so it's the Rice and Duck Commission, quite honestly.
Lindbergh Farms.
So you know, there's a lot of it that there's some historic there, and they have historically fallowed 25%, and I can't remember, I heard Secretary Ross, Karen Ross of the California Department of Food and Ag say last week about the number of acres that are being fallowed. I mean, they're all being hit, and rice gets hit pretty hard just for that exact reason.
Well, I didn't see it, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Superintendent McGee, thank you. I'm just trying to understand the Stetson report. So if you can hold my hand, maybe my glasses weren't working earlier, so it might be me. So on slide 5, it says we have a supply of 3,440 acre feet. I'm looking at table 2 and 3 of the Stetson report, and the demand is there, 2545 acre feet from July 2022 through June 2023. Then I'm looking at their table 3, and they have the same exact number. So do they figure out, oh, they hit that number and then they just stop looking for supply? Because it's not 3440, it's 2545.
So yeah, it's always going to match up like that. Yeah.
Okay.
We pump to demand. That's what we do. So yes.
So that's anticipated where it's coming from.
Yeah, they're anticipating the demand and showing that we have the supply necessary.
Out of the Raymond Basin and the West Tunnel. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
But then the numbers, I assume, in the presentation are to show that we actually have access potentially to in excess of supply. So if there was some fluke spike in consumption, that there is availability even beyond our projected demand. So if our projected demand is wrong,
Exactly.
there is
We're basing this on a third year of dry too. So I know the question came forth of why the number was so high like that too, and that's because the urban water management plan does take into effect an average year, a single dry year, and then we go multiple years after that based on it. So we're in our third year of drought, so it is taking into that account of we're showing that much water. That's actually us showing that we have that much. They're just there to tell us what, based on the urban water management plan, what we think, what they estimate. We'll use the word estimate. We're going to produce. We're going to have for demand next year.
Mayor, if I may add, our projected demand is just over 2,500 acre feet. The state is requiring us to cut 20% based on our consumption from last year. So we have the projected supplies to meet the demand, but our conservation target is going to be below that number.
In our 9 conservation efforts that we put on mandatory conservation, if you saw, it did give numbers to reduction on that on table 5. So that is something we're ahead of. Like I said, once again, we started that before this ever went into effect. So we've kind of been a little bit ahead, I believe.
Any other questions? Any other comments? I think we should open this up to public comment. And
Don't get up, Alcorn.
at 11:35, I think we've exhausted all public comment, and we've exhausted our water superintendent.
I will let you know that this was preliminary, put in on June 1st already, and that we will be giving Stetson Engineering tomorrow the okay to go ahead and put the report in.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Two really short, quick comments. So I've gotten blue tagged by the city before, and it was actually very helpful because I found a route that was going right through one of my sprinkler lines that I hadn't even caught. So the AMI system that we've got is I mean, it's very helpful in finding those small leaks that I didn't think I had. The other thing is the moratorium information. Thank you for putting that together. I'd love to see if we can put that memo on the website, because we seem to keep getting the public asking questions about the moratorium and what we can do about it. And if we can just say, it's here on the website, here's the document, you know, having it as a separate document, I think document has been really valuable.
We can absolutely do that, Councilmember Parkhurst, and I think an important distinction is that the fact that somebody's lawn is turning brown doesn't indicate that we move towards a moratorium. It has to be a threat to public health, and a brown lawn is not a threat to public health. So we do have to there has to be you know, a greater reduction in water use for that moratorium to actually be enacted.
Well, it's even more than the public health. It's public health, and then it has to be approved by HCD. So we can't just say that, you know, somebody is, that we can't make up a reason for the public health. It actually has to be approved by HCD, which that was something that I picked up out of it that I hadn't gotten through my thick skull.
Okay, any other comments? I think we don't have to take any action on this, right?
No action needed.
Okay. So we'll go back to the consent agenda, item B, and see if we can't. Thank you, Superintendent McGee. And we have a man here who at 11:37 is ready to go.
Yes, let's do this. Let's get this.
Your green tie is keeping me awake.
Oh, good, good. Yeah, way past my bedtime. Way past my bedtime. Okay, before you, Mayor and City Council members, before you, we have consideration of Resolution 2249, amending the city's classification plan and salary matrix. Every 2 to 3 years, city staff collaborates and looks at the classification for any modifications, changes that need to be made based on operational needs of the city. And before you today, we have some additions, new positions, and also some modifications to some positions. In the administration department, administration area, we have the creation of a deputy city manager position that will be overseeing the community engagement and communications division. In addition to that, they will continue to oversee the administrative services department and the city clerk's office. Secondly, we have the executive assistant that will provide administrative support in the city manager's office. We also have a change of an analyst to management analyst 1 and adding management analyst 2 and a 3 level for internal and promotional opportunities. Similar to that will be the addition of a maintenance worker 2 and a water pump operator 2, which will also provide additional promotional opportunities, and they're also for retention tools for our qualified staff that we have as we work towards retaining or doing our best to retain qualified staff. Our fire department, the separation of the two salaries, currently they're both the same. So in this report, it separates the two so that there's a distinct difference in pay, and also provides for internal opportunities for advancement within the department, which is already, gaining some traction in terms of training and preparing the next level of engineers that are ready to take on that position if and when it becomes available. And lastly, we have part-time positions that have not been updated in quite some time in our library, and also updating our police department salaries to be in line with our police officer, full-time police officer positions, and also full-time dispatcher positions as well. But also the creation of the dispatcher 1, which will create a separation of the level of experience that when we recruit. Currently, when we recruit, we have an experienced dispatcher that comes in with someone who is entry level or low level or less experience, and they're at the same rate. So this separates the two, where an entry level will come in at the level 1, but when we recruit a lateral, what we refer to as lateral, will be at the level 2, so that there's a distinct difference in the pay, which would be equivalent to the full-time. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions.
I don't have questions, just a discussion item.
No questions. So we have this item out here, so I think we're, nice report.
Thank you.
Impromptu, nice report. We have people itching to do public comment, Miguel, so we're gonna ask you to step aside. Is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to our esteemed council.
So the only reason I pulled this, I just wanted to have a discussion because it struck me that I mean, I was fine with all. I really think that the creation of steps, in between things is a great tool for all of the reasons as discussed, and in terms of retention and promotion and the premium that we're placing on development internally is great. So and I'm fine with all of the changes to update the salary. The one area I just thought might be worthy of discussion, because it gave me pause, was the idea that this would then create in the PD, in the police department, an automatic increase every time that there was an increase on the full-time side. It would just automatically increase the part-time, and I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but it just struck me that unless it's some hugely administratively burdensome thing, I didn't know why we wouldn't sort of just continue on as we've been in terms of the city council approving that on a case-by-case basis versus it automatically tracking. I don't have any particular reason why it wouldn't automatically track, like what the situation would be where we might determine otherwise, but it just struck me as being kind of permanent and at least worthy of discussion on that note.
So could I get staff maybe to respond to that? Why are we tying the two together?
Sure. In the past, when the salaries for a full-time position increases, the part-time will stay behind for 2, maybe 3 years until we take a look at the reorganization and look at that and say, okay, it's time to bring it up to current the full-time staff. So it's not a burden for council to have these discussions every 2 to 3 years to bring this up, but it is a discussion that the part-time staff brings up every single year to take into consideration and to bring to council for an amendment. So when we were collaborating and coming up with ways to not necessarily have to do that every year to come in and update the salary matrix, it was something that was an easy way to continue that the continuity or the equivalent to the full-time for the dispatchers and for the police officer, part-time police officer, so that we wouldn't necessarily have to keep coming back for council approval. Either way, we're good with bringing it back. Whether it's every year or every 2 years, or when we do a staff reorganization, and so it was just an idea that maybe it could work where we can just continue that equivalent pay to the police officers, and it would either reduce the conversation from part-time staff to bring it forward and continue and move it into the council. So we thought that might be something that would work, but we're good either way.
And the full-time gets changed by virtue of the renegotiation with the union, right?
That
and
is
so
correct.
It's a little bit of a different process than the salary matrix process that this entails.
That is correct. So when through the negotiation process, we determined the new rates for part-time, or I'm sorry, for the dispatchers and the police officers, and at that time when those changes occur, if this is approved, this would automatically just update the part-time salaries to continue to be equivalent to the full-time. Otherwise, those changes would be made, and then when we review the salaries for part-time staff, it could be a year later or a couple of years, then we would bring it forward to council for approval at that time.
Is this inconsistent with any of the other departments with respect to part-time? Are the part-time people for the police department, are they essentially the off-duty LA?
Yes.
Okay, they're really, okay, so it's a different, so there is no other parallel to other departments within the city?
There are,
part-time?
yes, good question. There are some positions that are equivalent to, or the title is the same as a full-time, and we could argue that we could also include them into that, but the police officer inquiries come in more than other departments come in and inquire about that change. And so for sake of not having to bring to council every single year an update, it was just something that we thought that would be good to just have it automatically update when the negotiations occur and then the updates happen. But there are some positions that are same as a full-time, but the competitiveness of the recruitment for bringing in part-time police officers is a little more challenging, and so keeping it in line with the full-time hourly rates makes it a little easier for the recruitment standpoint. Bringing in experienced individuals, LAPD. We've been fortunate to have some really good experience, knowledge that don't just provide an additional patrol services, but they provide a lot of mentoring for our police officers, and they're looked up upon. So that in itself is a huge part of keeping this program going. And even though we have quite a few LAPD officers, as mentioned in a previous meeting by Chief Armelin, they're just as busy. So their time to come here is limited, and we have, maybe a couple that come in consistently. So it is a program that is in place that augments the staffing, but it's a challenge to an interest for police officers to come in and want to do this on a part-time basis. So this keeping it consistent with our full-time makes it a little bit easier for them to consider coming in and working here.
Okay.
I just, for the reasons given, I think it makes sense the way it's proposed. It's the same job classification. Given the concerns we had that came up during our strategic planning with part-time and how to keep up, and to be able to keep part-time folks, and we are competing. So as opposed to continuing to come back every couple of years, I think it's fine if it was different job classification and a whole bunch of different positions, everybody moves up at the same time. I probably would have pause. But given the reasons and the way it's stated here, I'm in support of how it's proposed.
Yeah, I didn't appreciate that there could be such a gap. I wasn't sort of thinking about the negotiations with the union and then how it might take some time to then update across the board.
I do appreciate you pulling this, just so we can have this discussion. It's important. Yeah, and I think for the reasons given, it makes sense. Tied to the hourly rate of the full-time position at whatever level that might be for the part-timers. And the bonus with part-timers is we're not breaching the employer-funded benefits.
Right.
So really on that, they're earning less. But on hourly rate, there's equity there. So I like it.
Yeah, I'm with you all on that.
I had one other question if we're off of that topic. And that is, on the administration side, with the deputy city manager, who's also the community engagement manager, who's also the city's communications manager, who's also the city clerk and administrative services manager. That's a lot. I mean, do we have, I have no hesitation making that position, but do we is it staffed appropriately to the resources to really do the job right? And I guess I look to you, Jose, and to you, Laura, if that's, you know, are we, to be direct on it, are we, I don't want to be setting you up to fail on it. You know, I want this to be supportive and make sure that you know, you can continue to do the job on it. And so that jumped out at me.
So Councilmember Parkhurst, it's important to understand that that we work in collaboration. So it's the assistant city manager, it would be the deputy city manager, and to come up with the communication strategy and a communication plan and to put that into work. But one of the benefits that this does is that a lot of times we have media inquiries where if I'm not here, the first person they go to is to the city clerk. And when you have media outlet here and they're taking a statement from the city clerk, it's not the same as hearing a statement from a deputy city manager or an assistant city manager or a city manager. So this really formalizes and gives her the authority and the credibility to act in that capacity. And in working with police and with fire and with just about every other department on whenever there's a communication issue, it's typically brought to that position or to Laura to discuss, because she has a good feel for the community, understands you know how the communication works in this community. So she is really, even if we were to bring somebody in, they would probably be in her office for every decision that has to be made for some time. So we think that with this strategy, working together, collaborative, we can come up with a really good communication plan, and then have a manager that understands this community to put that plan to work.
The deputy city manager position will be able to direct staff to do work. I mean, they're more of the, just as you are the head of all staff, right? They will have staff underneath them to then lighten the load and the burden, right?
That's correct, and we've taken some internal steps to facilitate this. So, for example, we had a vacancy that was more social media type, and we filled that with we filled it with a position that has more city clerk, more of a city clerk background, to free up this position to work on other things. We moved, you know, we created the assistant city manager's office to free up some of that administrative work that takes up a lot of time, so that we can all collaborate and work on council goals and objectives. So we are making, there's other working components that make this plan come together and work.
Other thoughts?
I move to approve resolution number 2249.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Is there are there any other items for future agendas? I hope not.
We don't have room in our future agenda.
We don't have room.
I just want to make sure that I circle back to when I opened, but I just would like to close this in honor of Councilmember Zaidal Paris Kasachi. I can't even say it right now. Council member there, but again, I just like to close in honor.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
That could be a record.
It might be.
Thanks.
Next meeting has the 212 report.